Chapter 40:12. It seemed that the Demon Lord was very wary of those terrifying existences. Perhaps the Demon Lord already knew the true identity of those people behind the scenes. In the past, those people behind the scenes had also suffered heavy injuries, which was why they had gone silent. However, after so many years, those people behind the scenes should have more or less recovered. Therefore, when those terrifying existences were mentioned, it was very likely that something terrible would happen. The Demon Lord was very cautious and would not easily put himself in danger. Even if it was the smallest possibility, he would do his best to eliminate that possibility. Hopefully, I can find some useful information from here, Lin Feng said. He planned to study the Dark Bible. Lin Feng wanted to obtain some powerful inheritance from the Dark Bible. Secondly, he wanted to use the Dark Bible to find out some information about those mysterious existences. However, he did not know if he could find any information about those existences. If he could, he would be able to find out some information about those terrifying existences. Perhaps it would be of great help in resisting the Doomsday War in the future. Lin Feng sat cross-legged with the Dark Bible in his hand. He then began to try to communicate with the Dark Bible. However, how difficult was it to communicate with the Dark Bible? Lin Feng tried for a long time, but he was unable to make any progress. Of course, Lin Feng was not someone who would give up easily. He continued to sense the Dark Bible. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally sensed something mysterious. He vaguely felt as if he had fallen into a dark world. Inside that dark world, there was a huge ancient book. That ancient book was the Dark Bible. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on top of the Dark Bible. What do you want to know? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. That voice was fleeting. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was also impossible to tell whether it was old or young. I want to know the secret of the Dark Bible, Lin Feng replied. If you want to know the secret of the Dark Bible, you need to open the chains. Now, open the chains of the Dark Bible. When the time comes, you will be able to learn many unimaginable secrets. That voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind, slowly tempting him. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that Nailan Qiong had told him not to open the Dark Bible carelessly, because the Dark Bible was too terrifying. Once the Dark Bible was opened, some terrifying things would happen. For example, Nailan Qiong's ancestor would become insane, or perhaps something even more terrifying would happen. The Dark Bible was like a curse, and he had to treat it with caution. Someone told me, I can't open the Bible of darkness, Lin Feng said. Do you know why he didn't let you open the Bible of darkness? An ethereal voice was heard. Lin Feng said, You're worried that something might happen to me. Hey. The faintly discernible voice sneered. Why are you sneering? Am I wrong? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Do you believe what that person said? The faintly discernible voice asked a question instead of answering. I believe you very much, Lin Feng replied. The ethereal voice was clearly trying to lead Lin Feng into saying that he didn't believe the person. However, Lin Feng didn't fall for it. Lin Feng's reply could easily put an end to the conversation. There are many great secrets recorded in the Bible of darkness, such as the secret of becoming an immortal. The voice said, Let nature take its course, and you can become an immortal. Lin Feng said, Kid, you're too ignorant. How can becoming an immortal be so simple? You need the method to become an immortal. Otherwise, it's impossible to become an immortal. That's why many people are only a step away from becoming an immortal, but they can't become an immortal even after spending their entire lives because they don't have the method to become an immortal. The faintly discernible voice continued. The method to become an immortal isn't that hard to find. For example, there are some ancient immortal scriptures such as the Great Desolation Scripture and the Eastern Emperor Scripture, Lin Feng replied indifferently. What about the secret to eternal life? The faintly discernible voice continued. That, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It might be possible to find the method to become an immortal, but the secret to eternal life was too difficult to find. Lin Feng had heard that the secret to eternal life was recorded in the Supreme Celestial Court, the door of eternal life, and the heaven-shaking stone steely. But he hadn't heard of anyone who had obtained the method to eternal life. The secret to eternal life is recorded in the Dark Bible. Do you want to know? If you do, you can open the chains. Explore it. The voice continued to tempt Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng wanted to become immortal, but it was too early to talk about immortality. Lin Feng was still a great emperor. He hadn't even broken through to immortality, so how could he talk about eternal life? It was really too early. Forget about eternal life. I'm just living one day at a time, Lin Feng replied indifferently. The terrifying voice continued, then, do you want to become an existence that can control everything? What do you mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brow. Look at this, one era after another begins and ends, take a look. One epoch after another begins and ends, the end of an era, accompanied by some unknown and terrifying power. Many people say that there's a mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, you can also think of it this way. No matter how strong one's cultivation is, as long as one is in an era, one can die. For example, those who have crossed several eras can also die. Do you want to transcend? Transcend to the point where you can control the fate of others. You can become immortal when heaven and earth decay. You can become immortal when an era is destroyed. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you make it simpler? Said Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. I have to say, your comprehension ability is very poor, the faintly discernible voice said in an annoyed tone. Lin Feng said. It's precisely because my comprehension ability is poor that it's time for you to perform. The ethereal voice continued, to put it simply, you want to become one of those terrifying existences who started the Armageddon Wars and destroyed eras, right? What? You have a way to make me become one of those existences? Chapter 40:13. Of course. How is it? Are you tempted? The faintly discernible voice continued to entice him. It wanted to lure Lin Feng into taking the bait. Lin Feng sneered and said, the ones I hate the most are those who started the Armageddon War. You actually want me to become that kind of person? What are your intentions? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the ethereal voice was rendered speechless. Because, he truly did not know how to respond to Lin Feng's words. He had thought that Lin Feng was tempted. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say something like that? This faintly discernible existence could only smile bitterly and helplessly. He really wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head and see what Lin Feng was thinking. What? You're not saying anything? I already knew that you were up to no good. Just as I guessed, you really are up to no good. Lin Feng said viciously. Kid. You're rejecting a chance to become a super expert. You should know this. In a person's life, opportunities are limited. Once you reject the opportunity in front of you, perhaps, you won't be able to get any other opportunities. Have you ever thought about this? The faintly discernible existence said in a cold voice. Lin Feng said indifferently, this young master has plenty of opportunities. I'm not lacking in opportunities like yours. Besides, you don't look like a good person at all. You've been trying to lure me to open the chains. You must have some unspeakable secret. Kid, don't be so full of yourself. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The ethereal voice was filled with anger. Clearly, Lin Feng had infuriated the voice. Regret your entire family. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You. This faintly discernible existence was greatly angered. Sure. A moment later, Lin Feng returned to the real world. He opened his eyes and found the Dark Bible still in his hand. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. The Bible of Darkness was extremely strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. If his willpower was not strong enough, he would not have been able to resist the temptation of the Dark Bible. If he were to be tempted by the Dark Bible, he would most likely die a tragic death. Let me try again and see if I can gain anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. After the previous experience, Lin Feng paid a lot more attention this time. Lin Feng once again entered a state of epiphany. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that he had once again returned to that dark space. He was still sitting cross-legged on top of the huge dark Bible, but this time, the seductive voice did not ring out. Lin Feng attempted to communicate with the dark Bible. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed some special information. They were runes. Every rune was mysterious and unfathomable. Now, Lin Feng memorized all the runes in his mind. After memorizing all the runes, Lin Feng's divine sense retreated from the dark space. Lin Feng carefully examined the runes in his mind. Lin Feng was shocked to find that there were many chants recorded in the runes. Is this the first half of the Dark Bible's chants? Lin Feng looked shocked. The Dark Bible was the core demonic scripture recorded in the ancient book. It was the Dark Bible. Of course, one had to be careful when cultivating such a demonic scripture. Many demonic scriptures were very powerful, but they were not easy to control. In the end, there might be cases where the cultivation method took control of the cultivator. Such cases were relatively rare in the world of immortals. In the fiend world, however, there were countless such cases. I wonder if the Dark Bible has a way to become an immortal? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, a high-level demonic scripture like the Dark Bible should have recorded a way to become an immortal. However, if one wanted to obtain such a way, one would have to comprehend it on their own. The Demon Lord asked, apart from the Dark Bible's chants, what else did you sense? Lin Feng said, there was a voice that kept enticing me, hoping that I would unlock the chains. Oh, what did the voice say to you? The Demon Lord asked curiously. Lin Feng told the Demon Lord everything the voice had said to him. It should be. The Demon Lord frowned. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. The spirit of the Dark Bible. The Demon Lord said. It is said. This book. It is said to be an extremely terrifying treasure, the Demon Lord said. It's an extremely terrifying magical treasure. Is that true? A look of disbelief appeared on Lin Feng's face. It sounded a little inconceivable. Because he truly did not realize that the Dark Bible was a treasure. Apart from the special materials, there did not seem to be anything special about it. However, the Demon Lord had said that the Dark Bible was an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Feng felt that the Demon Lord would not speak without thinking. Perhaps we can unlock the chains. The spirit of the Dark Bible will appear. The Demon Lord said. Let's forget about that. If we really unlock the chains, who knows what terrifying things will happen? Lin Feng said. There are some things that I need to ask this guy, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, the Demon Lord insisted on unlocking the chains. However, Lin Feng did not want to do so because he felt that it was extremely dangerous. If he was careless, he might die without a grave. You can try to comprehend the Dark Bible. When you enter that illusory world of darkness, you should be able to communicate with the spirit of the Dark Bible, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said. It is useless. Only people of flesh and blood can sense the Dark Bible. As for me, I do not meet this condition. So, you must unlock the chains of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng's frown deepened. The Demon Lord had made such a request. This put Lin Feng in a very difficult position. However, the Demon Lord insisted. Thinking of how much help the Demon Lord had given him over the years, if he directly rejected the Demon Lord, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the Demon Lord? If the spirit of the Dark Bible escapes, will we suffer a calamity? Lin Feng said helplessly. No. I am here. What are you afraid of? The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The more confident the Demon Lord was, the more uncertain Lin Feng felt. All right, then unlock the chains of the Dark Bible. Chapter 40:14. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen, the Demon Lord said confidently. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Now that he had decided to open the chains, he could only pray that the Demon Lord had a way to deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. If he couldn't deal with it, who knew what terrible things would happen? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. The Demon Lord had a calm look on his face. This guy wasn't worried at all. His heart was really big. Seeing the Demon Lord's confident look, Lin Feng was finally able to relax a little. Since the Demon Lord wasn't worried about the spirit of the Dark Bible appearing, it seemed that the Demon Lord might really have a way to deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng immediately pondered. What did the Demon Lord want to ask the spirit of the Dark Bible? He didn't hesitate to take the risk to open the chains of the Dark Bible. Although he still didn't know what the Demon Lord wanted to ask, he would soon find out. These 4 chains, how do I open them? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, the truly powerful part of these 4 chains isn't the chains themselves, but the runes on them. If you can break these runes, the chains will automatically open. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng looked at the runes on the 4 chains and couldn't help but frown. The runes on the 4 chains were very mysterious. With Lin Feng's level of array formation, looking at the runes a few more times actually made him feel dizzy. This shocked Lin Feng. What kind of runes were they? How could they make him feel so dizzy? It was really unimaginable. The Demon Lord came before the Dark Bible and reached out to touch the 4 chains. Then, something that shocked Lin Feng happened. Runes flew out one after another. Those runes all fused into the 4 chains. The Demon Lord was deciphering the runes. The Demon Lord's methods were getting more and more advanced. Lin Feng was astonished by all the techniques he knew. Even Lin Feng found it hard to believe. The current Demon Lord. Things were no longer the same as before. However, Lin Feng remembered that the Demon Lord was only a great emperor-level expert in the past. At most, a great emperor would have the battle strength of an emperor lord. Logically speaking, even emperor lord level existences were far from the Demon Lord's current strength. Therefore, Lin Feng now had some doubts about the Demon Lord. He felt that, this fellow, Yarrow Jun, was hiding many secrets. Lin Feng said, Demon Lord, some of your methods are truly shocking. The Demon Lord said indifferently, in the future, perhaps you will know why I have such extraordinary means. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the end, he nodded and didn't say anything. The Demon Lord had too many secrets on his body. It wasn't good for him to ask too much. Once he asked too much, it would arouse the disgust of the Demon Lord, which would be bad. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Instead, he stood to the side and carefully watched the Demon Lord crack those mysterious runes. After spending about a day's time, the Demon Lord finally cracked the runes on the 4 chains. Catcher, 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 catcher. Then, the 4 chains directly split open. Finally, the 4 chains were completely separated. However, Lin Feng found that after the 4 chains were opened, the Dark Bible didn't have any movement. He couldn't help but mutter, could it be that the voice he heard during the Epiphany wasn't the voice of the Dark Bible's spirit? As for the specific situation, Lin Feng couldn't say for sure. The Demon Lord frowned slightly. Then, he sneered and said, still not coming out. Could it be that you want me to burn this Bible of darkness? After hearing the Demon Lord's voice, a sinister voice came from the Dark Bible. You should know that the Dark Bible can't be destroyed. Even the cycle of eras can't destroy the Dark Bible, let alone a mere demon soul that doesn't even have a physical body. The Demon Lord said indifferently, it seems you don't recognize who I am. Chem? You are. The voice sounded somewhat bewildered. It seemed to be sizing up the Demon Lord. It's you. Next, the voice cried out in alarm. Evidently, the voice had recognized the Demon Lord's identity. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, it's just as I guess. The Demon Lord has other identities. The most likely possibility is that the Demon Lord is a reincarnation. I wonder who the Demon Lord was in his previous life. I have something to ask you. The Demon Lord said. The Dark Bible's spirit sneered and said, you have something to ask me? How strange. You and I don't have any friendship. What can you ask me? Besides, even if I know the answer to your question, I have no obligation to tell you. Listen to what I want to ask first. Tell me if you're going to answer my question or not. The Demon Lord said. What do you want to ask? The Dark Bible's spirit asked with a frown. The Demon Lord's lips moved. It was unknown what he was saying. What a pity. Lin Feng didn't know how to read lips. If Lin Feng knew how to read lips, he would be able to read what the Demon Lord was saying to the Dark Bible spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat depressed. What did the Demon Lord ask? Why was he hiding it from him? Lin Feng sensed a trace of divine will fluctuation. It should be the Dark Bible's spirit communicating with the Demon Lord. Lin Feng tried to capture that godly awareness, but when Lin Feng saw the contents of that godly awareness, he realized something was wrong. Lin Feng was speechless because the spirit of the Dark Holy Bible used an ancient language to communicate with the beast. Lin Feng didn't understand what that language meant. These two fellows were deliberately hiding it from him. Lin Feng felt like his heart was being scratched. He wanted to know what they were talking about, but he had no way of doing so. Lin Feng could only wait at the side. About half an hour passed. The communication between the two ended. Shua. With a flash of light, an illusory figure appeared. This illusory figure was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what he looked like. However, an extremely evil aura was emanating from his body. This fellow should be the Dark Bible spirit. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "You were the one who transmitted your voice to me in the dark space? Kid, your willpower is quite strong. You actually weren't tempted by what I said. However, I've managed to escape. Now, I've decided to eat you." Chapter 40:15. The spirit of the Dark Bible was terrifying. After sensing its aura, Lin Feng could not help but feel a suffocating pressure. It was a terrible feeling. The Demon Lord sneered and blocked the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, he slapped the spirit with his palm. Bang! He collided with the spirit of the Dark Bible. The two sides were actually evenly matched. This shocked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord had not made a move for a long time, but now it seemed that the Demon Lord's strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was truly inconceivable. What level of combat power was this? Although it was hard to tell, Lin Feng felt that it had surpassed Fan Dao, who was an emperor. Lin Feng still remembered that Emperor Shun's alchemy scroll was very close to the Demon Lord. At that time, Lin Feng had already suspected the Demon Lord and made some guesses about the Demon Lord. Now that he thought about it, Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Could the Demon Lord be related to Emperor Shun, one of the 5 emperors of the human race? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked by his own guess. "You dare to stop me?" The spirit of the Dark Bible looked at the Demon Lord with a gloomy expression. The Demon Lord said, "Obediently return to the Dark Bible. That way, you won't have to suffer physical pain." Ha 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 ha. The spirit of the Dark Bible laughed and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can deal with me?" The Demon Lord said, "Of course, then I'll destroy you first." The spirit of the Dark Bible rushed toward the Demon Lord. Dark Order. He unleashed a peerless divine ability. Endless darkness shrouded the Demon Lord. After the endless darkness, a powerful order law condensed. Between heaven and earth. If there was light, there must be darkness. The power of darkness was everywhere. The order of darkness ruled heaven and earth. Now, the spirit of the Dark Bible had unleashed the Dark Order, a peerless ancient technique. Its power was truly shocking. Anyone who felt this powerful divine ability would feel their hair stand on end. This powerful divine ability was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. However, the Demon Lord remained indifferent in the face of this divine ability. Light dispels the darkness. I shall become the God of light, illuminate the world, the Demon Lord's voice fell. In an instant, boundless light gushed out of the Demon Lord's body. At that moment, his body seemed to have turned transparent. At this moment, the Demon Lord turned into light. When light descended upon the world, the darkness was destined to be dispelled. Bang! 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 Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, the power of light and darkness disappeared together. Light could not completely suppress darkness, but darkness could not truly devour light either. Take one more move from me. The spirit of the Dark Bible sneered as he walked step by step toward the Demon Lord. Look up to freedom in the darkness. Yearn for new life in death. I am the embodiment of darkness. Darkness shall corrode everything. After the incantation, a strange power gushed out of the Dark Bible's spirit body. That kind of power was too terrifying. The void was directly torn apart by the corrosion. This is the power to destroy the epoch. The demon lord's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He did not expect the spirit of the Dark Bible to possess such power. Lin Feng was shocked. The power to destroy the epoch. Didn't that mean that it was a terrifying power that appeared before the epoch collapsed? The collapse of the epoch. It was directly related to this power. Although that strange power hadn't touched his body yet, he was still able to feel it. However, Lin Feng could already feel the aura of death. The power to destroy the epoch was too terrifying. The power of that power was simply unimaginable. Anyone who was enveloped by that power would feel the danger of death. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor covered Lin Feng's entire body. Lin Feng relaxed slightly. At that moment, the power to destroy the epoch enveloped the demon lord's body. After being enveloped by the power, the demon lord's body began to crack. It was as if it had cracked like porcelain. Damn, the power to destroy the epoch is so terrifying. Isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He knew very well how powerful the demon lord was. However, such a powerful cultivation base, he was actually unable to resist the power to destroy the epoch. This was too inconceivable. The demon lord would not die at the hands of that fellow, would he? If the demon lord died, he would be dead for sure. Hee. Now you know how powerful I am, right? The Dark Bible's spirit looked at the demon lord smugly. You are indeed powerful. The demon lord lowered his head and looked at his body that was cracking. If you are willing to become my slave, I can teach you the cultivation method of this power. I can even bring you to that place, the Dark Bible's spirit said. The place that this fellow was talking about, Lin Feng guessed that it was the place where the people behind the scenes lived. Actually, Lin Feng didn't know who those people were, but he didn't know who they were. Were they some kind of living beings? Or were they some kind of law? The demon lord and the Dark Bible's spirit both knew, but they would not say it out loud. Not interested. The demon lord said with an indifferent expression. You're so stubborn. Go to hell then. The Dark Bible's spirit sneered. Inside his body, a large amount of terrifying power surged out. The power to destroy the epoch was surging violently. Then, it engulfed the demon lord. Now that the demon lord's body was in pieces, if he took another terrifying attack from this fellow, he would die without a doubt. Open your body, your power and mine become one. The demon lord looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng trusted the demon lord unconditionally. He hurriedly removed all of his defenses. Whoosh! The demon lord turned into a demonic aura and rushed into Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng immediately sensed that the strength in his body was increasing at an incredible speed. After fusing with the demon lord's power, Lin Feng's power rose to an unimaginable level. Strong, strong, strong. Lin Feng felt that with a raise of his hand, he could destroy the sky and shatter 10,000 worlds. Now, Lin Feng had the urge to look up to the sky and howl. Could it be? Chapter 40:16. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the demon lord's power had reached the level of an immortal's power, but now the two of them were fused. Fusion meant that. It meant that the power of two people fused together to form one person's power. Just like Lin Feng now. So, Lin Feng felt that after he fused with the demon lord's power, he should be able to reach the level of an immortal. This kind of fusion technique couldn't be easily used under normal circumstances, because it was very difficult for the cultivator to trust the other party 100%. If one of them had any evil intentions during the fusion, the other party would be killed. Then the other person would be hit by a thunderous blow. But fortunately, this kind of situation wouldn't happen in front of Lin Feng and the demon lord. After the fusion, Lin Feng's battle strength soared, and he directly rushed toward the Dark Bible. The power of the era's destruction quickly surged. Previously, Lin Feng was worried that the power of the era's destruction would cause great damage to his body. But soon, Lin Feng's face showed a relieved expression. Because the power of this supreme treasure, the armor of the ruler, was too strong. It directly blocked the power of the era's destruction. As expected of a supreme treasure, it played an extremely crucial role at the critical moment. If he didn't have the armor of the ruler, then it was extremely unrealistic to rely on magic or physical body to block that kind of destructive power. Lin Feng was very clear about this. But now, since the armor of the ruler blocked the power of the era's destruction, this gave Lin Feng a chance to show his skills. Lin Feng rushed in front of the Dark Bible spirit and directly punched toward the spirit of the Dark Bible spirit with a supreme reincarnation fist. Damn it! The spirit of the Dark Bible's expression was very gloomy. His power of the era's destruction was so strong, but now it was blocked by Lin Feng. Naturally, he was extremely depressed. However, this guy's methods were extraordinary. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he used the Dark Demon Fist. Boundless black energy permeated the space between heaven and earth. That black energy was extremely strange. No one knew what kind of strange energy it was. A powerful attack was formed in an instant and collided with Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. Thump 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 thump, both of them retreated, and they were evenly matched. Lin Feng was shocked. This guy was really powerful. Even when he merged with the Demon Lord, he still couldn't suppress this guy. It was hard to imagine how strong this guy was. You can't defeat me. I'll give you a chance now. Leave this place immediately and you can still live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The spirit of the Dark Bible coldly looked at Lin Feng and said. Clearly, he also knew that Lin Feng's combat strength had skyrocketed after fusing with the Demon Lord, so he didn't want to fight Lin Feng and the Demon Lord to the death right now. This wouldn't do him any good either. In the end, defeating the combination of Lin Feng and the Demon Lord would only result in a lose-lose situation. If I don't destroy you, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace, Lin Feng sneered. He had no intention of leaving. It would be best if he could destroy this guy. Even if he couldn't, he would seal him again. Because this guy was simply too evil. If he didn't seal him, who knew what this guy would do in the future? At the very least, these fallen angels would definitely suffer a calamity. Stubborn. Then I'll send you all to hell. The spirit of the Dark Bible laughed nastily. Then, a destructive aura spread out from his body. When that aura surged out, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a grave expression. This guy's strength was terrifying, but Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He began to chant an incantation. O mighty Tao of Fate, help me break this evil creature's magic. I will represent the justice of this world and dispel all evil in this world. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of fate condensed and instantly blasted toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. The power of fate, the spirit of the Dark Bible was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to use the power of fate. It was inconceivable. It was unimaginable. Facing the attack of the power of fate, he didn't dare to be careless. In truth, no one in this world dared to underestimate the power of fate. Once the power of fate was used, it might be able to reverse the situation of any battle. The spirit of the Dark Bible was very clear about this. He hurriedly threw a punch at the power of fate that was surging toward him. Bang! A violent sound of collision was heard. The power of fate instantly broke the attack of the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, the spirit of the Dark Bible was sent flying. Under Lin Feng's control, the powerful power of fate continued to attack the spirit of the Dark Bible. However, at this moment, the spirit of the Dark Bible summoned the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible floated above his head, emitting a terrifying power that could distort time and space. The Dark Bible itself was a supreme treasure. Now that it was activated by the spirit of the Dark Bible, it unleashed a terrifying power that could suffocate people. The Dark Bible quickly flew toward Lin Feng, colliding with the power of fate that Lin Feng had unleashed in midair. It actually broke Lin Feng's power of fate. The Dark Bible was truly terrifying. Its power was too strong. The demonic sacrificial orb against the Dark Bible. The voice of the Demon Lord rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Demonic orb, come out. Lin Feng shouted and quickly summoned the demonic orb. The demonic orb was incomparably mysterious. Before this, Lin Feng had been unable to activate the demonic orb to fight. But now, things were different. Lin Feng's power and the power of the demon lord fused together. So, he could now activate the demonic orb. After being activated, the demonic orb released endless demonic light, which then blasted toward the Dark Bible. Bang! It was as if two ancient demonic mountains had collided. It was truly shocking. The demonic orb blocked the Dark Bible's power. It's this thing. It hasn't been destroyed yet. When the spirit of the Dark Bible saw the demonic orb, it was shocked. It clearly recognized the demonic orb's origin. In truth, even Lin Feng did not know much about the demonic orb's origin. However, the spirit of the Dark Bible had a deep understanding of the demonic orb's origin. What's the origin of the demonic orb? Lin Feng asked as he charged toward the Dark Bible. He had asked the Demon Lord before, but the Demon Lord had not told him. So, Lin Feng planned to get some information from the spirit of the Dark Bible. Keikakik, kid, you don't even know the origin of the demonic orb, yet you dare to carry it with you. You're really courting death. Chapter 40:17. Tell me, what's the origin of the demonic orb? Lin Feng continued asking. Ha 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 ha, kid. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to ask me questions? What a joke. The spirit of the Dark Bible burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Lin Feng sneered and charged at the spirit of the Dark Bible. At present, the Dark Bible was tied down by the demonic orb. The spirit of the Dark Bible could no longer use the Dark Bible to fight, so Lin Feng could only deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spirit of the Dark Bible was powerful. However, Lin Feng was confident that he could deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng arrived in front of the spirit of the Dark Bible and used the Monarch's Descent, a spell that directly attacked the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spell was so powerful that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled, immortal monarch, invincible. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The spirit of the Dark Bible looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Then, he used a powerful spell of his own. The spell was called Eternal Instant, and it was also a supreme spell that had never existed since ancient times. It had great destructive power. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the spells of the two sides collided. The collision between the two was unimaginable. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Then, the two sides were once again evenly matched. Kid, you won't be able to maintain this fusion state for long. Once the fusion state ends, you'll die a horrible death. The spirit of the Dark Bible sneered, his face full of killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, before the fusion state ends, I'll have enough time to deal with you. The spirit of the Dark Bible said disdainfully, what shameless boasting. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen powerful magic treasures were taken out by Lin Feng. Each of the magic treasures contained destructive power. Then, it blasted toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. After seeing so many powerful magic treasures, the spirit of the Dark Bible's expression changed abruptly. However, its reaction was extremely fast in the face of such terrifying attacks. The spirit of the Dark Bible hurriedly took action, condensing a divine ability called the Infinite Dark Wave. With the Dark Bible as the center, waves of dark power surged out from his body. The surges of dark energy actually formed a dark wave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud explosion shook the heavens. The waves of darkness were like huge waves in the sea, sweeping across the world and releasing a shocking impact. It's useless. No matter how powerful your ability is, it's absolutely impossible for you to withstand the attacks of so many of my magical treasures. Lin Feng sneered. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's dozens of magical weapons suddenly collided with the attack of the Dark Bible's spirit. The spirit of the Dark Bible's spirit was very powerful. However, under the combined attack of Lin Feng's many magical treasures, it was far from enough. The divine ability of the Dark Bible was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's dozens of magical treasures. Then, Lin Feng's dozens of magical treasures bombarded the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spirit of the Dark Bible was sent flying. Damn it! A dragon in the shallows is toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. The spirit of the Dark Bible roared angrily after being sent flying. This guy was obviously very unconvinced. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you a dragon? At most, you're a little black snake. Are you a tiger? At most, you're a lynx. How dare a piece of trash like you act all high and mighty in front of me? Shameless people are truly invincible." Mocked by Lin Feng like this, the spirit of the Dark Bible was so angry that it trembled all over. For countless years, who dared to mock it like this? Although its current cultivation was not as high as it used to be, it was still a high and mighty existence. Hearing Lin Feng's mockery was simply unbearable. "Kid, don't be so smug. I'll make sure you die a horrible death later." The spirit of the Dark Bible glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Then, it flew toward the Dark Bible. It wanted to become one with the Dark Bible. Once it became one with the Dark Bible, the spirit of the Dark Bible would combine with the power of the Dark Bible, and its combat power would be greatly increased. Lin Feng naturally had to stop the spirit of the Dark Bible. Under his control, dozens of powerful magical treasures instantly intercepted the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, they bombarded the spirit of the Dark Bible with indiscriminate attacks. The spirit of the Dark Bible was severely injured, and its body began to crack. Lin Feng rushed forward and used the 8 God-sealing seals, wanting to seal this guy. Dense runes flew out and flew toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. Those runes moved toward the spirit of the Dark Bible, wanting to seal the spirit of the Dark Bible. "Break!" The spirit of the Dark Bible shouted coldly and threw a punch at those runes. However, the runes that Lin Feng had unleashed were branded on the spirit of the Dark Bible like maggots. The spirit of the Dark Bible kept struggling, but it was unable to break free. 8 God-sealing seals. This is the legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Kid. So, you and that world have long been connected, the spirit of the Dark Bible roared. Lin Feng was shocked. What did this guy mean? Lin Feng felt that the world he was talking about was very likely the place where the mastermind lived. However, this guy saw his 8 God-sealing seals and said that he had long been connected to that world. Could it be that the Celestial Master Path has something to do with that world? If this conjecture was true, it would be too shocking. "I'll search your soul in a moment. I'll find out all your secret." Lin Feng looked at the spirit of the Dark Bible with an indifferent expression. He did not ask this guy what he wanted to know. Lin Feng knew that even if he asked, it would be pointless. This guy would not answer him at all. It was better to wait until he sealed this guy and then search his soul. That would be the most direct way. "Kid, you'll never know what you want to know." The spirit of the Dark Bible roared. The spirit of the Dark Bible roared, and his body began to burn fiercely. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to burn himself? "Is that necessary?" said Lin Feng, waving his hand and summoning a heavy rain. The downpour poured on the spirit of the Dark Bible, but it was unable to extinguish the flames on his body. Chapter 4018. F***CK. He actually self-immolated. What a scam. Lin Feng immediately shouted gloomily. Whoosh. With a flash of light, the demon lord flew out of Lin Feng's body. He said, "This guy is not dead. It's just that his body has become illusory. He is a spiritual body, and he has already fused with the Dark Bible. After some time, he will be lively again." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and said, "If that's the case, we still have to reseal the 4 chains." The demon lord nodded and said, "That's right." Naturally, this task could only be left to the demon lord. The runes on the chains were too complicated, and Lin Feng was still unable to deal with them. Only the demon lord could deal with them. While the demon lord was resealing the Dark Bible, Lin Feng began to comprehend the demonic scripture that he had obtained earlier. After spending about a day, the demon lord finally resealed the chains. Lin Feng did not ask what the demon lord had asked that guy, because he knew that even if Lin Feng asked, the demon lord would not tell him. If the demon lord wanted to say something, he would say it himself. There was no need for Lin Feng to ask him. "Are you planning to give the Dark Bible to the fallen angels?" The demon lord asked Lin Feng. "What else can I do?" Lin Feng shrugged and said, The Dark Bible belongs to the fallen angels. Fine. It's inauspicious to keep it on me. I just need the complete cultivation method of the Dark Bible, the Demon Lord said. Whoosh. A flash of light. The Demon Lord returned. It then flew back into the demonic orb. After exiting his closed-door training, Lin Feng returned the Dark Bible to Nailan Qiong. The secrets hidden within the Dark Bible were not something that could be discovered just because one wanted to. However, Lin Feng had already obtained the cultivation method for the Dark Bible. This sort of harvest made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Of course, Lin Feng had only obtained half of the Dark Bible's secret manual. Moreover, it was the second half. He would have to wait until Lin Feng found the second half of the Dark Bible before he could study it. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to rest for a few days before heading to the fallen angel race's ancestral land. Right now, this clan land was only a temporary foothold for the Nailan family. If they were able to regain their power in the future, it was possible for them to return to their ancestral land. If he couldn't regain his power, then he could only stay here forever. Lin Feng discovered that Nailan Manqing had not appeared, but he did not know why. Previously, Nailan Manqing was very enthusiastic towards him. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. After resting for a few days in the Nailan family's ancestral land, Lin Feng set out for the fallen angel race's ancestral land. Before leaving, Nailan Qiong had already given him the place where the second half of the Dark Bible was placed, as well as the token to enter that place. Lin Feng arrived at the fallen state. The fallen state got its name because the fallen angel race was located here. The Nailan family of the fallen angel race's patriarch family had completely declined. The remaining four great families were also not peaceful. The four great families were fighting over the position of the new patriarch. So, they were now locked in a fierce struggle. Moreover, the four great families had fought several times, resulting in heavy casualties. After arriving at the fallen state, Lin Feng heard the news of the four great families fighting each other. After hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that the fallen angel race was about to fall apart. However, what was the current situation of the four great families? Lin Feng arrived at the fallen angel race's ancestral land. The fallen angel race's ancestral land was located in the fallen ancient forest. There were 5 huge mountain ranges here. The central mountain range was originally under the control of the Nailan family. However, it had long been ruined. In the other 4 mountain ranges, the Dongfang family, Murong family, Sichu family, and Helian family were located respectively. The mountain ranges where the 4 great families were located were covered by powerful restrictions. The people of the 4 great families were obviously worried that the other party would suddenly attack their hinterland and eventually exterminate them. In addition to the powerful restrictions, there were many cultivators of the 4 great families patrolling above the 4 mountain ranges. Before coming here, Lin Feng had heard the news that the 4 great families had stopped fighting. The continuous fighting had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the 4 great families were now planning to use the arena duel. Each of the 4 great families could send 3 powerhouses to participate in the arena duel. The 12 powerhouses of the 4 great families would fight one-on-one until the final winner was decided. Whichever clan the victor was from, in the end, the new clan leader would be from that clan. This method was relatively fair. Currently, the chosen powerhouses of the 4 great families were in seclusion to adjust their states because the war would break out in 3 days. Lin Feng had no interest in the war between the 4 great families. His purpose for coming here was the Dark Bible. If he obtained the Dark Bible, Lin Feng would immediately leave this place. Above the mountain range, there was a huge universal mirror that searched the heavens. If anyone wanted to sneak into the fallen angel race's ancestral land, they would immediately be discovered by the universal mirror. This universal mirror could stump countless people, but it couldn't stump Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Suddenly, the power of destiny entered the universal mirror. Lin Feng used the power of destiny to block the universal mirror's detection. This trick had been tested repeatedly. This was also the reason why Lin Feng dared to swagger into the ancestral lands of those top forces. As long as he blocked the universal mirror, demon-revealing mirror, and other supreme treasures, it would be very difficult for anyone to discover Lin Feng's tracks. Lin Feng hid in the mountain range where the Nalan family was originally located. The palace here had already been destroyed. A deep roar suddenly rang out. Following that, a ferocious beast pounced at Lin Feng. This ferocious beast was actually a saber-toothed tiger. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng killed the saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that many ferocious beasts had appeared in this place. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. After this place was abandoned, could it have become a place where the 4 great families reared ferocious beasts? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at a valley deep in the mountain range. There was a mechanism deep in the valley. By activating the mechanism, one could enter the cave where the Dark Bible was kept. But when Lin Feng arrived, he noticed that there were many gigantic dragons resting in the valley. Dragons! There are over 100 dragons. What's going on? Lin Feng could not help but frown. These dragons were very powerful. They didn't seem like captive dragons at all. Although the fallen angel race was powerful, the fallen angel race didn't have the ability to rear over 100 dragons, right? There was something fishy about this whole situation. Chapter 40:19. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at these people. He was trying to figure out their purpose for coming here. The group of people stopped outside the Dragon Valley. They were all cultivators of the fallen angel race, and there were both men and women. One of the female cultivators said, "Dark Dragon King, our 4 clans are going to hold a competition. We intend to invite the Great Master to host the competition for us. Can you contact the Great Master?" As soon as the female cultivator finished speaking, a huge dragon flew out. The dragon exuded an intimidating aura. It was a Western dragon, but its entire body was as black as ink. His body emitted a cold aura. Anyone who felt the aura emitted by this existence would feel a sense of suffocation. It was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. When would the Great Master have the time to participate in your battle? The most important thing now is to find the Dark Bible, not fight among yourselves. The Dark Dragon King said coldly. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, was slightly shocked. These fellows had a master. The 4 clans of the fallen angels did not attack the Patriarch's clan just to fight for the Patriarch's position. There was actually a deeper reason. For example, the mysterious Great Master. Behind the whole thing, was there actually a pair of invisible hands directing all of this? At this thought, Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. If that was really the case, it would be too shocking. However, he did not know, who was this Great Master behind the scenes? Another fallen angel said coldly, "Dark Dragon King, we'll lend you this place to recuperate. Don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Or else, we have the right to chase you out." Chase me out? How laughable. If it wasn't for me, would you have had the chance to know the Great Master? It was me who introduced you lowly fellows to the Great Master. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? The Dark Dragon King said with a cold smile. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Dark Dragon King, you must remember this. If it weren't for us, you are now trapped in the Forbidden God world, and we are the ones who rescued you from there. An old man said with a cold smile. Lin Feng understood the ins and outs of the situation. The Forbidden God realm had already cracked open. Since the Forbidden God realm was already cracked open, cultivators who grasped the spatial coordinates of the cracked areas would be able to freely enter and exit the Forbidden God realm. However, if they wanted to enter and exit the Forbidden God realm freely, they would have to be careful. It was likely that the 4 great families had entered the Forbidden God world without the Nalan family's knowledge. Then, they released the Dark Dragon King and the others who were trapped in the Forbidden God world. As for this Dark Dragon King, he knew an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng guessed. The existence that the Dark Dragon King knew was most likely trapped in the Forbidden God realm. Therefore, the Dark Dragon King led the people of the 4 major clans to rescue that terrifying existence. As a result, the 4 great clans were highly regarded by that existence. After that terrifying existence came out and learned about the Dark Bible, he wanted to get his hands on the Dark Bible. After that, the 4 great families proposed to the Nayland family to view the Dark Bible, but were rejected by the Nayland family. With the support of that terrifying existence, the 4 great families decided to overthrow the Nayland family's rule. Then, they would obtain the Dark Bible that had always been in the Nayland family's possession and offer it to that terrifying existence. However, they did not know where that terrifying existence was and what kind of life form that terrifying existence was. Both sides started arguing. At this moment, the void distorted, and a mysterious existence shrouded in darkness appeared. Master. After seeing this existence, the group hurriedly bowed to this mysterious existence. I was absorbing the space-time energy in a parallel space to recover my cultivation. I heard all of you arguing. Why are you arguing? The mysterious existence asked. His voice was extremely hoarse, unpleasant, and ear-piercing. The female cultivator said, replying to Master, our 4 great clans have decided to fight it out. The one who reaches the end will become the new patriarch of the Fallen Angel clan. Only by uniting the Fallen Angel clan can we better contribute to Master. TSK, this woman's words are quite good. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. All right. I will come over when the time comes, the mysterious existence said. Thank you, Master. The fallen angels hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. That fellow is indeed an expert trapped in the Forbidden God realm. He still has the aura of the Forbidden God realm on him. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. That existence's aura was extremely terrifying. He had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for who knew how many years, but he was still so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. Moreover, that fellow's aura was extremely strange. First of all, that fellow was not from the Epoch Lost race. This was because Lin Feng did not sense the aura of the Epoch Lost race from that fellow. That fellow was also not from the other world. Lin Feng also did not sense the aura of the other world from that fellow. Who is he? His aura is even more evil than the aura of the netherworld. It's even more terrifying. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Ha ha ha, Dark Dragon King, Master has already agreed to participate in the grand competition of the 4 races. We know why you didn't help us contact Master. It's because Master has ordered us to do many things, not you. However, when you think about it, you dark dragons are traitors of the dragon race. There are many dragon race experts in the great heavenly sage world's demon alliance. I've heard that those dragon race experts can even communicate with the dragon world. During this period of time, it's not good for you to go out casually. If the demon alliance finds out, you won't be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Are you worried that we will steal your position in Master's heart? Is that why you're making things difficult for us? Actually, you don't have to do this at all. Haven't you noticed that Master has long thought highly of us? One of the fallen angels laughed heartily, directly sprinkling salt on the Dark Dragon King's wound. You! The Dark Dragon King's gaze turned cold. He was extremely sullen. He had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for too long, and his cultivation had long fallen. Chapter 40-20. Many factions had their own schemes, such as the 4 great clans of the fallen angels and the Dark Dragon King. While they were on guard against each other, they were also attacking each other. The group of fallen angels didn't stay here any longer. They quickly flew away into the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared without a trace. As for the Dark Dragon King, he returned to the Dragon Valley with a gloomy expression. The Dark Dragon King is in the Dragon Valley. That fellow is extremely powerful. If I enter the Dragon Valley, I will definitely be discovered by him. Lin Feng could not help but frown. It was unrealistic for him to sneak into the Dragon Valley right now. He needed to think of another plan. I wonder if the Dark Dragon King will attend the grand competition of the 4 great clans. If he does, then it will be the best time to make a move. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. As long as the Dark Dragon King left, Lin Feng believed that with his means, it would not be a problem for him to hide from everyone. It would be too difficult for the other dragons to discover him. The only problem was whether the Dark Dragon King would go and watch the competition. Lin Feng planned to wait for a few days and observe the situation. It would be best if the Dark Dragon King went to watch the competition. If the Dark Dragon King did not go, then he would have to think of another plan. Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. He had hidden himself. He began to wait for the day of the competition. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. That mysterious existence had appeared here. Master. The Dark Dragon King flew out and transformed into a man who looked to be in his 30s. He then bowed to the mysterious person. How long have we known each other? The mysterious existence asked. We have known each other since the Primordial era when we were sealed. The Dark Dragon King said. The mysterious person nodded. Although we are superior and subordinate, we are also friends. However, we are different from those people. Those people are merely pawns in my eyes, the mysterious person said. Hearing this, the Dark Dragon King's eyes lit up. Yes. This subordinate will remember. The Dark Dragon King hurriedly said. Let's go. Let's go and bear witness to the power struggle between the 4 clans. Yes, Master. The Dark Dragon King replied. Next. The Dark Dragon King followed this mysterious existence and left quickly. This guy really knows how to buy people's heart. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he watched the mysterious existence leave with the Dark Dragon King. Then, he curled his lips. Fortunately, the Dark Dragon King finally left with that mysterious existence. When the mysterious being and the Dark Dragon King had completely disappeared, Lin Feng immediately used the Great Void technique to hide in the void and sneak towards the Dragon Valley. The dragons in the Dragon Valley were all extremely evil dragons. For example, the Poison Dragon, Evil Dragon, Green Dragon, Evil Dragon, and other giant dragons. Those enormous dragons all had one thing in common. That was, those enormous dragons all belonged to the category of dark enormous dragons. These dragons should have been subordinates of the Dark Dragon King. However, they had been sealed in the Forbidden God realm for too long. It was already pretty good that he was able to survive until now. Of course, even though he had survived until now, his strength had greatly decreased. There was no way he could be compared to when he was at his peak. Lin Feng's Great Void technique was indeed worthy of being called one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Void technique helped Lin Feng to hide in the void. He freely traversed through the void. The enormous dragons in the Dragon Valley were unable to discover Lin Feng's traces. Lin Feng sneaked all the way into the depths of the Dragon Valley. Finally, he arrived at the deepest location. The deepest location was originally the resting place of the Dark Dragon King. Ordinary enormous dragons would not dare to come here without permission. When Lin Feng arrived at the deepest location, it was very quiet. Those enormous dragons were all in the outer region or the central region. Even the heavens are helping me. When he saw that there were no other enormous dragons here, Lin Feng smiled. If there were other enormous dragons here, there was a certain chance that he would be discovered. At that time, a great battle would be inevitable. If he alarmed the other enormous dragons, that mysterious expert, the Dark Dragon King, who had fallen from the angel race, would definitely be attracted over. But now, Lin Feng did not have to worry about this problem at all. He set up several concealment restrictions and sealed the deepest location. Then, Lin Feng took out a keepsake. The keepsake that Nailan Qiong gave Lin Feng was a piece of stone. This piece of stone was actually very ordinary. It was just an ordinary mountain rock. However, there were many runes engraved on the stone. This stone was dug out from the cliff. Lin Feng needed to find a place where this stone was perfectly compatible with the wall. When the time came, he would press the stone into the wall. The place where the second half of the Dark Bible was placed would automatically open. When the time came, Lin Feng would be able to enter. Found it. Not long after, Lin Feng found the place on a cliff. The cliff was more than 10 meters above the ground. Lin Feng put the stone with the talisman in his hand into the hole. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds could be heard. The cliff in front of him actually opened up on its own, revealing a cave with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Lin Feng looked into the cave. It was pitch black and emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng frowned. This cave seemed to be the place where the Dark Bible was placed. He wondered if there was any danger inside. After all, the first half of the Dark Bible contained a spirit. Moreover, the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was so powerful. If he had not merged with the Demon Lord and had many powerful treasures on him, he might not have been able to deal with the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng carefully walked into the cave. It was pitch black inside the cave. It was very quiet. Only the sound of Lin Feng's footsteps could be heard. Lin Feng could even hear the sound of his own breathing. Finally, Lin Feng came to the depths of the cave. There was a huge belly of the mountain here. In the middle of the belly of the mountain, there was a platform. There was an ancient book placed on the platform. It was the Dark Bible. Found it. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He quickly rushed toward the Dark Bible. When he came to the edge of the platform, Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the platform and frowned. Why did the ancestors of the Nalan clan build a platform? Was it just to place the Dark Bible? They were really going all out. Chapter 40:21. Lin Feng stepped onto the platform and walked toward the Dark Bible. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was amiss. The entire platform was emanating waves of dark power. The densely packed runes on the platform seemed to have come to life. Oh no, something's wrong. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He rushed toward the outside of the platform, but at that moment, a blood-colored ring of light rose from the platform. Bang! Lin Feng's body slammed into the blood-colored ring of light. In an instant, Lin Feng was bounced back. Damn! What's going on? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Next, he discovered that the Dark Bible was trembling violently. Then, a black pillar of light rushed out of the Dark Bible. A figure was floating in the middle of the black light pillar. Spirit. The spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, the second half of the Dark Holy Bible had its own spirit, but it was different from the first half. The second half's spirit was a woman. Moreover, this spirit was not locked within the Dark Bible. The spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was locked within the Dark Bible by 4 chains because the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was simply too evil. If that person were to be allowed to escape, who knew how terrifying the massacre would be? Thus, the spirit had simply locked that person within the Dark Bible. The spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible was not locked within the Dark Bible. Did this mean that the spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible was not as terrifying and evil as he had imagined? Perhaps that was true. Lin Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of that. How many years has it been since someone came here? The spirit said. The spirit opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was crisp and lively. Lin Feng was very excited. A spirit with such a pleasant voice must be a kind spirit, right? The spirit raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her hair was disheveled, but even so, Lin Feng could still clearly see her appearance. That was a face so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Beautiful, too beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating. Such a beautiful woman was definitely a goddess-like existence. There was no justice in this world. Such a beautiful woman was only a spirit. How good would it be if she was a human? I'm here to save you, Lin Feng said. You're from the sovereign clan, the woman said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This woman was really amazing. She actually recognized his identity at a glance. That's right. Do you know one of my ancestors? Lin Feng asked curiously. Ji's issue. Do you know him? The woman asked. Lin Feng naturally knew of Ji's issue. Back then, he was someone who had punched through the undying realm with a single punch. It was a pity. This ancestor of his. In the end, he had died. Lin Feng said. Of course I know of Ancestor Ji's issue. How do you know Ancestor Ji's issue? Hee. Back then, the second half of the Dark Bible was in the hands of one of Ji's issue's close female friends. How do you think I know Ji's issue? The woman said. Ancestor G's issues close female friends. Isn't that the 8th Underworld King? Is the second half of the Dark Bible in the hands of the 8th Underworld King? Lin Feng was puzzled. Actually, Lin Feng had always felt that the Sovereign clan's bloodline was not passed down by G's issue. Because the 8th Underworld King had not had any children with G's issue, Lin Feng had always felt that G's issue had other siblings. And the bloodline of the Sovereign clan was passed down by G's issue's siblings. However, it seemed that there was something else going on. Back then, the 8th Underworld King had already died. G's issue went to that world to do something very important. The woman said. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. He knew that the world the woman was talking about should be the world where the mastermind lived. The destruction of epochs and the birth of new ones were caused by the mastermind. G's issue's actions were in hopes of stopping all of this so that the epochs would not change and the living beings in the universe would be able to survive. However, G's issue was injured while trying to save the 8th Underworld King. That was why he did not succeed, and all his efforts were in vain. What did he experience in that world? Lin Feng asked. He experienced too many things. Later on, he was on the verge of death and was saved by my master. My master is very similar to the 8th Underworld King, the woman recalled. During that time, G's issue's soul was injured. That's why he was like a walking corpse. However, I really don't know why my master is so fond of him. Moreover, she even gave birth to a child. What the? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He had not expected things to turn out this way. Perhaps the cries of the newborn woke him up. He finally woke up. The woman sighed. The woman sighed. He feels very guilty for what he did to the 8th Underworld King and my master. Moreover, he has his own things that he needs to do. Eliminate the mastermind. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That's an unimaginable existence. My master advised him not to go, but he still decided to go. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Lin Feng muttered. He could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Ancestor G's issue. It was all because of this one life creed. His life was incomparably tragic. He went to that place and never returned. I heard that he failed. He was so close to succeeding. However, he still failed in the end because his injuries were never healed. This set the stage for his failure. Later on, my master's clan was attacked, and everyone died. Only my master brought their child and escaped from that world, the woman sighed. Rumor has it that the Bible of Darkness came from that world. Was that when you were brought out? Lin Feng asked. Yes, the woman nodded. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. Later on, my master found the ancestral land of the Sovereign Emperor clan and raised their child. However, the people from that world still came. The woman revealed a sorrowful expression. I escorted the young master away. My master lured those people away. From then on, I never saw my master again. I think my master must have died in their hands. Chapter 40:22. The questions you asked are too sensitive. I can't answer you, especially now that the age of chaos has arrived. They must have awakened. If I tell them, they'll sense it. When that time comes, we'll all die. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't say anything. He felt helpless, but he couldn't say anything. This was because the things this woman was afraid of had to be dealt with seriously. If they were discovered by those terrifying existences, they would definitely die without a burial ground. No one was willing to see such an outcome. Lin Feng said, since you can't talk about this, can you tell me what happened after you escorted Ancestor G's issue's son away? The woman said, many things happened. Those existences still didn't give up. They continued to search for G's issue's descendant. Later, I sealed little young master's bloodline and entrusted it to an ordinary family. Then, I left and lured away those who had been pursuing little young master. After that, a great battle broke out between me and those people. I was injured and fell into space-time turbulence. When I woke up again, I was already in the ancestral land of the fallen angels. The fallen angels have the first half of the Dark Bible here. They relied on the first half of the Dark Bible to find me. Because my soul was injured, the ancestor of the fallen angels set up a Tao platform here, allowing me to absorb the power of the yin vein underground to recover. Countless years passed, until you came. Lin Feng said, it seems that my little ancestor awakened his bloodline later on. Little young master's talent is very powerful. Awakening his bloodline is only a matter of time, the woman said. We can't stay here for long. We should leave this place as soon as possible, Lin Feng said. The woman nodded. Then, she turned into a ray of light and flew into the Dark Bible. Su. The Dark Bible then flew into Lin Feng's spacetime domain. Lin Feng quickly flew outside. He walked out of the cave, then used the Great Void technique to conceal himself in the void and flew into the distance. At this moment, the Emperor-level experts of the fallen angels' 4 bloodlines were engaged in a great battle. The mysterious cultivator sat on the main seat, watching the battle in the arena. Suddenly, the mysterious cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Master, what is it? The Dark Dragon King noticed some changes in this mysterious being and asked curiously. I can sense the aura of the Dark Bible. The mysterious existence said. Whoosh. The next moment, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng left the ancestral land of the fallen angels. His trip was relatively smooth. He quickly rushed into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. He had already left the ancestral land of the fallen angels. However, Lin Feng was still not at ease. It was mainly because that mysterious existence made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He didn't know who that guy was, but no matter what his identity was, he was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw the top of an ancient tree in the distance. There was actually a cultivator standing there. That cultivator was none other than the mysterious cultivator Lin Feng had seen before. He actually chased me all the way here. Lin Feng was horrified. He had left without a sound, but that guy had still discovered him. Furthermore, he had chased him all the way here. Lin Feng turned around and rushed in another direction. That guy was too strong. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting him. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. 8 minor worlds appeared beneath his feet. Lin Feng seemed to be shuttling through the 8 minor worlds. Lin Feng's speed was at the peak. Every step he took seemed to be shuttling through 8 minor worlds. However, Lin Feng still couldn't shake off that terrifying existence. That terrifying existence chased after him. His voice was extremely cold. A member of the sovereign imperial clan. You are the descendant of that person from back then. You are someone from that world. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He couldn't be sure whether this person was from that world or not. However, some of the words that this person had said, indeed, it was very easy for Lin Feng to guess. This person was from that world. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. After all, that world was simply too mysterious. Yet, a person from that world had actually appeared here. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng didn't know much about that world. However, from the limited information he had gathered, he knew that there were people from that world. That world. There should be different levels of people in that world. The mastermind should be that world's sovereign imperial clan. If this person was really from that world, he should be a subordinate of that mastermind. Moreover, this person seemed to have been suppressed in the forbidden divine world since the primordial era. Could this person be one of those who had chased after Jishu's son back then? Keik. That's right, kid. It seems like you know quite a lot. You actually know that I'm from that world. Did you hear it from Hanshin? The terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Hanshin? Who's Hanshin? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible is called Hanshin. Didn't you obtain the second half of the Dark Bible? Didn't you see Hanshin? That shouldn't be the case. You are a descendant of the sovereign imperial clan. Hanshin will definitely come out to meet you. Could it be that Hanshin is already dead? The terrifying existence said. Lin Feng said. Sir, I'm afraid you sensed wrongly. I don't have the Dark Bible on me. The terrifying existence said sinisterly. Kid, don't try to trick me. I can't sense the aura of the Dark Bible wrongly. It must be on you. Hand over the Dark Bible now, and I can give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate with me, I have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ha, my reinforcements are here. Lin Feng looked behind the terrifying existence. He wanted to lie to this fellow and then instantly leave through space. However, this terrifying existence didn't even turn his head. His expression was incomparably cold. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. He did not fall for Lin Feng's trick at all. This made Lin Feng feel rather depressed. It really wasn't easy to deceive this guy. Kid, you won't be able to escape. Just wait to die at my hand. Chapter 40-23. The sudden increase in speed gave Lin Feng a huge fright. It was simply too fast. Lin Feng discovered that this fellow's speed was much faster than his. This was going to be troublesome. However, Lin Feng had other options. He still had the Tao of Space that he had yet to use. Lin Feng used the World of 8 Directions and the Tao of Space to increase his speed. As expected, Lin Feng's speed began to increase greatly. Faster, faster, faster. Lin Feng's speed reached the limit, and he once again pulled away from the terrifying existence. Brat. I really didn't expect you to have such speed with your cultivation. However, you won't be able to shake me off. If we continue to exhaust each other like this, you'll be exhausted very soon. At that time, I'll be able to catch up to you. At that time, I'll be able to torture you however I want. The terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. F***ck your entire family. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This fellow's wishful thinking was quite good. Kid, think about what will happen when you fall into my hand. The terrifying existence continued. He wanted to use words to disturb Lin Feng's heart. This was a psychological warfare. Once the psychological fluctuations were too great, many people's condition would be greatly affected. Speed. Perhaps, it would also weaken greatly. Lin Feng sneered. How laughable. You haven't even caught me, and you're already fantasizing about it. Coming from that world, it's really sad to end up like you. You. When Lin Feng made fun of him, he looked furious. He had been imprisoned in the forbidden godly world for so many years. He had been at death's door for so many years, but he had survived. This had always been a pain in his heart. Lin Feng continued to mock. What? Am I wrong? Being suppressed in the forbidden realm for so many years wasn't a good feeling, was it? In the end, you were still rescued. How embarrassing. Back then, even in that world, you were considered a lowly existence, right? No matter how lowly I am, I'm still many times nobler than you. The existence sneered. Brag. Continue to brag. Don't you feel embarrassed when you brag? My ancestor almost got rid of the mastermind behind the scenes. How can trash like you be compared to my clan? You actually have the nerve to say that you're nobler than me by who knows how many times. I feel embarrassed for you. Trash like you don't even have the taste of carrying my shoes. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Brat, I'll kill you. This terrifying existence angrily roared. He originally wanted to verbally attack Lin Feng, but instead of accomplishing his goal, he was greatly provoked by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had hit the one thing that this existence was most unwilling to accept, the one thing that he didn't want to face the most, and the humiliation had turned into anger. He was even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing him. Killing Lin Feng right away would be letting him off too easily. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng right away. It would be best if he could torture Lin Feng until Lin Feng knelt on the ground and kowtowed while begging for mercy. Then, he would kill Lin Feng. He began to increase his speed, madly burning his magic power to increase his speed. This guy was indeed worthy of being from that world. He actually had a way to increase his speed in a short period of time. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the increase in speed, his expression turned solemn. At this rate, this guy would catch up to him sooner or later. This was really troublesome. 6 hours later, the terrifying existence was only 400 to 500 meters away from Lin Feng. At such a close distance, this guy could already release a powerful attack on Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks were released by this terrifying existence, and those attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor to protect himself, and at the same time, he quickly dodged the attacks of those attacks. Although he dodged the attacks of those attacks, the huge shock wave produced when those attacks exploded hit Lin Feng. It still sent Lin Feng flying. The only thing to be thankful for was that Lin Feng wasn't injured after withstanding those powerful attacks. After all, the distance was still a bit far, and with the powerful defense of the ruler's armor, it wasn't a problem to block that guy's attack. However, that guy quickly chased after him, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to Lin Feng. This guy was very good at grasping the timing of a battle. Boy, let's see how you block this king's palm. This terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile, and a palm blasted towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it instantly blasted towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying aura of that palm, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The power contained in that palm was really too powerful and terrifying. It made him feel a sense of suffocation. Such a terrifying attack made Lin Feng feel extremely shocked. Lin Feng didn't resist this terrifying attack head-on, but used the heaven patching technique. Swish. At the critical moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. This divine ability is somewhat interesting. This terrifying existence revealed a surprised expression, but then he sneered, this kind of divine ability usually has many restrictions. Boy, you still can't escape the fate of death. As soon as his voice fell, he rushed towards Lin Feng again. This guy had completely locked onto Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had no way to avoid it. It was better to fight this guy to the death. Cold killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He had many magic treasures, and he wanted to see if he could ask the Demon Lord to help him later. If the Demon Lord agreed to help, he might be able to fight this terrifying existence in front of him. Even if he wasn't a match for this terrifying existence, when the time came, he should be able to merge with the Demon Lord and escape, right? With that thought, Lin Feng planned to communicate with the Demon Lord. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and then he pointed behind this existence. My reinforcements are here, Lin Feng called out. Lin Feng had already used this trick before, but he hadn't been able to fool that terrifying cultivator. This time, this terrifying existence naturally didn't believe him, because he didn't feel any aura behind him. Idiot! This terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze, and couldn't help but mock him. He didn't look back, and he continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Puff! In the next moment, a demonic light instantly penetrated this terrifying existence's head. Chapter 40-24. That fellow screamed. Having his head pierced through was an extremely serious injury to anyone. It could even harm his soul. Die. Lin Feng immediately took out a dozen powerful magic treasures and attacked the fellow. Bang! The magic treasures slammed into the body of the terrifying existence and sent it flying. The terrifying existence was drenched in blood. He looked rather miserable. However, his vitality was too tenacious. Despite having a bloody hole in his head and being sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasures, he was still alive. Ha 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 ha. Now you know who the idiot is. You idiot. How dare you think others are idiots? You're really stupid. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the fellow mockingly. Pu. After being ridiculed by Lin Feng and being severely injured by a sneak attack, the fellow was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression became extremely unsightly. At that moment, the terrifying existence saw who had ambushed him. It was actually a puppet doll. It was none other than the cursed doll. Lin Feng hadn't expected the cursed doll to appear here. Ever since he had parted ways with the cursed doll in the small town outside the endless ghost sand, Lin Feng hadn't seen the cursed doll again. The fellow seemed to have been searching for something in the endless ghost sand. However, Lin Feng didn't know what it was looking for. He also didn't know if it had found anything. The cursed doll's methods had always been very strange. It was the incarnation of curses and possessed many unimaginable methods. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for the cursed doll to hide from the terrifying existence's senses. In the end, the terrifying existence's head was pierced through by the cursed doll, causing it to be severely injured. However, its vitality was too tenacious. When its head was pierced through, its brain matter even flowed out from the wound. However, the fellow was still alive. This was truly unbelievable. "All of you must die. All of you must die. I'm going to tear all of you into pieces." These terrifying existences let out ear-piercing screams. Then, a large amount of evil aura gushed out of his body. The evil aura covered the sky and completely sealed off the area. This terrifying existence obviously wanted to trap Lin Feng and the cursed doll in this place, making it impossible for them to escape. "Let's kill him together," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Now, the only path left was a bloody battle. This guy was already heavily injured, which made Lin Feng see the possibility of killing this guy. The origin of that world is very special," the cursed doll said eerily. Then, he began to chant an incantation, as if he wanted to launch a curse to attack this terrifying existence. The cursed doll's art of cursing was much more powerful than Lin Feng's art of cursing. After all, the cursed doll specialized in art of cursing. Lin Feng had cultivated a wide variety of art of cursing. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng controlled more than 10 powerful treasures to attack this terrifying existence. Lin Feng's current goal was to distract this terrifying existence's energy and buy time for the cursed doll to unleash his art of cursing. "Kid, these treasures are really like throwing pearls before swine in your hands." After seeing those magic treasures, the terrifying existence sneered. He opened his big hand and slapped out one palm after another. Every time he slapped out, a powerful magic treasure would be slapped away by this guy. After the treasures were sent flying, the terrifying existence sent out a palm strike at Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly used a divine ability to block this terrifying attack. Lin Feng used the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique to block this terrifying attack. Their attacks collided fiercely. In an instant, Lin Feng was sent flying. Fortunately, he was wearing the Dominator's armor. His body did not suffer any serious injuries. The cursed doll, on the other hand, was unlucky. His body actually cracked open. "Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die," the cursed doll screamed. This guy was also bluffing because his cracked body recovered in the next moment. However, this terrifying existence was truly too powerful. Even if Lin Feng and the cursed doll joined forces, they would still not be a match for that fellow. That fellow was still able to display such heaven-defying combat strength even when it was severely injured. If it was not injured, who knew how terrifying it would be? Lin Feng knew that he had to borrow the power of the Demon Lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat that fellow. "Demon Lord, let's merge again." Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Fusion is too harmful to a spiritual body like me. You guys should just think about running away," Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord replied. F***ck. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. The Demon Lord had dropped the ball at such a crucial moment. "This would not do," Lin Feng hurriedly said. "This place has been sealed. How are we going to escape? Quickly merge with me. If I die, you won't have a good ending either," the Demon Lord said helplessly. "Merge again. Next time, don't let me merge with you." After saying that, the Demon Lord rushed into Lin Feng's body and merged with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength began to increase at a crazy rate. He shouted, "You'll be at the back, and I'll be at the front." Lin Feng did not make it too clear, but the cursed doll knew what Lin Feng was talking about. "No problem." The cursed doll also felt the sudden increase in Lin Feng's strength and nodded. Lin Feng controlled more than 10 powerful treasures and attacked the terrifying existence again. Merge. You've merged with a phantom body." The terrifying existence was indeed powerful. It could actually tell that Lin Feng had merged with the Demon Lord. "Die." Lin Feng looked at the terrifying existence indifferently. Then, He controlled more than 10 powerful treasures and attacked the terrifying existence. After merging with the Demon Lord, Lin Feng's strength had increased crazily. Therefore, the power of these treasures had also increased greatly. Facing the attacks of so many treasures, the terrifying existence only laughed sinisterly. Then, it said disdainfully, "Reckless fellow. Do you think that you can defeat me by merging with a phantom body? Today, I'll let you know my power." Chapter 40-25. Kid. I'll let you have a taste of the power of my divine ability. The terrifying existence laughed sinisterly. Then, the evil power condensed into an evil creature holding a blood-red axe. Evil god slaying gods with axe. The terrifying existence let out a long roar. Then, the cultivator with the blood-red axe moved towards Lin Feng. That axe was terrifyingly powerful. If Lin Feng was hit by that axe, he would definitely be cut in two. Of course, Lin Feng was not afraid. He activated the power of more than a dozen magic treasures. More than a dozen magic treasures erupted with an extremely heaven-defying power. Then, more than a dozen magic treasures rushed towards the existence holding the blood-red axe. Bang bang bang, the two sides suddenly collided. Lin Feng's magic treasures displayed an extremely powerful attack power. More than a dozen magic treasures gained the upper hand in the continuous battle with the existence holding the blood-red axe. It didn't take long for the existence holding the blood-red axe to be completely destroyed. Then, more than a dozen magic treasures flew towards the terrifying existence again. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, I'm afraid you're going to die here today." The aura emitted by more than a dozen magic treasures became more and more terrifying, more and more powerful, causing people to be shocked and moved. After the fusion, Lin Feng's battle strength increased too much, so the power of these magic treasures was also unbelievably strong. Under Lin Feng's control, these magic treasures quickly flew to the side of the terrifying existence and then rushed towards the terrifying existence. With such a terrifying power, the terrifying existence did not dare to resist with his flesh and blood, not to mention that his body was now seriously injured. The bloody hole in his head was still bleeding with blood and brain matter. It was too terrifying to watch. At this time, the terrifying existence took out a powerful magic treasure. His magic treasure was a scepter, a black scepter. He held the black scepter and swept it towards Lin Feng's magic treasures. Bang bang bang, then, a violent collision sound was suddenly heard. The scepter's power was really strong. It actually blocked the attack of more than a dozen magic treasures of Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng's magic treasures flying. Such power was really unimaginable, causing Lin Feng to feel very shocked. "Kid, have you seen the power of this supreme treasure of mine? This supreme treasure of mine. It's called the Blood Demon Scepter. It's made of blood demon stone. Its power can destroy heaven and earth. No matter how powerful your magic treasures are, as long as I hold this scepter, I can block your attack," the terrifying existence said with a smile. He was obviously very satisfied with his supreme treasure. This terrifying existence walked towards Lin Feng, the scepter in his hand, and smashed Lin Feng. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a blood-red dragon actually appeared within the blood demon scepter. The blood-red dragon flew out from the blood devil scepter. Then, it quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying aura of the blood-red dragon, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. He quickly moved to the left and dodged the attack of the blood-red dragon. At this time, the terrifying existence waved the scepter in his hand again and again. Then, he swept it towards Lin Feng. Streaks of blood-red light condensed. The streaks of blood-red light contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng kept dodging the terrifying attacks. He was forced into a sorry state by the terrifying existence. Puff! At that moment, a piercing sound spread in the air. Lin Feng looked over and saw that a hole had appeared in that terrifying cultivator's chest. Lin Feng's eyes. They suddenly lit up. That bloody hole. It must have been caused by the cursed doll's curse technique. Ah! The terrifying existence let out a painful roar. Previously, his head was pierced by the cursed doll. Now, his chest was pierced by the cursed doll's attack. The terrifying existence was mad with hatred. If looks could kill, the cursed doll would have been cut into pieces by this terrifying existence many times over. "I'll kill you first," the terrifying existence roared. He waved the scepter in his hand and attacked the cursed doll. Billions of blood-red light. The terrifying existence's roar shook the sky. As soon as his voice fell, billions of blood-red light condensed in the scepter and attacked the cursed doll. "Run, run, run!" The cursed doll screamed. The cursed doll screamed in horror. The power of the hundreds of millions of blood rays was too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. The cursed doll wanted to escape, but he could not avoid the attacks of the billions of blood-red light. The billions of blood-red light bombarded the cursed doll. In an instant, the cursed doll's body was shattered. Then, the shattered body parts fell everywhere. "I'm going to kill you." Seeing the cursed doll being killed, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. The cursed doll and Lin Feng had a deep friendship. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were very close. Lin Feng had always treated the cursed doll as his good friend. Seeing his good friend being killed, Lin Feng was naturally enraged. His murderous intent was clear. He channeled his magic power into more than 10 powerful magic treasures. The power of each of the magic treasures suddenly increased. More than 10 magic treasures attacked the terrifying existence. Now that the terrifying existence's chest was pierced by the cursed doll's curse technique, the power of the curse technique caused unimaginable damage to his body, causing his combat power to decrease greatly. Lin Feng's dozen treasures bombarded that cultivator. That cultivator couldn't compete with him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions suddenly sounded. Lin Feng's magic treasures showed their power and sent the terrifying existence flying. Pu 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 pu. Tearing sounds were heard. Many of Lin Feng's magic treasures left deep wounds on the terrifying existence's body, so deep that the bones could be seen. This guy's injuries worsened. "Die, die, die," Lin Feng roared and continued to activate his magic treasures to attack the terrifying existence. The death of the cursed doll caused Lin Feng to enter a state of madness. "How can I be killed by an ant like you? You're the one who's going to die." Burning blood technique. Chapter 40-26. After the terrifying existence's body was wrapped in flames, his aura began to rise crazily. This was a method of burning one's own blood essence to increase one's combat strength. Such a method was usually used when one was desperate. Now, this existence was forced into a desperate situation by Lin Feng, so he had no choice but to use this desperate method. "Kid, I haven't been forced into this situation yet. Do you know how precious my blood essence is? Even if you die 10,000 times, 100,000 times, it's not too much." The terrifying existence roared angrily. His aura became more and more terrifying. The terrifying existence once again waved the blood demon scepter in his hand and swept it towards Lin Feng's many treasures. After using this desperate method, the terrifying existence's combat strength had soared to a shocking level. The terrifying attack ruthlessly bombarded Lin Feng's many treasures. All of Lin Feng's treasures were blown away. Then, the terrifying existence quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng. He waved the scepter and swept it towards Lin Feng. The void directly shattered. Just how tyrannical was the power of this attack? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He used a thought-blooming flower and Sovereign's Descent to deal with the incoming blood demon scepter. However, Lin Feng's magic was broken by the blood demon scepter. This terrifying existence's combat strength increased by burning its blood essence to activate the blood demon scepter. The power of the blood demon scepter had reached an unfathomable level. After breaking Lin Feng's magic, the blood demon scepter then bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying by the blood demon scepter. His face became very pale. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries because he was wearing the ruler's armor, the feeling of being hit by the blood demon scepter was still extremely terrible. Lin Feng was sent flying. His face was pale and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, die." This terrifying existence followed him like a shadow. He appeared above Lin Feng and swung the blood devil scepter at Lin Feng's head. If this attack landed on his head, wouldn't his head be smashed like a watermelon? Therefore, after sensing the terrifying power contained in this attack, Lin Feng had no intention of facing it head-on. Lin Feng quickly executed the 3000 Great Dao, the Great Death Substitution Art. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared once again. He relied on the Great Death Substitution technique, which was one of the 3000 Great Dao, to avoid the other party's Shawkill attack. Demonic Orb. Come out! Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the demonic orb. He kept the other Dharma treasures and activated the demonic orb with all his might. The demonic orb released an endless amount of demonic light, and a huge beam of light blasted towards the terrifying existence. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the terrifying existence was sent flying by the demonic light from the demonic orb. It's this treasure. It hasn't been destroyed yet. After seeing the demonic orb, the terrifying existence was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Boom! 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 The demonic orb once again released terrifying beams of light that blasted towards the terrifying existence. The beams of light were too powerful. The terrifying existence's expression turned gloomy. He continued to burn his essence and blood to increase his combat strength. His aura became even more terrifying. His combat strength continued to increase by leaps and bounds. Blood Devil descends. Following that, the terrifying existence roared. As soon as his voice fell, a mysterious figure appeared from the Blood Devil scepter. The mysterious figure wore a blood-red robe. No one knew what kind of existence this mysterious existence was. When he appeared, the world seemed to be on the verge of extinction. The great Tao of heaven and earth trembled and wailed. Powerful! 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 The Blood Devil was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made one's soul tremble. The Blood Devil merged with the terrifying existence holding the Blood Devil scepter. The aura of the existence holding the Blood Devil scepter became even more powerful. The Blood Devil scepter in his hand blasted towards the beams of light from the demonic orb. Boom! Boom! After a series of collisions, the beams of light were destroyed. The terrifying existence held the Blood Devil scepter and charged towards the demonic orb, sending it flying. Following that, he swept the scepter towards Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng wasn't able to dodge the Blood Demon scepter's attack and was blown away by it. Barf! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet. The terrifying attack just now was too terrifying. If it weren't for the sovereign armor, Lin Feng felt that his body would have exploded. Besides, Lin Feng realized that he was in a very bad situation. He realized that his strength was rapidly decreasing. His fusion with the Demon Lord seemed to be about to separate. This made Lin Feng's expression change drastically. This was going to be troublesome. Lin Feng knew that this existence was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Was he going to die in the hands of this guy even after fusing with the Demon Lord and the help of the cursed doll? The terrifying existence held the Blood Devil scepter and charged towards Lin Feng again. His face was full of a hideous grin. He rushed in front of Lin Feng and once again swung the Blood Devil scepter towards Lin Feng. Such a terrifying attack was really creepy. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his body. At this critical moment, the Dark Bible flew out of time and space. The Dark Bible was placed in front of Lin Feng. When the terrifying existence's Blood Devil scepter came down, it was directly blocked by the Dark Bible. The spirit called Han Xin appeared behind the terrifying existence. Han Xin blasted a palm towards the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and slapped at Han Xin. Both sides' palms collided. When he collided with Han Xin, Lin Feng took out the Black Dragon sword. He held the Black Dragon sword in his hand and slashed towards the terrifying existence's head. But to Lin Feng's surprise, the terrifying existence's body began to become illusory. Even if Lin Feng's sword slashed over, it wouldn't hurt the terrifying existence at all. His methods were really strange. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The cursed doll that was originally dead had been resurrected at some point. Moreover, his reconstructed body suddenly split the void and appeared beside the terrifying existence. He slapped the terrifying existence's illusory body. The terrifying existence's illusory body actually solidified again. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The next moment, blood splattered. Chapter 40:27. My head. My head. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. After the head of this terrifying existence was chopped off, it actually didn't die. Its head issued an angry roar, then it opened its head and spat out black energy balls one after another. The black energy was extremely terrifying and contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent explosions were heard as the black energy balls exploded around Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Han Xin. Immediately, they were sent flying by the explosion. I'm going to eat you. The terrifying existence hated Lin Feng the most. Its head rapidly grew in size. Not long after, the head grew to the size of a mountain. It suddenly inhaled, and a terrifying devouring power gushed out. Lin Feng's body was enveloped by the devouring power, and then his body flew uncontrollably toward the terrifying existence. The head wanted to devour Lin Feng in one gulp. The situation was dangerous. Han Xin flew over and merged with the Dark Bible. When Han Xin merged with the Dark Bible, something shocking happened. The Dark Bible began to distort. Not long after, the Dark Bible turned into Han Xin. This is. Lin Feng was shocked. A weapon cultivator. Han Xin was transforming into a weapon cultivator. In other words, Han Xin had begun to transform into a weapon cultivator. However, it was still difficult for her to use a weapon cultivator's body to fight, so Han Xin had never transformed into a weapon cultivator's body. But now, Han Xin had transformed into a weapon cultivator, and her combat strength had increased tremendously. She slammed her palm toward the terrifying existence's enlarged head. Bang! The terrifying palm slammed into the huge head, and the terrifying existence's head was instantly sent flying. Lin Feng took out the gourd of fortune. He opened the gourd of fortune. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power gushed out of the gourd of fortune. The devouring power that gushed out of the gourd of fortune was different from ordinary devouring power. It also contained the power of fortune. The power of fortune was very powerful, and when combined with the devouring power, its power was unimaginable. The terrifying existence's head flew toward the gourd of fortune. At the same time, his enlarged head rapidly shrank. The gourd of fortune. An immortal gourd formed from the immortal fortune vine. You want to devour me? I won't let you succeed. The terrifying existence roared furiously, and his head kept struggling. It wanted to break free from the gourd of fortune. However, it failed. In the end, that terrifying cultivator's head was swallowed by the good fortune gourd. Lin Feng's good fortune gourd was an incredible treasure. To devour all living things. Refine all living beings. Unless Lin Feng let them out. Otherwise, it would be like daydreaming if he wanted to get out of there. Go to hell, brat. Go to hell. The headless body roared furiously and threw itself at Lin Feng. Damn. This guy's vitality is too tenacious. I wonder what race he is. Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng sneered. After losing its head, the terrifying existence was left with only its body. It was very difficult for it to deal any damage to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Han Xin all rushed toward the terrifying existence's body. Then, the three of them joined forces. Bang! The terrifying existence's body exploded, turning into the purest source energy. It's that world's source energy. That world's source energy. It will definitely bring us unimaginable benefits. The cursed doll shouted excitedly. How dare you destroy my body? You'll all die a horrible death. The terrifying existence's head roared furiously. Even after being sucked into the gourd of fortune, the fellow was still very disobedient. Lin Feng kept the gourd of fortune. He would deal with this fellow later. Lin Feng split the terrifying existence's source energy into 4 parts. He, the demon lord, the cursed doll, and Han Xin each received a portion. The demon lord flew out of Lin Feng's body and took a portion of its source energy before returning to the demonic orb. Han Xin also took a portion of the source energy and said, although I've basically become a weapon cultivator, my body is still unable to adapt. Perhaps there's some problem somewhere, or I'm still lacking some maturity. If I refine these sources, I should be able to fully adapt to my identity as a demon cultivator. After taking a portion of the source energy, Han Xin entered Lin Feng's space-time domain. As for the remaining 2 portions, Lin Feng and the cursed doll each received a portion. The 2 of them collected their respective sources. What are you doing here? Lin Feng looked curiously at the cursed doll. I'm here to chase after that bastard, immeasurable Daoist. The cursed doll immediately started cursing. Lin Feng was surprised and said, immeasurable Daoist? That fellow came here? What's he doing here? The cursed doll immediately shut up when it heard Lin Feng's question. Back then, the cursed doll had entered the endless ghost sand to search for something. Although Lin Feng did not know what the cursed doll was looking for, he could imagine that it must be something extremely precious. The cursed doll was still hiding the truth from him. Now that the cursed doll was chasing after immeasurable Daoist, Lin Feng guessed that the immeasurable Daoist might have snatched the item away. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful the immeasurable Daoist was. If the immeasurable Daoist wanted to snatch something from someone else, he had 1,000 ways to do so. Lin Feng said, what's wrong? The immeasurable Daoist snatched the item away. Once that damned Daoist priest has stolen something, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to snatch it back. Furthermore, once that damned Daoist priest disappears, you will not be able to find him. However, if you tell me what that thing is, I can help you lure that damned Daoist priest out. You have a way to lure that immoral immeasurable Daoist out? The cursed doll asked doubtfully. Lin Feng could not help but snicker inwardly. In the past, the cursed doll had always schemed against others. When had it ever been schemed against by others? Now that the immeasurable Daoist had schemed against it, the cursed doll naturally could not take this lying down. Of course I have a way to lure that immeasurable Daoist out. Now tell me, what is the item you're looking for? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 40:28. Lin Feng did not say anything else. He was waiting for the cursed doll to make the final decision. The cursed doll would have its own opinion. That item has great implications. It's related to several treasures, said the cursed doll. What does it have to do with treasures? Lin Feng asked curiously. 9 Prefectures Lantern, said the cursed doll. Upon hearing the words, Lin Feng was shocked. The 9 Prefectures Lantern was definitely the most mysterious treasure in the 9 Prefectures world. It was said that the 9 Prefectures world should have been destroyed in the battle before the end of the Xiantian realm. However, the 9 Prefectures world was stabilized by the 9 Prefectures lamp. Therefore, many worlds were destroyed. However, the 9 Prefectures world was still intact. Of course, this was only a legend. It was hard to say whether it was true or not. However, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a legend, Lin Feng believed it to a large extent. Lin Feng had seen the 9 Prefectures Lantern before. This could be traced back to the early days of his cultivation. But after that, Lin Feng never saw the 9 Prefectures Lanterns again. The 9 Prefectures Lantern was not only a precious treasure to the human race, but it also had a special meaning. Many people had tried to find the 9 Prefectures Lantern, but to no avail. Lin Feng asked, "Are you saying that the item you were looking for is closely related to the 9 Prefectures Lantern?" The cursed doll nodded. "That's right. It's said that the item can be used to find the 9 Prefectures Lantern." Lin Feng was shocked. If that was the case, the item was too valuable. If he could find the 9 Prefectures Lantern, it would be a heaven-defying harvest. This was especially true for the human race. If he could obtain one of the 9 Prefectures Lanterns, it would be of great help. Lin Feng had heard of another rumor before. It was related to the 9 Prefectures Lantern. According to the rumor, if he could obtain the 9 Prefectures Lantern, he could rely on the wonders of the 9 Prefectures Lantern to resolve the crisis brought about by the destruction of an era, and he could survive until the next era. Whether this statement was true or not was unknown for the time being. Despite that, this legend became the main reason why countless people went crazy over the Nine Continents lantern. However, no one had been able to find the Nine Continents lantern despite the countless years that had passed. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the Nine Continents lantern. His natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, was forged from the inspiration of the Nine Continents lamp. "What kind of thing is that?" Lin Feng asked. "It's an ancient map. It's very mysterious. You can use it to find the Nine Continent lantern," the cursed doll said. "The Nine Prefectures lantern should still be in the Nine Prefectures world, right?" Lin Feng said. "That's not necessarily true. The Nine Prefectures lamp may have left the Nine Prefectures world long ago. Of course, it may still be in the Nine Prefectures world. If we can comprehend the map, we can naturally obtain useful clues," the cursed doll said. Then, he asked, "You're saying that you can lure out that fellow, immeasurable Daoist? How are we going to lure that fellow out?" "Hihi, you'll know when the time comes. However, before we lure that Daoist out, let's find a place to refine the origin energy we obtained earlier," Lin Feng said. "All right." The cursed doll nodded. Then, he left with Lin Feng. The two of them found a secluded place in the forest. Lin Feng set up a few concealment formations. Then, the two of them went into seclusion to refine the origin energy they obtained earlier. Currently, Lin Feng was at the third heavenly layer of the Emperor Celestial sect. He wondered how high his cultivation level would be after refining the origin energy. The cursed doll said, "Although I don't want to admit that guy's words, I have to admit that his origin source is different from other cultivators' origin source. His origin source contains a stronger, purer, and higher level energy. The value of that energy is extraordinary. Once it's refined, it'll greatly benefit one's cultivation. Moreover, that energy can stimulate one's body and develop one's potential. It can even remove the impurities in one's body and heal one's hidden injuries. It's extremely mysterious. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain some inheritance or memories of that world from the origin energy. That way, you'll have a better understanding of that world." Hearing that, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. It was just a ball of origin energy, yet it had so many uses. It was truly unbelievable. The cursed doll's serious expression meant that he was not lying. It was no wonder that the cursed doll wanted to refine that fellow's origin energy so badly. After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng's heart began to itch. He also wanted to refine that fellow's origin energy as soon as possible to see if it was as magical as the cursed doll said. Lin Feng began to refine the terrifying existence's origin energy. As the origin energy was refined, a large amount of pure energy gradually fused into his body. The pure energy gradually fused into Lin Feng's limbs, meridians, and flesh. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that many impurities in his body began to be expelled. This made Lin Feng very shocked. Lin Feng had always thought that his body was very clean and there were very few impurities that could be expelled. However, only now did he realize that there were still so many impurities hidden in his body. As the impurities were expelled from his body, Lin Feng felt that his body had become much more relaxed. This feeling was quite comfortable. As time passed, a large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. This kind of pure energy was an invisible improvement to one's talent. It was invisible to the naked eye, but it could be felt during cultivation. The specific manifestations were an increase in cultivation speed, an easier comprehension of Tao, and so on. Suddenly, Lin Feng found a ball of memory in the pure energy. After he opened the ball of memory, Lin Feng instantly saw a boundless world from the ball of memory. At the top of the world, above the boundless sky, there was a huge group of palaces that were suspended in mid-air. The group of palaces was golden and dazzling. In this ball of memory, this terrifying existence was filled with reverence for the group of palaces. That place was an incomparably sacred place in his heart. However, this terrifying existence had never entered the group of palaces because he was not qualified to enter that place. Chapter 4029. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could that group of palaces be the place where the mastermind lived? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, even that guy treated that group of palaces as a holy land. He was so powerful, but he still didn't have the qualifications to enter that group of palaces. From this, it could be seen that the existence living in that group of palaces had the qualifications to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng planned to ask that terrifying existence after he finished cultivating. That guy's head was still there, and his soul hadn't been destroyed. He wondered if he could find some useful information from that terrifying existence. Lin Feng began to focus on improving his strength. In the end, Lin Feng's realm broke through 2 levels in a row. He stopped at the Emperor Ancestor Realm's 5th heavenly layer. This made Lin Feng very happy. He was already very satisfied to be able to increase his cultivation by 2 heavenly layers. After all, Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. It was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation was steadily increasing. This kind of increase was neither too fast nor too slow. It was very in line with Lin Feng's cultivation principles. Lin Feng familiarized himself with the power after the breakthrough. Lin Feng felt that the Fa Li in his Dantian had become even more majestic. Every time one broke through to the Emperor Ancestor Realm, their strength would be greatly improved. However, Lin Feng heard that breaking through to the Emperor Realm would be a different world. Therefore, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the Emperor Realm wasn't so easy. It could be described as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, this couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng believed that with his talent, he only needed to lay a good foundation. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm would definitely be a matter of course. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the cursed doll was still cultivating. An energy ball condensed from curse power appeared outside the cursed doll's body. The ball of energy enveloped the cursed doll. The cursed doll should be undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged as his spiritual will entered the Gourd of Fortune. There were 3 people suppressed inside the Gourd of Fortune. In addition to the head of the terrifying existence, there were also 2 sovereign lords of the 10,000 imperial families of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng didn't have time to convert them. How does it feel to have only 1 head left? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the terrifying existence's head. Brat. Your existence will definitely be known by the people of that world. When that time comes, you will die a miserable death. Your fate will definitely be 100 times more miserable than mine, the head said in a sinister voice. He. Sooner or later, I will overturn that world. Trample on those masterminds and behead them, Lin Feng said indifferently. The head sneered, boy. You're just boasting shamelessly. You don't know what kind of existence the ruler of that world is. If only you knew. Then you would know how laughable your words are. Lin Feng sneered. Those existences might be undefeatable in your eyes, but in my eyes, they are nothing. My ancestor almost destroyed them. I believe that sooner or later, my achievements will surpass my ancestors. I will do what my ancestor couldn't. Boast. Keep boasting. Your ancestor is strong. That doesn't mean you're strong, but now at most, you're just a slightly stronger ant. How dare you boast about yourself here? How laughable. The head said eerily. If you know what's good for you, you should let me go and acknowledge me as your master. That way, you can still live. Ha ha. How foolish. I'm even suspecting if your head has been injured so badly that you've become such an idiot. That's why you said those words. Lin Feng cursed without holding back. There was no need to be polite when dealing with such a bad guy. Boy. I'm looking forward to seeing the scene of you dying miserably, the head said with a sinister smile. He was very calm. He definitely didn't believe that Lin Feng had a way to turn the situation around. He felt that Lin Feng was dead meat. It was no wonder that this guy would have such thoughts. Perhaps any living being in that world would have the same thoughts as this guy. I've decided to purify you. Let's see how many secrets you're hiding. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then, he cast the Great Purification Technique and a powerful purification force poured into the fortune gourd. There were fortune chains in the fortune gourd. The fortune chains wrapped around the head and prevented him from struggling. Then, the purification force tried to invade the head. However, Lin Feng failed in the end. This was because an extremely strange force kept surging out of the head. That strange force resisted the purification force from invading. Lin Feng frowned. It wasn't easy to purify this guy's head. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Just because he couldn't purify it now didn't mean that he couldn't purify it in the future. After some time, when this guy was almost exhausted, he should be able to purify it. Lin Feng checked on the other two emperor lords who were suppressed. He realized that the magical powers in their bodies were still very strong. It wouldn't be easy to purify them. Lin Feng planned to make his move after some time. During this time, he would continue to exhaust their magical powers and weaken their strength. This would make it easier for Lin Feng to purify them. 2 days later, the cursed doll also came out of seclusion. This guy seemed to be very excited. It seemed like he had obtained a lot of benefits. The cursed doll sighed. What a pity. I only obtained a quarter of the source energy. How good would it be if there were a few more living beings like this? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're really daring. This guy has been suppressed in the Forbidden God world for countless years. He just escaped not long ago. Otherwise, even if all of us worked together, we wouldn't be a match for him, let alone other existences. Hey, I'm just thinking about it. The cursed doll grinned. Then, he said, now, shouldn't we think of a way to lure that immoral Daoist Wu Liang out? Lin Feng nodded and said, no problem. My method can definitely lure that guy out. Thousand Dao City, a famous ancient city of the Sacred War Alliance. Currently, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the city. Even the Thousand Dao City's city lord had personally appeared. It was said that, soon, there would be a big shot coming here. Chapter 40-30. Uncle, may I know who this important person is? A cultivator asked the Thousand Dao City's city lord beside him. From the way he addressed him, it was obvious that the person who asked the question was the city lord's nephew. Our Thousand Dao City belongs to the soaring celestial spirit race. The person who came this time is an expert from the soaring celestial spirit race who came out of the stone. An expert from the stone? Doesn't that mean he's an imperial lord? Many people exclaimed. Monarch-level existences were high and mighty. They looked down on the heavens and swept through all directions. Who could contend against them? Even among the imperial clans of the myriad races, there weren't many imperial lords. As for the cultivators of the heavenly sage great world, there were as many of them as there was water in the ocean. The arrival of an imperial lord naturally attracted attention. It was no wonder that the Thousand Dao City's city lord had personally led people to welcome this imperial lord. Rumble, rumble. At that moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the distance. Strange beasts were rushing over, pulling beast carriages. The cultivators on the carriages looked back in horror, not knowing what was going on. He's here. That lord is here, the Thousand Dao City's city lord said excitedly. Hey! Something's not right. These people look panicked, as if they're being chased by someone. Are they the people we're waiting for? Many people couldn't help but feel puzzled. I don't think so. The person we're waiting for is an expert with an imperial lord. Look at how miserable these people are. How do they look like experts? They're like stray dogs. Yeah, these people do look like stray dogs. Many people couldn't help but start discussing. However, the Thousand Dao City's city lord said in a low voice, no. These people are the people we're waiting for. The reason why the Thousand Dao City's city lord said this was because he recognized an old friend. What? These people who look like stray dogs are actually experts from the soaring celestial race? The cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. This was too inconceivable. They didn't dare to believe it. The soaring celestial spirit race had an imperial lord with them. Why were they panicking? Something must have happened. Let's go. Thousand Dao City's city lord said in a deep voice. Then, he soared into the sky. The cultivators behind him also soared into the sky and flew towards the group of people in the distance. Brother Shintu. What happened? Why are you so panicked? After the two sides met, they stopped in the void. The Thousand Dao City's city lord looked at a cultivator and asked in confusion. That cultivator was called Shintu Bao. He was a Saint Emperor level expert from the Flying Immortal Spirit clan and was an old friend of the Thousand Dao City's city lord. Something's wrong. Something big had happened. We encountered bandits on the way. Shintu Bao said with an ugly expression. Everyone was stunned. Did they encounter bandits on the way? What kind of bandits were they? How dare they rob the experts of the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan? Furthermore, the Soaring Immortal Spirit clan did not only have sage emperors. Furthermore, there was an Emperor Realm expert overseeing it. Those bandits dared to rob them, weren't they courting death? Soon, the Thousand Dao City's city lord and the others realized that something was amiss. That was because the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan's people were fleeing in panic. It was as if they had encountered a primordial beast. It did not seem like they had encountered bandits at all. However, Shintu Bao was not lying. They had encountered bandits, but those bandits were too powerful. Where's Lord? The Thousand Dao City's city lord asked. Shintu Bao said with an ugly expression. Lord was captured by the bandit. What? Lord was captured by the bandits? The Thousand Dao City's city lord and the others cried out in alarm. They could not believe their ears. That lord was an Emperor Realm expert. An Emperor Realm expert. Captured by bandits. Just how terrifyingly strong were those bandits? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the bandits did not chase after us. Shintu Bao said with a long sigh. Bandits. Brother Shintu used the word bandits earlier. Could it be that there was only one bandit? The Thousand Dao City's city lord asked in shock. Yes. There was only one bandit. That bandit was fat and wore a Daoist robe. He had a wretched appearance. He seemed to be a Daoist who had fallen from grace and became a bandit. Even Lord was not a match for that bandit and was suppressed by that bandit. It was not easy for us to escape from that bandit's clutches, Shintu Bao said as if he had just survived a calamity. Shintu Bao was a big shot in the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan. He was usually aloof and had a calm demeanor. However, he was currently in a very sorry state. Even so, no one mocked him. Because what Shintu Bao had experienced was too terrifying. A bandit was actually powerful to such an inconceivable degree. It was truly inconceivable. No one dared to believe that it was real. However, everything was real. Shouldn't we report this matter to our superiors? We need the clan to send experts to deal with that Daoist. The Thousand Dao City's city lord said. Yes. Let's return to the city quickly. I need to report this matter through the sacrificial ceremony, Shintu Bao said. The group quickly returned to the city. This matter was quickly reported. When the upper echelons of the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan found out about this matter, they were furious. An Emperor-level expert of the clan was actually kidnapped by a bandit. This was truly a great humiliation. Soon, another piece of news was sent back to the clan. It was said that the expert had made a ransom request. That bandit wanted 50 million immortal stones, 1,000 immortal medicines, and 1,000 immortal pills in order to release the Emperor-level expert. This matter caused the upper echelons of the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan to be furious. Even for a colossus like the Myriad Race Royal clan, taking out so many things would cause a great loss to their vitality. The upper echelons of the Soaring Celestial Spirit clan hoped to negotiate. However, that bandit's attitude was very unyielding. He would definitely not negotiate. At that time, he would directly kill the hostage. This matter spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was guessing who that Daoist was. He actually dared to be so audacious. He even dared to kidnap the Emperor-level expert of the Myriad Race Royal clan. Moreover, he even wanted the Myriad Race Royal clan to pay a ransom to redeem the Emperor-level expert. In the end, the soaring celestial spirit clan compromised and took out the ransom demanded by the Daoist. Both parties would conduct the transaction outside the Thousand Dao city. This matter caused a huge commotion. A large number of cultivators headed towards the Thousand Dao city. Chapter 40:31. Outside of Thousand Dao's city, people came and went. It was very lively. A large number of cultivators had gathered here. The Flying Heavens immortal spirit race's 4 emperor lords had all arrived. These emperor lords all had extremely gloomy expressions. An imperial lord of the soaring celestial race had been kidnapped and extorted. This news had spread far and wide. It was a great humiliation for the race. Now, the 4 imperial lords of the soaring celestial race wanted to redeem the kidnapped imperial lord before attacking the damned Daoist. They had to beat the Daoist half to death. Otherwise, how could they vent their anger? Everyone was waiting for the Daoist to arrive. Many people couldn't help but discuss. Will the Daoist not dare to show up? That's very possible. It's normal for the Daoist to not show up after seeing so many experts from the soaring celestial race. That Daoist is really audacious. He even dared to kidnap someone from the soaring celestial race. I'm really curious who that guy is. He's here. Look, he's here. Someone pointed into the distance. In the distance, a middle-aged cultivator was tied up with ropes. A Daoist priest was chasing the middle-aged cultivator away. That middle-aged cultivator was none other than the emperor rank expert from the soaring immortal spirit clan who was captured by Qin Wentian. You're going too far. After seeing their tribesmen tied up, the 4 emperor lords' faces turned extremely gloomy. Their eyes were spewing fire. If looks could kill, the Daoist priest would have been killed by the 4 emperor lords' looks many times over. Shit, isn't that damned Daoist Wu Liang, that bastard? Someone shouted. Who's Wu Liang? Someone asked curiously. That guy has been secretly excavating the tombs of the various great powers in recent years. He even went to the Myriad Races cemetery and excavated the tombs there. Many factions are still looking for this damned Daoist. However, I heard that this damned Daoist fled the heavenly sage great world a few years ago. He must have gotten enough benefits and escaped. Who would have thought that this damned Daoist would return? A cultivator said. I remember now. I've also heard about this death Daoist. Why did this death Daoist come back? You can't just rub the wool off a sheep. A cultivator said speechlessly. This time, this damned Daoist didn't seem to have dug up other people's tombs. However, this damned Daoist actually became a bandit who robbed the sovereign lord. When did this damned Daoist become so powerful? Someone gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know if his ancestor's grave had been dug up by the immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist would go and rob tombs whenever he had nothing better to do. He didn't know how many ancient tombs had been excavated by this damned Daoist priest. Lin Feng already knew of countless ancient tombs, so what didn't Lin Feng know? This damned Daoist has dug up so many graves. How many treasures has he found? There's no need to make a fuss about his cultivation increasing, someone said viciously. My ancestor's grave was dug up by this damned Daoist priest. There's one of my clan's greatest treasures inside. This damned Daoist priest actually dares to appear here. I'm going to kill this damned Daoist priest. Someone said coldly. My ancestor's grave was also dug up by this damned Daoist priest. This damned Daoist priest is a bastard who deserves to be chopped up by 1,000 knives. Even in my dreams, I want to chop this damned Daoist priest into pieces. Another cultivator said. The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless cultivators were glaring at the immeasurable Daoist priest. The 4 emperor-level experts were all astonished. They didn't expect that the Daoist priest who had kidnapped their clan's sovereign lord expert would be chased down by everyone like a rat on the street. It seemed that this damned Daoist priest had done a lot of evil deeds. The Daoist priest that appeared here wasn't the real immeasurable Daoist priest. He was Lin Feng's great transformation technique. His great transformation technique was infused with the power of the great fate technique. It was enough to fool everyone. The demon revealing mirror. It couldn't reflect Lin Feng's true body. I've brought the person. Have you guys brought the item? The immeasurable Daoist priest looked at the 4 sovereign lords of the flying heavens immortal spirit race with a haughty look on his face. Even though the crowd was riled up and surrounded by powerful beings, the immeasurable Daoist priest's face wasn't red at all, and he wasn't panting at all. It was as though he wasn't worried about his situation at all. This damned Daoist priest is really arrogant. Today, this damned Daoist priest won't be able to escape. Many people said viciously. And then, a large number of cultivators began to spread out and surround the immeasurable Daoist priest. However, the immeasurable Daoist priest didn't seem to have noticed anything as he looked at the 4 sovereign lords of the flying heavens immortal spirit race. I've brought the item. Let's exchange the person and the item, one of the sovereign lords of the flying heavens immortal spirit race said solemnly. No, no, no. Hand the item over to me first. After checking it, if there's no problem, I'll hand the person over to you guys. The immeasurable Daoist priest replied. Another sovereign lord said solemnly, the rules of the world of cultivators have always been the same. 1 hand for the person, 1 hand for the money. There's no such rule as handing over the person after handing over the money. The immeasurable Daoist priest replied indifferently, there wasn't in the past, but that doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Isn't there one now? You. The sovereign lord's face froze up. His gaze was incomparably dark. The leader of the sovereign lords said, all right, we'll hand over the item you need first. This sovereign lord's thoughts were simple. He would swallow this anger for now. Later on, after their people had escaped, then, he would deal with this damned Daoist priest. Furthermore, there were so many cultivators from various factions who hated this damned Daoist priest to the core. Right now, those cultivators had already surrounded the place. Together with the 5 sovereign lords, the leader of the flying heavens immortal spirit race had 10,000 reasons to believe this. This damned Daoist priest was definitely going to die. There's the item you need in here. The sovereign lord took out a storage ring and handed it over to the immeasurable Daoist priest. After checking it thoroughly, the immeasurable Daoist priest confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, and kept the storage ring. Following which, immeasurable Daoist slapped the back of that Emperor Lord level cultivator. That Emperor Lord level cultivator immediately flew towards the 4 Emperor Lords. Kill this damned Daoist priest. Many people could not help but roar out in rage as they pounced towards the immeasurable Daoist priest. But just then, the immeasurable Daoist priest tore through the void. He then tore through the void and left. Chase after him. Don't let that damned Daoist priest escape. Dig 3 feet into the ground. We have to find this damned Daoist priest no matter what. Chapter 4032. Hee. I'm rich. 50 million immortal stones is enough to buy 10 emperor weapons. Lin Feng's face bloomed with joy. He pretended to be immeasurable Daoist and extorted the flying immortal spirit race. He was really rich. Other than 50 million immortal stones, there were also 1,000 immortal herbs and 1,000 immortal pills. These things were very beneficial to cultivation. With Lin Feng's current methods, it was too easy to shake off those people chasing after him. Those people couldn't catch up to Lin Feng at all. However, Lin Feng still looked like immeasurable Daoist and didn't change into his original appearance. When he passed by a mountain range, a huge net suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng. Following which, a Daoist flew out and roared in exasperation, "You imposter, how dare you impersonate this Daoist to get rich? How hateful. This Daoist is going to rob you." Immeasurable Daoist's original body appeared. Lin Feng knew this damn Daoist too well. He was the kind of person who could only take advantage of others and not lose out. Now, someone had pretended to be immeasurable Daoist to kidnap others and extort large amounts of benefits. He was the scapegoat and didn't get any benefits at all. How could immeasurable Daoist tolerate this? He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Therefore, immeasurable Daoist appeared. Immeasurable Daoist planned to beat up this guy who dared to impersonate him and then take away all the treasures on this guy. The treasure immeasurable Daoist took out was called God Capturing Net. This treasure was extremely powerful. Anyone who was enveloped by this treasure would find it hard to break free. When Lin Feng saw this treasure coming towards him, he quickly took out the heaven-swallowing jar. A powerful suction force surged out from the heaven-swallowing jar and enveloped the god-capturing net. With a whoosh, the god-capturing net was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Feng, it's you. Immeasurable Daoist naturally recognized the heaven-swallowing jar. After seeing Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar, Immeasurable Daoist roared in anger. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng returned to his original appearance. Hee, damned Daoist, meeting an old friend. Why are you shouting and fighting? Lin Feng said with a grin. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, you have the nerve to say that we are old friends. I really want to beat you to death. Daoist Wuliang grumbled. Lin Feng said with a smile, you're so sneaky. It's not easy to lure you out. Brother, I have no choice but to do this. You brat, you used my name to blackmail people. Now, give me half of what you got. Also, give me back my god-capturing net. Lin Feng returned the god-capturing net to Immeasurable Daoist, then took out 1,000,000 immortal stones and handed it to Immeasurable Daoist. F***CK, are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Daoist Wuliang rolled his eyes and said. 1,000,000 immortal stones, piled up like a mountain, even a top sect wouldn't be able to spend so many immortal stones in a few decades. You should be content, Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Daoist pursed his lips. He knew that it was not easy to get 1,000,000 immortal stones from Lin Feng. Therefore, he did not continue to pester Lin Feng. Immeasurable Daoist asked, why did you lure me out? Someone wants to see you, Lin Feng said. Who? Immeasurable Daoist looked at him cautiously. Swoosh. In the void, a light flashed and the cursed doll flew out. Cursed fist. After the cursed doll came out, it immediately threw a punch at Immeasurable Daoist. A powerful curse power coiled around the cursed doll's fist. It looked like the cursed doll's terrifying punch was about to land on Immeasurable Daoist's body. Wuliang Daoist waved his sleeves and shouted in a low voice. Boundless Tao Light. Boundless Holy Light surged out and formed an 8 trigrams diagram in front of Immeasurable Daoist. When the cursed doll's attack came, it was blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram. Oh, it's you. I was wondering who it was. Immeasurable Daoist waved his fly whisk. Holy light surged out. The cursed doll was pushed back. Damned Daoist. You stole my ancient map. Hand it over now. Or else. Do you believe that I won't break your bones? The cursed doll glared at Immeasurable Daoist fiercely. Immeasurable Daoist said, what do you mean by your ancient map? What a joke. That's an ownerless item. Naturally, it belongs to the fated one. Me. The cursed doll could not help but snort coldly and said, this ancient map was originally mine. It was you who ambushed me and snatched it away. You have the nerve to say that you're fated with the ancient map. It's rare to see someone as shameless as you. Immeasurable Daoist said. So what if I ambushed you? Ambushing is also a skill. If you're so capable, why don't you ambush me too? The cursed doll trembled in anger. It was rare to see the cursed doll so sullen. However, now that he was facing Immeasurable Daoist, he could only suffer in silence. Lin Feng remembered that the cursed doll and Immeasurable Daoist had explored together before. Weren't they on good terms? How did things end up like this? Lin Feng said, calm down, the two of you. We're all friends, aren't we? There's no need to be so hostile, right? This damned Daoist only has eyes for treasures. How can he be friends? If he thought that I was his friend, would he have snatched the ancient map away? The cursed doll said fiercely. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord my ass. You were the one who was heartless first. I even saved you before. I asked you what you were looking for in the endless ghost sand. Why didn't you tell me? What kind of friend is that? A friend means to share blessings together. Since you didn't do it, don't blame me for snatching your things. Immeasurable Daoist was not someone who was easy to deal with. He immediately retorted. Damned Daoist. You have the nerve to talk about me. You know so many secret places. Have you brought me to any of them? The cursed doll cursed and pounced on immeasurable Daoist again. Damned Daoist! Today, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Today, I'll tear you apart. Immeasurable Daoist shouted and pounced on the cursed doll. The two of them immediately began to fight each other. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Immeasurable Daoist and the cursed doll were the same kind of people. Neither of them would criticize the other. If there was something good, they would definitely think of him first. If he really cared about these things, then this friend of his would not be able to get along with him. In fact, this was also a very normal thing. It was completely understandable. Lin Feng did not try to stop the fight. Let them fight. One dead person was one less person. Chapter 4033. The battle between immeasurable Daoist and the cursed doll finally ended when both of them were exhausted and had no more energy left to continue the battle. The two of them lay on the ground, panting. Their faces were as pale as paper. This was because they had exhausted themselves too much. Lin Feng smiled. Have you calmed down? No. The two of them replied in unison. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang and said, Damned Daoist. Where's the ancient map? Immeasurable Daoist said, that ancient map is not the complete ancient map. It should only be a part of it. Oh, only a part of the map? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If it was only a part of the map, then it would be impossible to find the 9 continents lanterns with just a part of the map. Daoist Wu Liang took out the ancient map and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed only a part of the map. This ancient map is strange. It looks like a mountain range, but I wonder how long it is. Isn't it a little too huge? Lin Feng couldn't help but look puzzled. There was no mountain range as huge as this in 9 prefectures. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge mountain range in all the places he had been. The cursed doll said, this should be the Dragon World. Dragon World? Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng had some ties with the Dragon World. Firstly, Lin Feng had cultivated the 9 styles of the true dragon. It was a terrifying divine ability passed down by a true dragon. Secondly, Lin Feng had cultivated the ancestral dragon fist. This was a divine ability passed down by the 3rd ancestral dragon. Of course, the most important thing wasn't that Lin Feng had cultivated a certain divine ability. The most important thing was that Lin Feng had obtained the True Dragon token passed down by the 9th True Dragon Emperor. The True Dragon token ruled over the Dragon World. With the token, Lin Feng could head to the Dragon World and subdue the dragons. In other words, Lin Feng was the master of the Dragon World. Said the cursed doll. That's right, the Dragon World. Aside from the Dragon World, no other world would have such a huge mountain range. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, why is the mountain range in the Dragon Realm so huge? The cursed doll said, this is because of the laws of the Dragon Realm. In fact, not only are the mountains in the Dragon Realm huge, but the creatures in the Dragon Realm are also huge. Apart from the dragon race, the other races are huge. The flowers, trees, and even the fish in the water are extremely huge. Daoist Wuliang said, the 9 prefectures lantern is a treasure that can stabilize the 9 prefectures. I never thought that it would appear in the Dragon World. The cursed doll sneered and said, the 9 prefectures lantern once stabilized the 9 prefectures during the Great War between the Xiantian lifeforms. Only then was the 9 prefectures saved. However, the 9 regions had already been severely damaged, especially the power of the macroworld's laws. If the 9 regions were to suffer another heavy blow, then the 9 regions would be completely destroyed. Even the 9 prefectures lantern can't hold down the 9 prefectures. Perhaps, the 9 prefectures lanterns were unwilling to let the 9 prefectures be destroyed. Therefore, after that battle, a portion of the 9 prefectures lanterns flew out of the 9 prefectures and went to other world. The cursed doll said. Why did they go to other worlds? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The cursed doll said, this is because the 9 prefectures lantern needs to absorb some of the macroworld's energy. I reckon that after the 9 prefectures lantern absorbs the macroworld's energy, it will nourish the 9 prefectures and then hopefully protect the 9 prefectures. In reality, the 9 prefectures lantern's efforts are futile. Next, We will have to face the doomsday battle. All the macro worlds will be destroyed, including the 9 prefectures. No one can stop the doomsday battle. Even if someone can stop the doomsday battle, the final result will still be irreversible, because the 5 decay of the heavenly man will cause all living and non-living things to wither and die. This is something that cannot be reversed. The cursed doll clearly had a deep understanding of the doomsday battle and the 5 decay of the heavenly man. Now, his understanding. It was thought-provoking. Lin Feng said, "Make 3 copies of this ancient map, 1 for each of us." Daoist Wuliang shrugged and did not have any objections. There was a reason why he did not have any objections. The ancient map was only an incomplete part. If the ancient map was incomplete, it would be difficult to find the 9 prefectures' lantern. Since that was the case, he might as well do the cursed doll a favor. If the ancient map was complete, Daoist Wuliang would definitely not agree to it. Lin Feng made 2 copies of the ancient map, 1 for each of them. Hee. Let's see who's the luckiest among the 3 of us. Whoever gathers the other ancient maps first will be able to obtain the 9 prefectures' lantern, the cursed doll said. Hee. The 9 prefectures' lantern is obviously mine. I'm a proper human orthodoxy. I'm the true successor of the 9 prefectures' lantern, Daoist Wuliang said with a grin. You're talking as if you're not a human orthodoxy. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The cursed doll was speechless. Lin Feng asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Daoist Wuliang said, "I heard that the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace is about to open again. I want to sneak into the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace to cultivate." Fat. Lin Feng laughed and said, "How are you going to enter like this?" Daoist Wuliang said, "Grandpa Daoist has endless means." As soon as he finished speaking, Daoist Wuliang's body swayed slightly. A moment later, Daoist Wuliang transformed into a rather young, slightly plump, and wretched-looking cultivator. His appearance was much younger than Daoist Wuliang's previous appearance. The Myriad Tribe's sacred palace only allows cultivators below 30,000 years of age to enter. You. How many years have you been cultivating? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Hee. I've only been cultivating for 800 years, Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng was speechless. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Daoist Wuliang said, as the saying goes, everything will be fine when you get to the bridge. A hermit naturally has his own plans. When the time comes, you'll know how I managed to enter the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. Big brother Wuliang. You have to help your brother with this kind of thing. The cursed doll leaned forward with a fawning expression. Daoist Wuliang grinned and said, "Of course, no problem." The 2 of them immediately acted like good brothers. Lin Feng said, "I'm also planning to enter the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace to cultivate. However, before that, I need to make a trip to the Fallen Angels' territory." Following which, Lin Feng, Daoist Wuliang, and the cursed doll headed toward the Fallen Angels' territory. Along the way, Lin Feng communicated with Han Xin. Now that Han Xin had become a weapon cultivator, she could no longer be controlled by the fallen angels. Chapter 4034. Late at night, Lin Feng and the others were resting in the forest. Han Xin flew out of the space-time continuum. You seem to have obtained the first half of the Dark Bible's cultivation method. Now, I will impart the second half of the Dark Bible's cultivation method to you, Han Xin said. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Although the Dark Bible was a demonic scripture, it was equivalent to a top-notch immortal scripture. It was definitely an inheritance that everyone dreamed of obtaining. If he could obtain the complete Dark Bible, it would naturally be a huge help to Lin Feng. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Han Xin stretched out her slender finger and gently tapped Lin Feng's forehead. Suddenly, a divine light poured into Lin Feng's mind. The divine light contained a mass of memories. That mass of memories was the second half of the Dark Bible's cultivation method. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Great! I obtained the second half of the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible is finally complete, Han Xin said. The Dark Bible is a very extraordinary cultivation method. However, this cultivation method is also extremely overbearing. Some powerful demonic cultivation methods can often control the cultivator who cultivates this cultivation method. At that time, it is no longer the cultivator controlling the cultivation method, but the cultivation method controlling the cultivator. When such a thing happens, you have to be careful. The slightest carelessness, you may be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, although you obtained the Dark Bible, you should still be careful when cultivating. Yes, I'll remember that, said Lin Feng. Han Xin then continued, the Dark Bible also records many ancient and powerful divine abilities. However, if you want to comprehend those ancient and powerful divine abilities, you will need to slowly comprehend them yourself. Lin Feng knew that this was naturally an extremely difficult process. Comprehending those divine abilities required not only comprehension, but also great luck. The two did not talk much about this topic. Lin Feng asked, Senior, after leaving the fallen angel tribe, what do you plan to do? Han Xin said, I want to look for the young mistress. The young Miss Han Xin was referring to was naturally the woman who had given birth to a child with Jishu's ancestor. Lin Feng asked, didn't she die a long time ago? Perhaps, there was only one last sustenance left. Even if he had fallen, would his corpse still remain in this world? Han Xin said. Lin Feng nodded, even though he knew that it was almost impossible to find her bones. However, Lin Feng didn't want to deal a blow to Han Xin. Han Xin needed to find some goals in her heart. Only then would she feel that her existence in this world was meaningful. More than a month later, Lin Feng and the others returned to the ancestral land of the fallen angels. After seeing Lin Feng come back, Naylan Manli was extremely happy. Lin Feng didn't see Naylan Manching and didn't know where this woman went. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. This is. Naylan Cheung and the others looked at Han Xin. They felt that Han Xin's aura was extremely familiar. Lin Feng said, this senior is the manifestation of the second half of the Bible of Darkness. The second half of the Bible of Darkness has been transformed into a weapon refiner. Greetings, senior. Naylan Cheung and the others could sense how terrifying Han Xin was, and they quickly bowed to Han Xin. In the past, it was your bloodline that helped me recover my body. I have always been grateful to your bloodline, Han Xin said. Naylan Cheung and the others were overjoyed. They knew how terrifying Han Xin was, and such a powerful existence was grateful to their bloodline. For their bloodline, this was a joyous occasion. Naylan Cheung said, we are very happy to see Senior recover. We don't dare to take credit for this. Hearing these people's words, Han Xin didn't comment and just smiled. Although these people said in unison that they didn't dare to take credit, Han Xin wouldn't skimp on the rewards that were due to them. Han Xin flicked her finger, and a ball of divine light entered Naylan Cheung's mind. She said, I have imparted the second half of the Bible of Darkness to you. Thank you, Senior. Naylan Cheung was overjoyed, and he thanked Han Xin profusely. Han Xin took out 3 jade talismans and handed them to Naylan Cheung. She said, once the first jade talisman is activated, it can summon a clone of mine. This clone has 70% of my main body's battle prowess. If you encounter any danger, it can be used. It can protect you. The second jade talisman. It is a sensing jade talisman. Once this jade talisman is activated, it will be able to contact me. If I can sense it, I will do my best to rush over and help you solve some problems. The third jade talisman. It is the token to enter 9 Saint Great Demon's cave. 9 Saint Great Demon was an extremely terrifying existence of your fallen angel tribe. I believe you should know about him, Ancestor 9 Saint. Naylan Cheung and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As cultivators of the fallen angel tribe, they naturally knew about 9 Saint Great Demon. Rumor had it that 9 Saint Great Demon was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that in the past, he was able to contend against a devil lord. When 9 Saint Great Demon was alive, the fallen angel tribe's power had reached its peak. At that time, the myriad races reigned supreme. Even the top powers of the 3 highest realms had to take the initiative to befriend the fallen angel tribe. However, later on, 9 Saint Great Demon left to do something extremely important. But even the fallen angel tribe members didn't know what 9 Saint Great Demon had gone to do. After leaving, 9 Saint Great Demon never returned. It was said that even his origin soul lamp had shattered. If the origin soul lamp had shattered, it meant that 9 Saint Great Demon had died. It was hard to imagine how such a powerful expert had died. Following 9 Saint Great Demon's death, the fallen angel tribe had declined greatly. Until today, although the fallen angel tribe was still one of the myriad races' imperial clans, they were ranked near the bottom. In addition, there had been internal strife within the fallen angel tribe a few years ago. The fallen angel tribe's power had declined further. Compared to their peak in the past, the fallen angel tribe was like the difference between heaven and earth. After 9 Saint Great Demon's death, the fallen angel tribe members wanted to open the immortal abode where 9 Saint Great Demon had cultivated. But without the token, they couldn't open the immortal abode. Later on, 9 Saint Great Demon's immortal abode flew away. This matter had always been a pain in the hearts of the fallen angel tribe members. But now, they had obtained the token to open 9 Saint Great Demon's immortal abode. With this token, they might be able to sense the location of 9 Saint Great Demon's immortal abode. If they could find the location of 9 Saint Great Demon's immortal abode, they could open it and take out some of 9 Saint Great Demon's immortal abode's legacy. The many treasures he had left behind would definitely increase the strength of the fallen angel tribe. Many thanks, Fairy. Naylan Cheung and the others hurriedly thanked Han Xin. Chapter 4035. When Lin Feng saw Immeasurable Daoist's expression, he knew that Immeasurable Daoist had his eyes on the jade talisman. This fellow had always been like this. Incomparably greedy. Whenever he encountered something good, he would think of a way to obtain it. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. If Immeasurable Daoist really dared to make a move, who knew what kind of trouble would occur? Lin Feng naturally did not want to fall out with the fallen angels. The main reason was because Lin Feng had already had that kind of intimate relationship with Naylan Manli. Thus, he naturally did not wish for it to happen. Immeasurable Daoist stirred up a storm on the side of the fallen angels. Restrain yourself a little, Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Daoist rolled his eyes and said, Fine, looking at you, brat, I can tell that you have hooked up with some girl from the fallen angels. Is that why you are siding with the fallen angels? Could it be that girl with a very good figure? That girl is indeed very alluring. However, it is a pity that she is stuck in a pile of cow dung like you. Lin Feng really wanted to slap Immeasurable Daoist. How could this fellow speak like that? Why were the words that came out of his mouth so unpleasant? Bring me to see the first half of the Dark Bible, Han Xin said. Yes, Senior, please follow me, Naylan Cheung said. He personally led the way. As for Naylan Manli, she arranged for people to bring Lin Feng and the others to rest. Before leaving, Naylan Manli transmitted, Wait for me tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Before leaving, she even winked at Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng with a flirtatious gaze. How charming. Men and women were different. Men, before getting it, they could put in 10 times, 100 times the effort, and work hard without complaint. Women, on the other hand, were more reserved. However, when the two were together, women would become as passionate as fire. Men's passion would greatly diminish. As expected, this Daoist's guess was correct. Sure enough, you've hooked up with that girl. Daoist Wu Liang grinned at Lin Feng. This fellow's methods were truly extraordinary. He had actually sensed Naylan Manli's voice transmission to Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied indifferently. It's also a mistake to have too much charm. Take yours truly for example. Wherever I go, I'm loved by everyone and flowers bloom. Daoist Wu Liang curled his lips and wanted to retort. However, Taoist Wu Liang realized that what Lin Feng said was true. Lin Feng seemed to be popular wherever he went. Lin Feng did not know what happened after Han Xin saw the first half of the Dark Bible. He planned to leave this place after Han Xin left and head to the city of 10,000 saints. The next day, Han Xin found Lin Feng. I'm leaving, Han Xin said. Good. Take care. Lin Feng said. Han Xin nodded and then reminded him, "You have to be careful too. Now. It's not like back then, especially with the arrival of the Age of Chaos. Those terrifying existences at the end of the era will awaken one by one. Those existences. We have to be on guard." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He had no choice but to take what Han Xin said seriously, because it was a matter of great importance. If he was careless, he would die. Lin Feng did not want to die in the hands of those terrifying fellows. He still had a lot of things to do. Han Xin finally left. After Han Xin left, Lin Feng and the other two also left. When they left, they still did not see Naylan Manqing, which made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. He did not know why Naylan Manqing did not appear. He had never heard of Naylan Manqing cultivating in seclusion. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Lin Feng and the other two quickly flew in the direction of the City of Saints. During this period of time, a large number of cultivators from the myriad races were rushing towards the City of Saints. Not only the cultivators of the myriad races, even the creatures of the endless ghost sand were rushing towards the City of Saints. The female master of the endless ghost sand was extremely powerful. Lin Feng felt that this female master would probably leave the Heavenly Sage Great World soon. The Heavenly Sage Great World was still a little too small for her. The main reason why she had not left yet was because the female master had just escaped not long ago, so she needed to continue recovering her cultivation. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the City of Saints. It was incomparably lively. People came and went, and there were cultivators of all races. Countless cultivators were still discussing the matter of the female master shaking the ancient weapon. Lin Feng was not sure if the female master was called Moon God. After all, the name could be fake. Thinking of the things that happened between him and the Moon God, it was really hard to imagine that the Moon God was actually the female master. After arriving at the City of Saints, Lin Feng and the other two decided to find a place to stay. Along the way, Lin Feng saw a group of living beings in the endless ghost sand. Lin Feng even saw Huangfu Qingtian in the group. Huangfu Qingtian was now mingling with the people of the endless ghost sand. It had to be said that this guy was really a disaster. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw that the group of cultivators from the endless ghost sand had met up with another group of people. That group of people seemed to be cultivators from the lost races of the epoch, but Lin Feng did not know which race they were from. Lin Feng saw a somewhat familiar figure in the group of cultivators. It was her. A person that Lin Feng did not expect at all. Su Yueshi. It was this woman. Back then, the Su family was destroyed. Su Yueshi should have been executed. However, Lin Feng was still young after all, so he was soft-hearted. In the end, he let Su Yueshi go. He left Su Yueshi to fend for herself. Since then, Su Yueshi seemed to have evaporated from the world. At that time, Su Yueshi was not strong, and the outside world was so dangerous. Especially when the Tianwu continent suffered a calamity and countless people died. Lin Feng thought that Su Yueshi had also died in the calamity. Who would have thought that he would see Su Yueshi here? Although many years had passed, Su Yueshi's appearance had changed a lot, but Lin Feng still recognized Su Yueshi at a glance. Su Yueshi is still alive, and she's mingling with the lost races of the epoch. What has she been through all these years? Lin Feng was puzzled. After the lost races of the epoch and the people of the endless ghost sand met up, they walked into the ancient city together. Chapter 4036. Although Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng had known each other since Lin Feng's youth, Daoist Wu Liang knew that Daoist Wu Liang was the same person. However, it was clear that Daoist Wu Liang did not know Su Yueshi. The cursed doll said, "Little Lin Feng must have taken a liking to that girl. Shouldn't it be more like enmity between enemies?" Lin Feng said, "That's not entirely correct. Although we're enemies, it's been a long time. But after so many years, it's hard for her to attract my attention anymore." "Who's that girl?" Daoist Wu Liang asked. Lin Feng told Daoist Wu Liang and the cursed doll about some of the things that had happened during his youth. The two sighed. They had never thought that Lin Feng would have experienced such a bumpy life when he was young. That girl's luck is really good. However, I feel that this woman's fate has changed. Once we find a place to stay, I'll make some deductions. Daoist Wu Liang said. When Lin Feng heard him, he nodded. Daoist Wu Liang's methods were extraordinary. He wanted to see what kind of special things Daoist Wu Liang could deduce. The three of them continued walking toward the ancient city. Due to the large number of cultivators entering Myriad Saint City, some of the more high-end inns here were overcrowded. Fortunately, Myriad Saint City was large enough. Lin Feng and the others finally found an inn to rest in. They rented a courtyard and Daoist Wu Liang took out some tortoiseshell-like items. The divination technique of the innate 8 trigrams liked to use tortoiseshells as a foundation to make all kinds of deductions. Lin Feng's innate 8 trigrams technique was based on the 9 palaces divination technique and did not rely on tortoiseshells. Lin Feng found it rather novel that Daoist Wu Liang was deducing Su Yuesh's fate. The innate 8 trigrams had never recorded such a method, so he had no idea where Daoist Wu Liang had learned it from. After a series of deductions, Daoist Wu Liang began looking at the tortoiseshells. How is it? Lin Feng asked. The 7 stars shift. Pointing at the heavens. That girl has become a malefic star. Daoist Wu Liang frowned. Malefic? Lin Feng could not help but frown. This was troublesome. As someone who cultivated the innate 8 trigrams, Lin Feng knew what the term malefic star meant. Looks like that girl will become Lin Feng's next. Wu Liang nodded. Yes. Nodded Daoist Wu Liang. Said Lin Feng. Don't worry. I want to rise. I have to must step s. Back then, when I was young, I was soft-hearted. Spare her mercy. If she doesn't know how. If she Wu, a Feng's was. Said Lin Feng aggressively. Lin Feng had gone through so many things and his personality had changed a lot. He was a decisive person who would not show mercy. At Shan's back to Lin Feng took out his good fortune gourd. To Wu to Liang to him a Liang Ming Wu, he was that. Among the 2 sovereign lords, the middle-aged man was called Liu Changlin. Now that he only had 1 arm left, his cultivation was affected to a certain extent. Of course, his cultivation was high, and he was still very strong. He was from the demonic immortal clan, one of the royal clans of the myriad races. Demonic immortal clan was one of the more mysterious clans. Even the outside world did not know much about them. The girl was called Murong Yenyu. She was a peerless beauty with peerless talent. Her beauty was enough to make one's heart beat faster. This woman came from the famous Immortal God clan. The Immortal God clan was one of the 10 royal clans of the myriad races, and also one of the 3 great god clans. Their influence was huge, their foundation was strong, and their experts were everywhere. Lin Feng had met the saintess of the Immortal God clan, Xian Lenghen. Lin Feng began to use the great purification art to purify the 2. Previously, the 2 of them had been trapped in the Gourd of Fortune. Meanwhile, the Gourd of Fortune was constantly draining their magic power. Now that their dharmic powers were almost depleted, it was time for Lin Feng to purify them. Powerful purification power flowed into the gourd. The gourd began to purify the 2. However, they still had the ability to resist. They kept struggling. Brat, do you know the power behind us? How dare you try to purify us? You'd better stop now. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. The 2 emperors roared in anger. They did not want to be purified. Begging was useless, so they could only threaten Lin Feng. They hoped to use the power behind them to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about their threats. He said indifferently, "What do I have to fear from a mere myriad imperial clan?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, the 2 emperors' expressions turned ugly. Lin Feng was a fearless person. He was not afraid of offending the myriad imperial clan. 2 hours later, the middle-aged cultivator, Liu Changlin, was the first to succumb to Lin Feng's purification. "Master, thank you for guiding me to the right path." Liu Changlin put his palms together and said sincerely. He was now loyal to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng asked him to die, he would die without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, great, follow me and cultivate well. You'll definitely be able to break through your shackles. Become a true immortal. Lin Feng burst into laughter and started chatting. Then, he continued to purify Murong Yenyu. An hour later, Murong Yenyu was also purified by Lin Feng. Master, thank you for letting me let go of my past obsession and sins. From now on, I'm willing to serve Master. I'll listen to Master's teachings. Murong Yenyu also said. Lin Feng released the two of them from the gourd. He smiled and said, I know your loyalty. Now, go and rest. Yes, Master. Then, the two of them went to rest. Lin Feng began to purify the terrifying existence's head. Kid, your cultivation of the great purification technique is quite profound. However, it's impossible for you to purify me. Your appearance will definitely be noticed by the lords of that world. You can't imagine how powerful the lords of that world are. If you're smart, what you should do now is to submit, the head said in a sinister voice. A prisoner dares to say such words to me. Don't you think it's funny? Lin Feng said with a cold smile. The head said, the submission I'm talking about is to submit to the great master. How about this? I can bring you to that world and introduce you to the lords of that world. Do you want to live forever? Do you want to become an expert who can rule the universe? As long as you cooperate obediently, you will become such an expert when the time comes. Chapter 4037. Brat, you sure know how to boast. However, if you know how powerful the lords of that world are, you probably won't boast anymore, the head said. Hee hee. I don't want to know how powerful they are. Right now, I only want to edify you and find out the secrets I want to know from your mind. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He increased the strength of his edification. An even more majestic purifying power was formed and continuously surged into the head. Ah! The head roared and howled. It was unable to struggle and could only try its best to resist the edification power. The people of my world are all high and mighty existences. Only we can enslave others. No one can enslave us. His face was contorted as he continued to roar. Lin Feng said indifferently. Is that so? I can enslave you then. You are destined to be my slave. Don't even think about it. The head's voice was ice cold. Then, his head started to burn fiercely. This guy. He would rather die. He would rather be edified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. He planned to use a soul-searching technique to search the head's soul. Since the head's self-destruction could not be dispelled, Lin Feng had to find out what he wanted to know before the head self-destructed. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He quickly used a soul-searching technique to search the head's soul. You want to search my soul? You won't be able to succeed. The head continued to roar, and the burning speed of his head became even faster. Lin Feng sneered. That's not up to you. Lin Feng's soul-searching technique managed to find some memories. He saw the experts of that world. They were standing amidst boundless holy light, looking down at the heavens. In the head's memories, those existences were as high and mighty as gods. In the head's memories, there was only endless respect for those existences. Greetings, Master. However, the powerful existences amidst the holy light all knelt down and kowtowed to a mysterious existence. When Lin Feng wanted to see who that mysterious existence was, the head suddenly let out a miserable cry. Bang! Next, a loud sound rang out. The head had actually exploded. Brain matter splattered everywhere. What a pity, Lin Feng frowned. He had thought that he would be able to see that ancient existence, but he did not. The existence that the experts of that world called Master. That should be the mastermind, right? However, he did not know what kind of existence that existence was. Was he the incarnation of the great Tao laws? Or was he a cultivator of flesh and blood? He had no idea. The only thing he knew was that terrifying existence. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. When the head exploded, an emotionless voice came from one of the palaces in the mysterious world that hovered above the 9 heavens. Someone is spying on me. Who dares to spy on me? Not long after he finished speaking, his voice rang out once more. A descendant of the sovereign emperor's clan. Ha 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 ha, Someone from that clan actually survived. Interesting. Very interesting. This terrifying existence actually laughed out loud. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the window. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, all sorts of monsters had appeared. Even the mastermind was about to show himself. What a chaotic world. Lin Feng looked at the moon and clenched his fists. His current cultivation base was still not strong enough. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a female cultivator standing in the courtyard outside. She was dressed in white, and she was as beautiful as a peerless fairy. Moonlight sprinkled down, and she was surrounded by boundless moonlight. She was like a fairy who had descended from the moon palace. Moon god. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw her. She was none other than Moon God. She was so terrifying that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. Moon God had just broken free, and her strength was at an all-time low. Even so, she could still fight against ancient weapons. No one knew how strong Moon God had been at her peak. She had been suppressed by her ancestor, the Lord of Gods. Her strength was probably close to the Lord of Gods. Lin Feng's hair stood on end when Moon God showed up. Lin Feng walked out. He knew he had to face Moon God. Moon God might not attack him, but if she did, she would have already done so. She had also said that she wouldn't attack anyone from the Sovereign Emperor's clan. "Why have you come here?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not an abandoned woman," Moon God said. When Lin Feng heard the Moon God, he almost fell to the ground. Lin Feng had said that the Moon God was a woman who had been abandoned by the leader of the gods. Moon God had been furious, and Lin Feng had thought he had guessed correctly. Who would have thought that Moon God would take the initiative to explain herself? Was there a need for that? Perhaps she was a perfectionist, so she didn't want others to misunderstand her. "The Lord of Gods. He's my senior brother," Moon God said. "What? My ancestor was your senior apprentice brother?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he hadn't thought of this one. The Lord of Gods was Moon God's senior brother. This sounded really inconceivable. However, Moon God had said it herself. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that an expert like Moon God would joke with him. "Yes. He's my senior brother. He's just my senior brother. He doesn't have any romantic feelings. He has his own lover," Moon God said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "My ancestor is your senior brother. You actually ordered your subordinates to kill me?" At that moment, Lin Feng had no idea what to say. Moon God said coldly, "So what if he's my senior brother? We've already turned against each other. He's suppressed me for so long. So what if I kill a descendant of his to vent my anger?" Lin Feng, Moon God continued, "Moreover, I didn't do it myself. If I had done it myself, do you think you would have been able to escape? I ordered my subordinates to kill you, giving you a chance to escape. If you can grasp it, you won't die. Moon God, don't drag me into this matter between you and my ancestor," Lin Feng said helplessly. Chapter 4038. Lin Feng had already experienced the Moon Goddess's tigress personality before. A single word of disagreement. She would immediately explode. The saying lioness from Hadong was probably referring to a woman like the Moon Goddess. Anyone who married a girl like her would be unlucky. Who asked the Moon Goddess to be so powerful? If he was really bullied by her, he could only endure it. If he dared to say something he shouldn't have, he would have to endure it. If that happened, it would be even worse. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground, a bitter smile on his face. The Moon Goddess was so powerful. She was truly a woman who struck fear into the hearts of others. An extremely evil thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. "I'm no match for you now, so I'll endure it. Just wait until my cultivation improves and see how I'll deal with you. I'll make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer every day. Your gaze." The Moon Goddess frowned. The Moon Goddess frowned. She had the impression that Lin Feng was looking at her in an evil way. She looked even colder. "Damn. What sharp intuition." Lin Feng said, "That's my gaze of worship for you, Moon Goddess." He really spoke the human language, and the ghost spoke the ghost language. Moreover, He didn't even blush. The moon goddess snorted coldly, not bothering with Lin Feng on this topic. The moon goddess said, "Soon. I'll be leaving Heavenly Sage Great World soon. At that time, my subordinate, he'll still do everything in his power to kill you. You're on your own now." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Moon goddess, there's no need to toy with me like this, right?" The moon goddess said indifferently, "If I hadn't promised the Lord of Gods that I wouldn't make a move against your bloodline, you'd already be dead. You're already a dead man. I have to avenge the Master of Gods for suppressing me. If you're dead, the enmity between us will end here." Lin Feng sighed. Since the moon goddess had already said so much, there was no point in saying anything else. Lin Feng asked, "I'm very curious. Why did my ancestor suppress you back then? Your fellow disciples. There are many rumors in the outside world. I wonder if some of them are true. How can the people of the world know what happened back then?" The moon god said coldly. She then waved her right hand and an item flew out. It fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng discovered that it was actually a wooden sword. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The wooden sword was surrounded by divine power, immortal for billions of years. Its aura was too ancient, and there were only a few simple runes on it. Who was the one who did this? "This is something that belonged to the Master of Gods. Now, I return it to your race," Moon God said. "A treasure left behind by my ancestor? Heavens, this treasure must be very powerful, right?" Lin Feng became excited. He really wanted to give the moon goddess a big hug. Then, he gave the moon goddess 3 kisses. The moon goddess did not comment on the wooden sword. Instead, she said, "Take care of yourself." After she spoke, the moon god's body dissipated and she left this place. Lin Feng felt somewhat emotional. What kind of feelings did the moon goddess have for his race? Why the Master of Gods had suppressed the moon god in the past was destined to be a mystery, and judging from the moon god's expression, the rumors outside could not be trusted at all. Lin Feng returned to his room and used his divine sense to refine the wooden sword. Next, Lin Feng saw a flash of light before his eyes, and he entered the world formed by the wooden sword. This was a spiritual mountain that stretched endlessly. In the spiritual mountain, a 13 or 14-year-old youth was polishing a wooden sword. Not long after, a 6 or 7-year-old girl ran over. She looked like she was carved from jade. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" the little girl asked. The youth said, "I'm forging a wooden sword." "Why are you forging a wooden sword?" the little girl continued asking. "For you to use, of course. You can't control the power in your body. Iron swords can easily injure people, so it's best to use a wooden sword," the youth said. The little girl was vexed. Like a little adult, she sighed and said, "Aya, I don't know when I'll be able to control the power in my body." There was a terrifying innate power in the little girl's body that was difficult to control. Although she was young, when she cultivated, there were many times when she could not control that power, and she had injured others. Lin Feng suddenly thought of little Tian Tian. The power in her body was unimaginably terrifying. He wondered if this little girl's situation was similar to little Tian Tian's. "You can definitely control the power in your body. Senior brother believes in you," the youth said with a smile, then reached out and patted the little girl's head. And then, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng returned to the real world. "So this is the origin of this sword," Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng was surprised, then smiled bitterly. He had thought that this was an extremely terrifying wooden sword, but now it seemed that it was not. In truth, this wooden sword had a very special meaning to the moon goddess. It was given to her by her senior brother when she was young, and now she was returning it to his descendant. Did this mean that she wanted to completely sever all ties with him? Lin Feng carefully looked at the several runes on the sword. He discovered that they were extraordinary. Although there were not many runes, because of these special runes, the wooden sword still seemed extraordinary. The wooden sword contained powerful ripples of energy. It was also because of these special runes. Are these the runes that the moon goddess added to it? If not for these runes, the wooden sword might have been destroyed long ago. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Then he began to ponder. The moon goddess had even protected the wooden sword that the Master of Gods had given her like a precious treasure. This was enough to prove that the moon goddess had valued her relationship with the Master of Gods. However, why had his ancestor, the Master of Gods, suppressed the moon goddess? Something big must have happened back then. Otherwise, his ancestor would not have done so. Moreover, his ancestor had only suppressed the moon goddess, not killed her. If his ancestor had wanted to kill the moon goddess, he should have been able to do so, right? No matter how heaven-defying the moon goddess was, she would not have been able to escape death. Lin Feng put the wooden sword away. That wooden sword was definitely extraordinary. Maybe in the future, Lin Feng would be able to find out more about it. The next day, someone came to give Lin Feng a visitation card, saying that an old friend had invited him to the Myriad Saints building. Lin Feng was surprised. He did not know who this old friend was. Lin Feng, Daoist Wuliang, and the cursed doll headed to the Myriad Saints building. Liu Changlin and Murong Yenyu stayed at their residence. After arriving at the Myriad Saints building, Lin Feng met the person who had invited him. This person. Chapter 4039. There were many times when Lin Feng wanted to tell himself that he had forgotten about Su Yueshi. But how could that be possible? Everyone only had one youth. Once their youth was gone, they would not be able to experience a second youth. When Lin Feng was young, there was always one person by his side. This person was Su Yueshi. If he forgot about Su Yueshi, perhaps, he would have forgotten his youth. Of course, Lin Feng was very cold to Su Yueshi now. This woman was very despicable. If this woman had died back then, it would have been fine. However, now that she had appeared again, Lin Feng wanted to kill Su Yueshi. This was especially true now that Su Yueshi had joined forces with the Epoch Lost clan and the living beings from the Endless Ghostsand. This made Lin Feng want to kill her even more. In addition to Su Yueshi, there were more than 10 cultivators in the room. There were people from the Epoch Lost clan and the Endless Ghostsand. Lin Feng's archenemy, Huangfu Qingtian, was also here. Su Yueshi smiled when she saw Lin Feng's group of 3. Lin Feng, we haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect this. The current you've become so powerful. Lin Feng glanced at Su Yueshi and smiled. You've turned over a new leaf. You're no longer the pitiful worm from before. Su Yueshi's eyes turned cold after hearing Lin Feng's mockery. However, they quickly returned to normal and she said, everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Since you have your own fortuitous encounter, of course, I have mine too. Is that so? Lin Feng chuckled and found a place to sit down. Immeasurable Daoist and the cursed doll sat next to Lin Feng. Let me introduce you. This is the son of the 9 Spirits Dao clan's patriarch, the Dao martial ancestor. Su Yueshi pointed at a cultivator beside her. This cultivator was a cultivator from the Epoch Lost race. His aura was extremely powerful. Clearly, he was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng, I've heard of your name. Now that the world is changing, and the end of the world is coming soon, countless creatures will be plunged into misery and suffering. Your talent is very outstanding, but if you want to survive the destruction of the world, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. I heard Su Yueshi talking about you before. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Swear allegiance to me right now. In the future, I will naturally protect you. The cultivator called Dao Wuzong looked at Lin Feng condescendingly. The cultivators from the Lost Epoch clan all had haughty expressions, and this person from the Dao martial sect was naturally the same. This person was extremely terrifying. His aura was deep and powerful, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Listen to his tone. Except Lin Feng. It was as if he was giving alms. What a joke. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. What did you say? The Dao martial sect frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. There was a look of displeasure on his face. You don't even know your surname now that you have some strength. The strength that you're so proud of is not even worth mentioning in my eyes. Lin Feng mocked. The Dao martial sect's expression suddenly sank, and he said coldly, impudent. If it wasn't for Su Yueshi who recommended you to me, Do you think I would even look at you? Do you have the right to do so? One had to admit that this fellow was too arrogant. These cultivators from the Lost Epoch clan thought they were superior and looked down on cultivators from other races. Therefore, the Dao martial sect looked down on Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. The people from the Lost Epoch clan had always thought that they had the most powerful bloodline, and the other races were inferior bloodlines. This was even more so for the Dao martial sect. At this moment, Su Yueshi said, Lin Feng, perhaps you've misunderstood my good intentions. That's why you're unwilling to submit to the Dao martial sect, right? You don't have to misunderstand me at all. The Su Yueshi of the past is already dead, and those grudges of the past don't count as grudges at all. That's why I'm sincerely helping you. There's only one chance. If you don't seize it, I'm afraid you won't have another chance like this in the future. Of course, I know you're a prideful person, so you don't want to become someone else's slave. However, now that the apocalypse has arrived, surviving is the most important thing. Although your current cultivation base is extraordinary, do you think you can survive the apocalypse with your current cultivation base? Do you know how cruel the apocalypse is? Even an immortal would find it difficult to survive. Therefore, I'm giving you a chance now. You have to seize it. Kneel before the Dao martial sect and kowtow to acknowledge me as your master. Lin Feng looked at Su Yueshi indifferently and said, Does that mean you've already acknowledged him as your master? Me? Su Yueshi smiled and said, Do you know who I was in my previous life? Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. As he had guessed, Su Yueshi should be someone else's reincarnation. Otherwise, with her talent, it would be impossible for her to rise to prominence. Only someone else's reincarnation could rise to prominence. Now, Su Yueshi had admitted to this. Whose reincarnation are you? Lin Feng asked. The Empyrean Fairy. A proud expression appeared on Su Yueshi's face. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. The Empyrean Fairy was among the first batch of awakened innate life forms. In the painting Lin Feng had obtained before, there were 6 people in it. They were Goddess Nua, the Fushi clan, the Suiren clan, the Empyrean Fairy, Pangu. There was also a mysterious cultivator who grinned and made a peace sign with his hands. Lin Feng had guessed that the cultivator who made the peace sign was an ancestor of the Sovereign clan, but he couldn't be sure. The fact that the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens was able to appear in the same scroll as these big shots showed how powerful she was. Lin Feng still remembered what he had learned from a mysterious expert. The Empyrean Fairy's life had 3 stages. In the first stage, the Empyrean Fairy was pure and kind. At this moment, she was deeply in love with the ancestor of the Sovereign clan. However, the falling flowers had feelings, but the flowing water had no intention of falling. This was a relationship that ended without a cause. In the second stage, the world shook. The Empyrean Fairy's ambition grew, and she established her own immortal kingdom. In this stage, the Empyrean Fairy became a person who would do anything to achieve her goals. In the third stage, the Empyrean Fairy's kingdom grew stronger and stronger. The Empyrean Maiden herself had also become an all-heavens supreme. In this stage, the Empyrean Fairy recalled the past. In the past, she had fallen in love with the ancestor of the Sovereign clan, but the ancestor had no feelings for her and rejected her. The Empyrean Fairy's love turned to hatred, and she hated the Sovereign clan to the core. Later, the Empyrean Fairy suffered a calamity and had her corpse dissected. Rumor had it that she had split into 9 parts. Chapter 40. Su Yueshi said proudly, I've awakened the memories of my past life, and I'm no longer the same as before. Now, I'm the incarnation of the Fairy of the 9 heavens, and I'm in a cooperative relationship with the 9 spirits Dao clan. This relationship isn't something you can understand. Only someone like me is qualified to cooperate with a powerful clan like the 9 spirits Dao clan, Su Yueshi said aloud. There was a hint of arrogance in her voice. This kind of arrogance seemed to flow out from his bones. Su Yueshi was now looking at Lin Feng with the eyes of a superior. Perhaps in her eyes, Lin Feng was just a lowly existence. Lin Feng said sarcastically, Su Yueshi, do you think you're so great just because you're the incarnation of the Fairy of the 9 heavens? Do you know that the fairy of the 9 heavens can only carry the shoes of the sovereign emperor clan? Back then, the fairy of the 9 heavens shamelessly wanted to become my ancestor's woman, but she was rejected. Do you know why? Because the fairy of the 9 heavens wasn't qualified at all. At most, she could only become my ancestor's servant. Moreover, you're just a reincarnation of the fairy of the 9 heavens. You're not the real fairy of the 9 heavens. Furthermore, the 9 heavens maiden has 9 reincarnations. Your avatar's aptitude is extremely poor, even if it has awakened the 9 heavens maiden's memories. Even though you've awakened the memories of the fairy of the 9 heavens, your talent has only increased from a trash level to an ordinary level. Therefore, I think you should put away your pride because your talent is really not worth mentioning. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at Su Yueshi with disdain. Lin Feng, what did you say? Su Yueshi originally wanted to show off in front of Lin Feng, but now that Lin Feng had mocked her, how could she endure such humiliation? She looked at Lin Feng with a gaze that could devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm just speaking the truth. As the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ear, and nice words will only harm you. Often, only unpleasant words can help you recognize yourself. Ha 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 ha, Daoist Wuliang and the cursed doll immediately laughed because Lin Feng was too good at mocking others. Su Yueshi had invited Lin Feng over to tell Lin Feng that she was no longer the person she used to be. She was now a phoenix that had risen to the top. Therefore, Su Yueshi had a high and mighty attitude. However, the current situation was, in front of Lin Feng's arrogance. It didn't affect Lin Feng at all. In the end, she was humiliated by Lin. This boy, he really doesn't know what's good for himself. The Dao Wuzong said with narrowed eyes. After hearing the Dao Wuzong's words, Su Yueshi, who was trembling with anger, looked better. The Dao Wuzong continued, such a person is not qualified to be my slave. Yu Shi, you don't have to plead for this boy anymore because he's not worth it. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and said, some people think too highly of themselves. They think they're superior, but in the end, they're just a joke. Boy, are you mocking me? The Dao Wuzong's eyes turned cold. Sir, are you qualified to be mocked by me? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Lin Feng's words caused an uproar. An expert like the Dao Wuzong had an unfathomable cultivation base. In addition to his identity as an epoch-lost tribe, who would dare to offend an expert like the Dao Wuzong? However, Lin Feng said, an expert like the Dao Wuzong did not even have the qualifications to be mocked by him. That was too arrogant. Many people were shocked and could not believe their ears. However, Lin Feng said that in front of everyone. The Dao Wuzong's subordinates were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Feng's mocking of the Dao Wuzong was no different from humiliating them. As for the people from the endless ghost sand, they looked like they had nothing to do with it and were watching the show. I thought this gathering would be quite interesting. What a disappointment. I didn't see anything. I only saw a bunch of self-righteous and arrogant fellows, Wu Liang Daoist said as he smacked his lips. This damned Daoist had never been afraid of things getting out of hand. His words were like adding oil to the fire. The cursed doll said, there's a saying that goes, viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. I've learned something today. Lin Feng said, I think there's no need to stay in this gathering anymore. Let's leave. It's beneath our dignity to stay here. Many people could not help but roll their eyes after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's words were full of mockery and sarcasm. This caused many people's expressions to become gloomy. Brat, I'd like to see what right you have to say such arrogant words. If you don't have the ability, I'll break your bones today. A cultivator from the Epoch Lost clan stood up and blocked Lin Feng's path. He walked toward Lin Feng step by step. His body emitted a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Feng. The cultivator from the Lost clan of the era wanted to attack Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's left eye flashed with a demonic light. Lin Feng's left eye was not simple. It was the legendary Eye of Death. It had the power to take the life of others. Lin Feng's left eye surged with the terrifying power of death and enveloped the cultivator. That cultivator from the Epoch Lost race had been extremely arrogant just a second ago. However, in the next second, his body began to age rapidly. My body. Yi Futian murmured. The cultivator from the lost race of the Epoch cried out in horror. In a dozen breaths, he died of old age, leaving behind only skin and bones. His corpse fell to the ground. Brat. What kind of evil art did you use? The Dao martial ancestor's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stood up, causing the space around him to distort. The Dao martial ancestor was the most talented cultivator. In the past, when he was still at a low level, he was already able to kill enemies who were a whole realm higher. Now, he had cultivated for 320,000 years and had broken through to the Imperial Lord realm. Although he was only at the first level of the Imperial Lord realm, the Dao martial ancestor was a supreme genius when he was young. Therefore, his battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation level. When Lin Feng sensed the terrifying aura from the Dao martial ancestor, he slightly raised his brows. The Dao martial ancestor was indeed an expert from the Epoch Lost clan. His aura was too terrifying. Even some of the high-level emperors were no match for this person from the Dao martial sect. Chapter 40-41. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. So what if I killed him? He's just an ant. It's as easy as crushing him. If I really want to make a move, not to mention this person just now, even if all of you come together, only death will await you. Many people's mouths twitched violently because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. Everyone had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Many people could not help but feel endless anger in their hearts. They could not wait to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Why? You're not convinced? If you're not, come at me together. I'll crush all of you. Lin Feng looked arrogant and domineering. Many people gritted their teeth and wanted to attack Lin Feng. At this moment, the person from the Dao martial sect calmed down. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. The Dao martial sect said, "In my life, I've seen many geniuses. Many of them were even more talented than you. However, there's never been anyone as arrogant as you. The saying that too much steel makes it easy to break is an ancient saying that has been passed down since ancient times. This saying is very reasonable." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. You don't know what you're capable of. This is also an ancient saying that has been passed down since ancient times. It's suitable for all of you to savor it. Brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such things so shamelessly? Many people roared angrily. Lin Feng's words deeply provoked the cultivators and they could not take it anymore. Some of them could not wait to attack. However, they did not do so because they were concerned about the Dao martial sect's reputation. Even so, they still endured their monstrous anger. As long as the Dao martial sect did not stop them, they would immediately attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, I'm talking to all of you because I think highly of all of you. With your lowly status, you don't have the right to talk to me. Everyone had fully witnessed Lin Feng's arrogance and egotism. Everyone was angered half to death by Lin Feng. As for the cultivators from the Endless Ghost Sand, they were still watching the show. From the beginning to the end, they didn't participate in the entire matter. Although the people from Endless Ghost Sand also wanted to kill off Lin Feng, since someone else wanted Lin Feng's life, there was no need for them to take action. Wouldn't it be better to just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? It had to be said that the cultivators from the Endless Ghost Sands were pretty good at scheming. Everyone from the Epoch Lost clan looked at the Dao martial sect. Everyone was looking forward to the Dao martial sect ordering them to kill this despicable fellow. However, to their disappointment, the Dao martial sect had never issued such an order. The Dao martial ancestor looked at Lin Feng and said, I'm not willing to argue with you. This was not the place to make a move. Therefore, I will spare your life today, but you should pray that you don't see me again. If you see me again, I'll tell you. At that time, I'll let you know what it means to have a death wish. The Dao martial sect looked at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze. Lin Feng was really curious. Where did this fellow get his confidence from? I'll wait for you. Lin Feng sneered and left with the immeasurable Daoist and the cursed doll. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation base was high, he was naturally not afraid of these people. Unless it was a cultivator close to the immortal realm or the immortal realm who made a move. Only then would Lin Feng be wary. For a period of time, there were still cultivators arriving. It was said that the three alliances of the myriad tribes and the people from the endless ghost sand were discussing a ceasefire agreement. There were many conflicts of interest involved, so the meeting would probably not end in a short period of time. Lin Feng, the immeasurable Daoist, and the cursed doll went to the depths of the city to observe the myriad tribes' temple. The myriad tribes' sacred palace floated in the void in the depths of Myriad Saint City. Myriad Saint City was shrouded in boundless saint light. Every day, there would be people coming here to pay their respects. Naturally, there would be many cultivators hoping to enter Myriad Saint City. Now, a large number of cultivators, especially those below 30,000 years old, had come to compete for the 100 spots to cultivate in the Myriad Saint City. One could only imagine how fierce the competition would be at that time. Especially in recent years, many cultivators who had sealed themselves in the divine stones had come out. One had to know that within the divine stones, time had stopped flowing. Under the situation where time had stopped flowing, the lifespan of those within the divine stones would not increase. When they sealed themselves in the divine stones, their lifespan was less than 30,000 years old. If they were still less than 30,000 years old when they came out, they would still have a chance to compete. It was rumored that there were even some who were at the level of immortal descendants. Their ancestors were true immortals. Within 3 generations, their bloodline was extremely powerful. Now, they had come out of the divine stones. These existences were extremely talented and had heaven-defying cultivation bases. Once they participated in the war, they would definitely achieve great results. The 3 alliances of the myriad races negotiated with the living beings of the endless ghost sand for about half a month. Finally, both sides reached an agreement. Outsiders did not know the details of the agreement, but it was clear that the 3 alliances would vomit blood this time. Lin Feng did not care much about this matter. He was now focused on cultivating in the myriad tribes' temple. That night, the master of the endless ghost sand came to Lin Feng again. "What about the wooden sword?" asked the moon goddess. Lin Feng took out the wooden sword. "What? Do you want it back? You want to take back something you've given away?" The moon goddess frowned slightly. She said coldly, "Who said I want it back? Can't I take one more look at the wooden sword before I leave? If the wooden sword is so important, why did you give it to me?" asked Lin Feng. "A wooden sword, a period of youth. I want to forget those days," said the moon goddess. "Everyone only has one period of youth. Why do you want to forget those days?" asked Lin Feng. "Is that a question you should be asking?" The moon goddess's eyes turned cold. Her voice was laced with cold killing intent. Lin Feng could not help but keep quiet out of fear. The moon goddess had wanted to kill him earlier, but she had quickly restrained her killing intent. However, Lin Feng could still clearly sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from the moon goddess. What had happened in the past? If the moon goddess didn't say anything, then perhaps no one in this world would know what had happened back then. The moon goddess, the master of the gods, they had turned against each other, and it must have been because of some major event. But unfortunately, all of this was destined to remain a mystery. In the end, the moon goddess left. Lin Feng did not know where she was going. She did not tell Lin Feng where she was going. The moon goddess is not dead. She has lived to this era. Unfortunately, my ancestor, the master of gods, has already fallen. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Chapter 40-42. After receiving the letter, Sun Yudao carefully read through it. The contents of the letter were as follows. "Do you still remember your old friends from Underworld Island?" Back then, Sun Yudao had met Lin Feng on Underworld Island, but they had only exchanged a few simple words. They weren't familiar with each other. However, Sun Yudao had invited Lin Feng to the Immortal Gods Alliance as a guest. During that trip to Underworld Island, Sun Yudao had only met Lin Feng. Thus, when he saw the contents of the letter, Sun Yudao instantly recalled who had written the letter. Although he had only met Lin Feng once, He had a very deep impression of Lin Feng. Sun Yudao looked at Liu Changlin and asked, "Where is the young master who wrote the letter?" Liu Changlin replied, "My young master is staying in Spirit Origin Inn. He asked me to pass on a message that he will visit Brother Sun tomorrow at 8 in the morning." Sun Yudao was an imperial lord, and so was Liu Changlin. Naturally, he addressed Sun Yudao as brother. Liu Changlin was extremely shocked. He had long since noticed that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but now, the person who had sent a letter to Lin Feng was actually an imperial lord. This was truly inconceivable. Liu Changlin was also trying to guess who Lin Feng was. He hurriedly said, "All right, fellow Daoist, please go back and tell them that I will definitely welcome them with open arms tomorrow. Then I'll take my leave," Liu Changlin said. Sun Yudao personally escorted Liu Changlin out. Next, Sun Yudao ordered the servants of the Immortal Gods Alliance to clean up every corner of the courtyard, then hung up red lanterns in preparation for the arrival of the honored guests. The servants, and even many cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance, began to discuss the identity of the honored guests who would be coming tomorrow. Why would the old ancestor value them so highly? The next day, there was still an hour before the appointed time of the visit. Sun Yudao had already led many of his subordinates to wait outside the residence for Lin Feng's arrival. This shocked many people. An expert like Sun Yudao was actually so humble. Just what level was the cultivator who was about to arrive? Everyone waited patiently. An hour later, a beast-drawn carriage drove over. An imperial lord is driving the carriage. Many people cried out in surprise. The person driving the carriage was Liu Changlin. Even though Liu Changlin didn't emit a terrifying aura, his cultivation was still there. His imperial lord aura told everyone that he was an imperial lord. "He's here." When he saw Liu Changlin driving the carriage, Sun Yudao's expression brightened. He straightened his robes and waited his carriage. At this moment, there were many cultivators who came to watch. The ancestor of the Immortal God Alliance, Sun Yudao, personally came out to welcome them. An imperial lord, an imperial lord. Everyone was guessing what level of existence the person sitting in the beast carriage was, although the arrival's emperors, Li. But the person driving the carriage was an emperor lord. This was shocked Yudao's Daoist. "Is everything all right?" A faint laugh came from the carriage. Then, everyone saw a young man lift the carriage's curtain. Then, he walked out of the carriage. Heavens, the big shot in the carriage is such a young man. Who exactly is this young master? Could he be the son of an immortal? Son of an immortal? That can't be, right? Are there still immortals? Of course there are. The three paramount realms, the Undying Realm. There are definitely immortals in those places. Many people began to discuss. Lin Feng was too young. He was such a young cultivator, yet he had an Emperor Realm expert as his driver. Sun Yudao. In order to welcome this young man, he even came out an hour earlier to wait for his arrival. All of this, it was enough to explain a lot of things. When the female cultivators in the crowd saw Lin Feng, they all looked like they were overflowing with peach blossoms. Such a handsome young man. Such an extraordinary identity. He was simply the Prince Charming that she yearned for in her dreams. How they wished Lin Feng would turn around and look at them. Now, if Lin Feng curled his finger, there would definitely be a large group of beauties throwing themselves at him. "Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, young friend Ji. The outside is not the place to talk. Would you like to come to my residence for a chat?" Sun Yudao said with a smile. His attitude was quite humble. Sun Yudao's actions were very respectful to Lin Feng. He did this. There was naturally a reason. Before this, Sun Yudao had already analyzed Lin Feng's identity. Sun Yudao's conclusion was as follows. The first conclusion. Lin Feng was the successor of a top-tier faction. And this faction should have an immortal overseeing it. The second conclusion. Lin Feng did not have a top-tier faction behind him. Everything Lin Feng had obtained so far was obtained by relying on his own ability. If his first guess was right, then even though Sun Yudao would treat Lin Feng politely, he would still be very polite. But in his heart, he actually did not think so. After all, Lin Feng also relied on the faction of his clan to obtain his current status. If the second conclusion was true, that would be too shocking. It could even be described as shocking, inconceivable, and unimaginable. How powerful was Lin Feng's cultivation to be able to do this? If the second conclusion was true, then Sun Yudao would naturally be in awe of Lin Feng. Although Sun Yudao did not know which conclusion was true, but Sun Yudao had a feeling. That feeling told Sun Yudao the situation of this young Master Ji in front of him was very likely to be the second conclusion. After everyone arrived at the living room, they took their seats. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Actually, I came here because I have something to ask of you." Fellow Sunday hearing this, Sun Yudao was overjoyed. It did not matter if Lin Feng's situation was the first or the second conclusion. Lin Feng was a person worth befriending. Sun Yudao was worried that he could not get closer to Lin Feng. Now Lin Feng actually came to him for help. This made Sun Yudao overjoyed. Because once he helped Lin Feng would owe him a favor. The ways of the world, the ways of the world. First, there was a favor to be able to befriend better. Young Master Ji, if you have anything to ask of me, I, Sun Yudao, will do it. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I will definitely not frown, Sun Yudao said. Chapter 40-43. Sun Yudao smiled and said, "So that's what you want. That's a small matter. I'll send someone to help young Master Ji. Also, I'll send 2 of young Master Ji's friends to get a token to participate in the competition. If you want to participate in the competition, you must have a token." However, it wasn't easy to get a token. Only the top factions would be able to get a quota. "Thank you, fellow Daoist son. Thank you. I'll accept it. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me," Lin Feng said with a smile. Sun Yudao had been waiting for Lin Feng to say that. When he heard Lin Feng's promise, he was overjoyed. However, he was still overjoyed. He said, "Young Master Ji, please don't be so polite. Friends should help each other." After chatting for a while, Lin Feng was about to leave. Sun Yudao said, "Young Master Ji, don't be in such a hurry to leave. A rising star from the Immortal Gods Alliance is about to arrive. He's young, but he's already broken through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. When he was still a Sovereign Emperor, he defeated a Sovereign Emperor. Now that he's broken through to the Sovereign Emperor realm, no one knows how strong he's become." When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but be surprised. Who was that? How could he be so terrifying? Defeating a Sovereign Emperor at the Sovereign Emperor realm? Wasn't that the same as him? Lin Feng couldn't help but be interested in this person. Lin Feng asked, "Who is this person?" "Fairy Yu Ling. She's the same as young Master Ji. They're both human cultivators," Sun Yudao said with a smile. "So it's her." Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of Fairy Yu Ling before. The Immortal Gods Alliance had 3 human cultivators. The first is called Daoist Wenxian. He's a Daoist. The second is called Fairy Yu Ling. She's very mysterious. The outside world doesn't know much about her. The third is called Celestial Sovereign Dao Sheng. He's also very powerful. Unfathomable. Lin Feng had originally wanted to find these 3 human cultivators and ask them to help him get a token to participate in the competition. After Lin Feng had met Sun Yudao, he had asked Sun Yudao for help. These 3 human cultivators were very famous in the great heavenly sage world. Previously, the Immortal Gods Alliance had been attacking the Holy War Alliance. It was led by the 3 great cultivators of the human race. Some people said that the 3 great cultivators of the human race seemed to be inextricably linked to the 9 states. Therefore, the reason why the 3 powerhouses led the Alliance of Immortals to attack the Alliance of Holy War was to avenge the people who died in 9 regions. Fairy Yu Ling, Fairy Yu, to the Immortals was, Fairy. Sun Yudao smiled and said, "This is Fairy Yu Ling. He wasn't a mortal. If young Master Ji takes a fancy to her, when the time comes, this old man can help young Master Ji to set them up." When Lin Feng heard Sun Yudao, he was speechless. Sun Yudao's thinking was too fast. How come he was talking about love in the blink of an eye? Sun Yudao continued, young Master Ji, there's no need to be embarrassed. A real man, especially a dragon among men like Ji Hao, only the most powerful and beautiful woman has the right to be Ji Hao's woman. Fairy Yu Ling is such a woman. Keep the goodies within the family. That's why I'm going to introduce Fairy Yu Ling to Ji Hao. If they can get married, it'll be a good story. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sun Yudao was just too enthusiastic. He couldn't refuse. Lin Feng said, fellow Daoist son, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Let me meet with Fairy Yu Ling first. All right. Sun Yudao nodded. In the afternoon, Fairy Yu Ling arrived. When he saw her, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Fairy Yu Ling. She looked at Lin Feng. She also had a look of disbelief on her face. Sun Yudao thought that Lin Feng and Fairy Yu Ling had fallen in love at first sight. He was overjoyed. Sun Yudao wanted to get closer to Lin Feng. If he could get Lin Feng to marry Fairy Yu Ling, it would be a great help to the Immortal God Alliance. It would also be a great benefit to Sun Yudao. That was why Sun Yudao was so enthusiastic. Yu Ling. This is Ji Hao, the one I mentioned to you before. Ji Hao. This is Fairy Yu Ling. Sun Yudao enthusiastically introduced the two of them. Ji Hao. Nice to meet you. Fairy Yu Ling bowed slightly to Lin Feng. She didn't directly greet Lin Feng. Nice to meet you, Fairy. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. I just remembered that I have some things to take care of. You two can chat for a while. I'll be back once I'm done. Tonight, we'll drink until we're drunk. Sun Yudao said with a smile. All right. Take care, fellow Daoist son. Lin Feng said. Sun Yudao chuckled and left. This old man clearly wanted to give Lin Feng and Fairy Yu Ling some privacy. How did you become Fairy Yu Ling? Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator with a smile yet not a smile. The famous Fairy Yu Ling was the Xian Yuling that Lin Feng had met when he went to the underground city to accept the mission. This woman was a peerless beauty. She was definitely a goddess. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about her. Lin Feng only knew that this woman was extremely mysterious. Lin Feng's jar was a precious treasure. Xian Yuling had given it to him. He. Why can't I be called Fairy Yu Ling? You're not Lin Feng now. You're Ji Hao in the eyes of others. Xian Yuling said with a smile. Lin Feng said, when I'm outside, I'll take on an alias. Moreover, the surname Ji is my mother's surname. There's nothing wrong with calling myself Ji Hao. On the other hand, I'm very curious about your identity. Back then, you gave me a mysterious feeling. Now that I think about it, there are many things that I can find clues about. Could it be that you have another identity? What identity? Xian Yuling asked Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng said, I'm the underground city's lord. Xian Yuling smiled non-committally. She then asked, why do you think I'm the city lord of the underground city? It's a kind of intuition, a very special intuition. I'm not sure if I'm right. Lin Feng asked curiously. Xian Yuling smiled and said, if you say I'm the underground city's lord, then I can be considered the underground city's lord. If you say I'm not the underground city's lord, then that's actually quite reasonable. Chapter 4044. Xian Yuling said, I'm the second city lord of the underground city. This second city lord, as the name suggests, I'm just a city lord in name. In my hands, I don't have much authority. That's why it's reasonable to say that I'm the city lord of the underground city and that I'm not. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and asked, then who's the first city lord of the underground city? My elder sister. Xian Yuling said. You have an elder sister? Lin Feng was surprised. Xian Yuling nodded and said, yes. My elder sister is also an outstanding beauty. Are you interested in getting to know her? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Fairy, don't tease me. Moreover, it's enough for me to know you. Xian Yuling curled her lips and said, you're getting bolder with your words. Lin Feng said, previously, Sun Yudao wanted to matchmake the two of us. What did you say? Xian Yuling asked. Of course I rejected him. I haven't even seen Fairy Yu Ling before, so how could I agree to your proposal? However, now that I've seen Fairy Yu Ling, I think we can continue to develop our relationship, Lin Feng said with a smile. Xian Yuling rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "You wish. If you want to woo me, you need to show me enough strength. However, your strength is still far from enough," Lin Feng said. "You'll know once you try." Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Xian Yuling with his great capturing technique. Xian Yuling snorted softly. She slapped out with her palm and it landed on her palm. She actually condensed millions of holy lights. "Let me purify the evil in your heart," Xian Yuling said. Xian Yueling's purifying power was extremely powerful. When it shone down, it was boundlessly terrifying. When Lin Feng was enveloped by the purifying power, a strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling seemed to be a kind of guilt. Lin Feng wanted to repent for his sins to Xian Yuling. What a strange ability. Xian Yueling's ability. It was indeed too strange. "You want to influence my heart?" Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xian Yuling wanted to influence his heart, but how could Lin Feng let her have her way? He activated his Tao of Fate, and the guilt instantly disappeared. "Since I can't subdue you, I'll let you try my other ultimate techniques. Will Flower. Sovereign's Descent." Lin Feng looked like a peerless monarch. He threw a punch at Xian Yuling. "How many years has it been? How many years have you already reached such a level?" Xian Yuling couldn't help but be shocked. When facing Lin Feng's attack, she didn't dare act carelessly. She raised her hand and punched the air. Yes. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability. Once it was unleashed, it could instantly form a powerful energy. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. A gigantic amount of strength was rolling in waves and moving towards Lin Feng. Bang! The mystiques from both sides collided and were instantly annihilated. Lin Feng didn't use his full strength. Xian Yuling didn't use her full strength either. The two of them only had a simple spar. "Do I qualify to be your man with my strength?" Lin Feng asked Xian Yuling. Xian Yuling blushed and said, "I'm only focused on the Tao. I have no interest in romance." When she said these words, Xian Yuling felt that she was going against her heart. She realized. When it came to Lin Feng, she had a special feeling that she couldn't describe. That special feeling made her feel happy when she was with Lin Feng. Xian Yuling clearly had a good impression of Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He looked at Xian Yuling and asked, "Why did you come to the heavenly sage great world from the 9 prefectures? Or, were you originally a human cultivator from the heavenly sage great world?" Xian Yuling said, "My father is a human cultivator from the 9 prefectures. He met my mother when he went out to train. My mother is a human cultivator from the heavenly sage great world. It looks like your mother's clan is quite powerful." Lin Feng said, "Yes. My mother's clan is very powerful. That's why they have some say in the Immortal Gods Alliance." Xian Yuling said, "Do you plan to stay in the heavenly sage great world forever?" Lin Feng asked. Xian Yuling shook her head and said, "I want to go to the undying world to take a look. That's the first of the 3,000 great worlds. It's a higher level world. There are many experts there. If I want to become a stronger cultivator, I have to go to the undying world." Lin Feng smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I want to go to the undying world too. It looks like we're really fated. We actually thought of the same thing." Chempage. "Who thought of the same thing as you?" Xian Yuling couldn't help but snort. Lin Feng said, "If it's fate, we can't avoid it. How about this? Let's make an agreement, shall we?" "What agreement?" Xian Yuling looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng said, "The undying world is vast and boundless. If we want to meet in the undying world, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If we can meet in the undying world, then we'll be able to meet in the undying world. That's enough to prove that our fate is definitely preordained by the heavens. At that time, how about you be my woman? Don't even think about it." Xian Yuling said with a red face. "Let's just happily agree to it," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I didn't agree to it. Xian Yuling said. Haha. You said no, but you've already agreed to it in your heart. Do you know why I know what you're thinking? That's because our hearts are linked. Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. Xian Yuling pursed her lips, but she didn't continue to refute Lin Feng. At the banquet, Sun Yudao looked at Lin Feng and Xian Yuling with a flirtatious gaze. Sun Yudao had seen everything. Naturally, he could tell that Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were progressing very quickly. That night, Lin Feng and Sun Yudao drank until they were dead drunk. Then, they rested for the night in the Immortal Gods Alliance's encampment. Over the next few days, everyone began to talk about the grand competition. The date of the grand competition was also set. It would take place 1 month later. Cultivators would need to present their tokens to register. Those who made it to the top 100 would be able to enter the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace to cultivate. During this period, many people were trying their best to get a token to participate in the grand competition. However, it was easier said than done. While the grand competition was causing a commotion outside, Lin Feng went into seclusion. Lin Feng decided to meditate in seclusion. Apart from practicing cultivation, Lin Feng also had 2 things he needed to do. First, he needed to continue deciphering the evil corpse ring. Second, Lin Feng planned to enter the 9th level of the Chonglu demonic palace. He wanted to see what was inside. Chapter 40-45. Lin Feng entered the temporal space. Currently, the temporal space's flow of time was 10:1 compared to the outside world. 100 days in the temporal space was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Therefore, whenever Lin Feng went into seclusion, he would do so within the temporal space. Before going into seclusion, he had already told Daoist Wu Liang and the cursed doll to not disturb him. Furthermore, he had asked Liu Changlin to personally guard him. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the evil corpse ring. He began to break the restrictions on the ring. In the last 9 talismans of the ring, Lin Feng had already deciphered the talisman of the sky-destroying gorilla. As for the other 8 runes, Lin Feng had yet to break the scarlet golden swanny beast rune, the ice-armored horned devil dragon rune, the 8-clawed fire dragon rune, the 9-winged heavenly dragon rune, the lightning bat dragon rune, the blue-winged sea dragon rune, the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale rune, and the Kuei cow rune. Lin Feng began to break the 2nd rune. This time, Lin Feng broke the scarlet golden swanny beast rune. It wasn't an easy task to break the rune. Even though Lin Feng's understanding of arrays had reached an extremely profound level, it was still rather difficult to break the rune. In the end, Lin Feng spent close to a month to break the scarlet golden swanny beast rune. Following which, Lin Feng let out a long breath and kept the evil corpse ring. He would wait for the next breakthrough to break the 3rd rune. After resting for a short while, Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Devil Hall. Young master. The black bear sage appeared and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Bring me to the 9th level space to take a look." "Yes. Young master, please follow me," the black bear sage said as it waved its paw. In an instant, devilish light enveloped it and Lin Feng. Following which, the 2 of them disappeared. In the next moment, they were already in the 9th level space. In the 9th level space, there was actually a stone millstone. Furthermore, it was a stone millstone stained with blood. "What is this?" Lin Feng's face was full of confusion. The black bear sage replied, "Not sure. Young master, you need to search for it yourself." Lin Feng nodded and dismissed the black bear saint. He walked towards the stone millstone. The blood on the stone millstone had already dried up. He did not know whose blood it was. When Lin Feng saw the fresh blood on the millstone, he felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. He felt extremely stifled. And that feeling. It was terrible. Lin Feng hated that kind of oppressive feeling. Finally, Lin Feng came to the side of the stone millstone and reached out to touch it. "Is this a stone artifact?" Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Stone tools had always possessed extraordinary and terrifying power. Even the lowest grade stone tools were great treasures. Lin Feng also had some stone tools, such as the mysterious stone sword, the green mountain sword, and the stone dagger. These were all stone tools. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary power. And now, if the stone millstone in front of Lin Feng was also a stone artifact, then its value would be too high. The naked eye could not tell if the stone millstone was a stone artifact or not. Lin Feng intended to refine it. He poured his magic power into the stone millstone. However, the stone millstone did not move at all. Damn! What was going on? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. If it was a stone artifact, it should be able to be refined with magic power. However, the stone millstone did not move at all. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng intended to refine it with his blood. He forced out a drop of blood and dripped it on the stone millstone. Fresh blood. Gradually, it fused into the stone millstone. Lin Feng originally thought that his blood would be able to refine the stone millstone. However, he soon realized that his blood was unable to refine the stone millstone. After the stone millstone absorbed Lin Feng's blood was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any ripples. How strange! Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He carefully observed the stone millstone. His expression was somewhat bewildered. Could he have guessed wrongly? Actually, the stone millstone was not a Dharma treasure. The only extraordinary thing was that the stone millstone was stained with the blood of a mysterious cultivator. Lin Feng intended to sense it and see if he could sense any special scenes. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and gradually entered a meditative state. Lin Feng began to sense the aura of the stone millstone. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually entered a mysterious state. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had appeared above an ancient city. A great battle had broken out in the ancient city. Earth-shattering roars resounded through the clouds. Densely packed cultivators soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens were tumbling black clouds. Within the black clouds, no one knew what kind of existence existed. Ignite my battle blood. Cultivate my battle body. Sacrifice my body. Even if I die, I have no regrets. One cultivator after another roared. They sacrificed themselves and their bodies exploded in the black fog. The densely packed cultivators rushed into the black fog one after another. Then, their bodies self-destructed. It was simply too tragic. Anyone who saw this scene would feel shocked. The black fog that was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse began to thin under the self-destruction of a large number of cultivators. A cultivator held a stone millstone in his hand. Then, he soared into the sky. Ignite my battle blood. Cultivate my battle body. Sacrifice my body. Even if I die, I have no regrets. The cultivator also roared. His body began to burn. He held the stone millstone and rushed into the black clouds. The self-destruction of those cultivators was only to open a passage inside the black clouds. Today, I will bury you. The cultivator's roar came from the black clouds. Impudent. A low roar came from the black clouds. And all the scenes disappeared. Lin Feng returned to the real world and looked at the stone millstone. The stone millstone was definitely an unimaginable treasure. However, perhaps after the previous battle, the stone millstone had some problems. That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw that the blood on the stone millstone seemed to be coming back to life. The stone millstone didn't change after absorbing my blood just now. It's just that this change is a little late. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He stared at the stone millstone. Lin Feng felt that some shocking changes were about to happen in the stone millstone. However, Lin Feng didn't know what would happen to the stone millstone. Very quickly, Lin Feng realized that the blood on the millstones had turned into talismans. The runes combined to form a few ancient blood-red words. However, Lin Feng didn't recognize those words. Chapter 4046. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable, and he had a very deep understanding of ancient languages. Lin Feng would often ask the Demon Lord if he didn't know any ancient languages. The Demon Lord said, when these words are put together, they can be understood as burying a sky. Burying a sky? You're saying that these words mean burying a sky? Lin Feng was shocked. Yes. The Demon Lord nodded. It was truly shocking and moving because the meaning of these words was too extraordinary. The so-called sky. It should be referring to the heavenly Tao. And it should be the great heavenly Tao. Burying a sky. Was burying the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao was high above, maintaining the order and rules of the world. It was rumored that the 33 layers of heaven were the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was supreme, because those who lived in this world were bound by the heavenly Tao. This was something that no one could change. But now, a sky had been buried. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the great battle he had seen earlier. Was that incomparably tragic battle just to bury a heaven? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Demon Lord, what do you think of these words? Lin Feng asked. The heavenly Tao is boundless. The heavenly Tao is heartless. The Demon Lord said. He only said these 8 words before falling silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. Although it was only 8 words, these 8 words had an extraordinary meaning. The heavenly Tao had always been high above, and people were like ants before it. The Demon Lord's understanding of the heavenly Tao was clearly far superior to others. Demon Lord, do you know what kind of sky is included in this so-called sky? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. In truth, he had more or less heard of the word sky. For example, when people swore oaths, they would often say things like, yellow sky above, thick earth below, I swear with my soul. And so on. The so-called yellow sky here. It was probably a kind of heaven, right? When making an oath, it was unknown when the custom of using the word Huang Tian began. However, since it had such an origin, there must have been someone who had studied the yellow sky in the past. In addition, there were also some familiar heavens, such as Qing Tian, Kang Tian, and so on. Lin Feng didn't know if the heaven mentioned on the millstone had anything to do with the heaven that cultivators usually talked about. All of this was a mystery. It was thought-provoking, but it was hard to fathom. The Demon Lord shook his head and said, I don't know much either. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the Demon Lord should know, but the Demon Lord was unwilling to tell him at this time. That was why he said that he didn't know much about it. Perhaps the Demon Lord had some misgivings. The stone millstone is definitely a powerful treasure, but I wonder how to refine it. Demon Lord, do you have any ideas? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, the stone millstone can't be refined because of some special circumstances. You've already refined it with your blood. Although you didn't refine it, it absorbed your blood and formed a special connection with your body. You can refine it every day. Perhaps after a long time, you'll be able to refine it. All right, I'll give it a try and see if this method works. Lin Feng replied. Then, Lin Feng flew out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng went to check on Bibi, Draconic Rabbit, and Xiaolong. The 3 of them were currently in a deep slumber. This was because there were simply too many natural treasures in Lin Feng's space-time continuum. Therefore, the 3 of them liked to eat some precious natural treasures when they had nothing to do. There was simply too much energy accumulated in their bodies. They were still young. At this age, they could only absorb this energy through slumber. However, every time they woke up, their strength would increase greatly. This made Lin Feng quite happy. Among the 3 of them, Lin Feng knew the most about Draconic Rabbit. Bibi, on the other hand, was more mysterious. Even now, Lin Feng didn't know what race Bibi was. As for Xiaolong, it was also very mysterious. Lin Feng didn't know which race it belonged to. Lin Feng guessed that Xiaolong might be a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon. However, whether this guess was true or not, Lin Feng couldn't be sure. Lin Feng then observed the Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Insect, Great Desolate Fiend Refining Insect, and Celestial Devouring Insect that he had nurtured. The Emperor Archaic and Primordial Ancestral Insect had formed cocoons and were in the midst of a crucial transformation. The Great Desolate Fiend Refining Insect and Celestial Devouring Insect had formed a swarm. This made Lin Feng very happy. Following which, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible was the most mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, it was a demonic scripture passed down from that mysterious world. If he succeeded in cultivating it, it would naturally bring unimaginable benefits to his cultivation. Of course, the Dark Bible was too strange. Once he cultivated the Dark Bible, he still had to guard against being controlled by it. However, Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that he could completely deal with the Dark Bible's control over him. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng stayed in the time-space for about 3 months. When he came out of seclusion, Lin Feng already had a certain understanding of the Dark Bible. However, he still couldn't cultivate it. The main reason was that the time he had to cultivate it was still too short. If Lin Feng was given more time to cultivate the Dark Bible, Lin Feng would definitely be able to successfully cultivate it. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, there were only 2 days left before the grand competition. Now, all the cultivators in Myriad Saint City were talking about the grand competition. I heard that there are no less than 20 fairies and immortal grandchildren coming. After Lin Feng saw Immeasurable Daoist and the Cursed Doll, Immeasurable Daoist said, "These people should all be experts who came out of the God's Stone, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Immeasurable Daoist said, "Not only did they come out of the God's Stone, it said that there are also fairies and immortal grandchildren who came out of the Undying Realm to gain experience. They will also be participating in this grand competition. I'm looking forward to fighting with these guys. I wonder how strong they are." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The resources that those fairies and immortal grandchildren received were absolutely unimaginable. They had received the best training since they were young. Their combat strength was absolutely heaven-defying. This attracted Lin Feng's interest. Immeasurable Daoist said, "I don't want to meet those abnormal fellows. I just want to smoothly enter the top 100. The weaker the opponent, the better." The Cursed Doll grinned and said, "Hehe, our thoughts really coincide." Following which, the 3 of them left their residence. They went to register together. After registering, they waited for 2 days. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, the sky had just brightened. The sound of the law bell rang out above the city of 10,000 saints. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. The grand competition was about to begin. Chapter 40-47. A large number of cultivators had gathered, and the place was bustling with activity. The reopening of the Myriad Race's sacred palace drove countless people crazy. However, most people were destined not to be able to cultivate in the palace. The major factions naturally hoped that their disciples would be able to enter the top 100. That way, if their disciples obtained any powerful abilities in the Myriad Race's sacred palace, they would be able to pass them down as family heirlooms. In this way, it would be a great improvement for a clan. Below the Myriad Race's sacred palace was a huge plaza that could hold 1 million people. However, even such a huge plaza was packed with people by the time Lin Feng and the others arrived. It wasn't just the cultivators of the great sage world. Even the experts of the surrounding starfields had arrived. The starfields in the vicinity were inextricably linked to the 3 alliances of the Myriad Race's sacred palace, so they were able to obtain some tokens. They allowed their disciples to participate in the competition. Therefore, a large number of top experts had gathered for this competition. Although many of them were young, their battle prowess wasn't inferior to those old antiques. The characteristics of this era had created a large number of experts, and the final days of the Age of Doom were the best opportunities for cultivation. It was comparable to a golden age for cultivation. All sorts of opportunities were constantly appearing, and it was a good opportunity to greatly increase one's cultivation. The experts of the Immortal God clan are here. The Holy Son Xian Zongtian and the Holy Daughter Xian Lenghen are here together. A cultivator pointed into the distance and exclaimed. A group of cultivators had arrived, all of them from the Immortal God clan. The 2 in the lead were the Holy Son and Holy Daughter Xian Lenghen. Lin Feng had interacted with Xian Lenghen before, but he hadn't had any contact with Xian Zongtian. There were dozens of cultivators from the Immortal God clan participating in the competition, but the most eye-catching ones were Xian Zongtian and Xian Lenghen. The 2 of them were definitely outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Immortal God clan. Gongzi Nai and Gongzi Xian of the Sky Demon clan are here. A commotion could be heard from another direction. The newcomers were similarly extraordinary. Gongzi Nai naturally didn't need to be mentioned. He had countless opportunities, and had even obtained the inheritance of a demon lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Gongzi Xian was also a famous young expert of the Heaven Devil race, and his reputation wasn't much inferior to Gongzi Nai's. Now that the two of them had arrived with quite a number of young elites from the Heaven Fiend race, they were also eyeing the top 100 spots covetously. Shadao Mier of the ancient god clan, Shadao Kuan, is here too. In another direction, the top cultivators of the ancient god clan arrived. They were also two extremely terrifying existences. Each of them had only cultivated for a little more than 10,000 years. Compared to Lin Feng, they were naturally extremely old. However, they were actually very young. After all, their lifespans were tens of millions of years, but they had only lived for a little more than 10,000 years. More and more experts arrived. Basically, the forces of the royal families of the 10,000 races arrived one after another. For example, experts from the deity race, Golden Saint Lion race, Angel race, Kai Lian Heavenly Scorpion race, and other races had all arrived. In addition, some of the surviving races of the epochs had also dispatched experts. The cultivators who could participate in this battle were all cultivators born in the last 30,000 years of this era. A few creatures from the endless ghost sand also appeared, some of them planning to participate in this battle. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of sacred light shot out from the myriad tribes' sacred palace. Following that, numerous void arenas appeared, floating in midair. In the center of the arena, a female cultivator with an illusory body appeared. The female cultivator was dressed in white, and she was very beautiful. Her body was not real, but an illusory body that appeared. Everyone. The grand competition will begin in 2 hours. The arena battles. Don't overdo it. In the next 2 hours, the participants should prepare yourselves well. After the grand competition, there will be no more free time for everyone to rest. The female cultivator said. Many people pointed and whispered, guessing the female cultivator's identity. Lin Feng guessed that the female cultivator was very likely the weapon spirit of the myriad tribes' sacred palace. That was why she appeared at this moment. 2 hours passed very quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of sacred light intertwined and shot out. The sacred light enveloped every cultivator, and every cultivator who was enveloped by the sacred light. In the next moment, they were teleported to the arenas. The cultivators on the arenas began to fight. Many of the battles were extremely intense. Wu Liang Daoist was also enveloped by a beam of sacred light and landed on an arena. Wu Liang Daoist performed a transformation technique and turned into a skinny young man who looked about 30 years old. This guy did not dare to show his real body, because if the forces of the myriad tribes discovered him, they would skin Wu Liang Daoist alive. Wu Liang Daoist's opponent was a rather beautiful female cultivator. The female cultivator yelled and dashed toward Wu Liang Daoist. Even though the boundless Taoist priest looked careless and carefree, Lin Feng knew him too well. This damned Daoist's cultivation could definitely be described as unfathomable. His opponent's cultivation was not weak either, but it was far from Wu Liang Daoist. After more than 10 rounds, Wu Liang Daoist defeated the female cultivator. Then, Wu Liang Daoist flew down from the arena. Although the female cultivator did not give everyone time to rest alone, the time between the end of the competition mission and the next mission could be used to recover their state. After Wu Liang Daoist ended the battle, the cursed doll was also swept up by a beam of sacred light and landed on the arena. The immeasurable Daoist used some unknown method to turn the cursed doll into an 8 or 9-year-old child. It had flesh and blood, and its life aura was very young. Originally, the cursed doll's age was far beyond 30,000 years old and was not qualified to participate in the competition. However, Wu Liang Daoist's methods allowed the cursed doll to successfully participate in the competition. This damned Daoist's many methods shocked Lin Feng. The cursed doll's opponent was a male cultivator. The cursed doll only used 7 rounds to defeat the male cultivator. There were constantly cultivators who went up to the arena to compete, and there were also cultivators who left the arena after the outcome was decided. Swish! Another beam of sacred light shone down and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew toward an arena. He landed on the arena. At the same time, Lin Feng's opponent also landed on the arena. Chapter 40-48. This female cultivator looked so weak that it made people involuntarily feel pity for her. Perhaps even the most cold-hearted person would involuntarily have a good impression of this female cultivator after seeing her. They could not wait to hug this female cultivator in their arms and dote on her. Little brother, little sister really wants to advance in rank. Little brother, can you help little sister advance? If little brother agrees, little sister will definitely thank little brother heavily. The female cultivator's voice was soft and weak. She had a pitiful look on her face. At that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He could not attack that female cultivator. No matter what, he could not attack that female cultivator. Charm technique. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. That female cultivator looked delicate and pitiful, but in reality, this was just her appearance. As the saying went, one could not judge a book by its cover. Look at people. One could not judge a book by its cover. This sentence was naturally extremely suitable for this female cultivator. Lin Feng's willpower was strong and he quickly dispelled those thoughts in his heart. Your charm technique. It's useless to me. Just attack. Don't show off these unorthodox tricks in front of me, Lin Feng said indifferently. Bitch, take my palm. Seeing that her charm technique did not have any effect on Lin Feng, the female cultivator immediately shouted and leaped out, slapping towards Lin Feng. The power of wind and thunder quickly gathered and condensed on the female cultivator's palm. The powerful power of wind and thunder fused together, forming a power that could distort space and time. Bang! Lin Feng arrived and exchanged a palm with the female cultivator. Although the female cultivator's divine ability was strong, it was weak in front of Lin Feng. Her divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng. Then, the female cultivator was forced back by Lin Feng. Her face could not help but turn pale. In reality, Lin Feng had already shown mercy. If he really attacked, he could kill this female cultivator with a palm. You've lost, Lin Feng said. Although the female cultivator was unwilling, she knew that the difference between her and Lin Feng's boundary was too great. Now, he could only admit defeat. She bit her lips and gave Lin Feng a deep look before flying out of the ring. Lin Feng also flew into the ring. Thereafter, round after round of the grand competition continued. Lin Feng, Immeasurable Daoist, and Cursed Doll did not encounter too many challenges and advanced all the way. Lin Feng saw Su Yueshi, who was participating in the competition. This woman's battle prowess was truly extraordinary. Along the way, he had defeated many opponents in a crushing manner. In addition, Lin Feng also saw an old friend. This old friend was none other than Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu obviously saw Lin Feng as well. The two of them exchanged glances. Now that Gongzi Yu was with some of his clansmen, Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu did not meet up immediately. Gongzi Yu's clansmen were also from the Heavenly Fiend clan. In the past, Gongzi Yu was a lone wolf. Now, he had clansmen from the Heavenly Fiend clan by his side. He wondered what Gongzi Yu had been through all these years. Could it be that he had returned to the Heavenly Fiend clan? There were too many people participating in the grand competition. Fortunately, there were enough void arenas. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the top 10,000 were decided. The cultivators who could fight their way into the top 10,000 had extremely terrifying cultivation bases. One could imagine how difficult it would be to advance in the future. Swoosh! A beam of light shone down. It enveloped Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng landed in the arena. Lin Feng's opponent also landed in the arena. Lin Feng's opponent was actually a cultivator from the lost clan of the epoch. Moreover, it was a cultivator from the Nine Spirits Dao clan. This clan had a close relationship with Su Yueshi. Now, Su Yueshi was with the cultivator from the Nine Spirits Dao clan. Previously, Lin Feng had had an intense conflict with the Dao martial sect of the Nine Spirits Dao clan. The people from the Nine Spirits Dao clan had an extremely strong desire to kill Lin Feng. Ah, it's you. I really didn't expect this. The cultivator from the Nine Spirits Dao clan was slightly taken aback when he saw that his opponent was Lin Feng. Then, a sinister expression appeared on his face. This cultivator from the Nine Spirits Dao clan clearly did not take Lin Feng seriously. It seemed that this person had some extraordinary means to be so arrogant. If that was not the case, how could this guy be so arrogant? Lin Feng sneered. No matter how powerful this guy's means were, in his opinion, he was not much of a threat. Lin Feng was confident in his own strength. Below the arena, the Dao martial sect, Su Yueshi, and the others also saw the two people who were about to fight in the arena. Su Yueshi raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "I'm afraid that Dao martial sect is no match for Lin Feng." The Dao martial sect said with a smile, "Don't underestimate Wu Chong. You'll know how amazing his means are later." Oh! Hearing this, Su Yueshi looked surprised. Then, she said with a smile, "Then I'll wait and see. Kid, do you know what's going to happen to you?" Dao martial sect said with a sinister smile. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator from the Nine Spirits Dao clan. Then, he said, "Don't try to act tough in front of me. You don't even have the right to make me attack you. It's your ancestors' fault for encountering me. However, I'm in a good mood today. Kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, and I'll let you go." What the hell? Who is that kid? He actually made an expert from the lost clan of the epoch kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. That kid is so young, but he's so arrogant. I wonder how the cultivator from the lost clan of the epoch will deal with him. The lost clan of the epoch is vicious. That kid actually dared to humiliate the lost clan of the epoch. He's definitely dead. Many cultivators discussed among themselves. Some of the cultivators who knew Lin Feng looked at the battle that was about to begin indifferently. For example, Gong Zinai and the others. Naturally, they hoped that Lin Feng would die in the hands of the lost clan of the epoch. Hihi, what a boastful person. A sinister smile appeared on Dao martial sect's face. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Lin Feng pursed his lips. At this moment, he had already decided to kill Dao martial sect's cultivator. Killing these people from the lost clan of the epoch would be doing the people a favor. Within 10 moves, I'll be able to take your dog life. A disdainful expression appeared on Dao martial sect's face. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was too easy. Chapter 40-49. Dao Wucheng's attack was quite powerful, but in Lin Feng's eyes, it was nothing. In the face of Dao Wucheng's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He immediately used a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent. Lin Feng wanted to end the battle quickly. He did not want to be entangled with this guy any longer. Lin Feng's mystique was a mystique passed down by the Devil Lord. How terrifying was its power! The difference between Dao Wucheng's attack and Lin Feng's attack was like the difference between the sky and the earth. Moreover, Dao Wucheng's strength was not as good as Lin Feng's, and his mystique was not as good as Lin Feng's. It was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Lin Feng's attack instantly broke through Dao Wucheng's energy palm and ruthlessly slammed into Dao Wucheng's body. Cracking sounds spread in the air. Dao Wucheng's bones were broken. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken by Lin Feng. What? Dao Wucheng was still in midair when he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng's attack had caused great damage to Dao Wucheng. With a thud, Dao Wucheng's body fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Dao Wucheng had previously said that he would be able to finish off Lin Feng within 10 moves. However, the two of them had only exchanged one move. Dao Wucheng was already spitting out blood from Lin Feng's attack. Many of his bones had also been broken. This reversal was so fast that many people could not react in time. Now that they thought about what Dao Wucheng had said, it was really a slap in the face. However, Dao Wucheng had slapped his own face. That kid is so powerful. I wonder who that kid is. There are so many foreign cultivators now. Is that kid a foreign cultivator? Maybe he's a foreign cultivator. He looks so unfamiliar. He doesn't look like a cultivator from our heavenly sage great world. Many cultivators began to discuss Lin Feng's background. Just then, someone said, That guy is Lin Feng, the genius of the human clan from the 9 States world. What? Is he that Lin Feng? Oh my god. This brat is Lin Feng. This fellow actually dares to come to our heavenly sage great world. And his participating in the competition so brazenly. The cultivators on the square were in an uproar. Those cultivators who didn't know about Lin Feng's identity before were all shocked when they found out about Lin Feng's true identity. Everyone's heart seemed to be in a state of shock. Lin Feng. This name was simply too familiar to the cultivators of the myriad races. Everyone may not have seen Lin Feng, but they must have heard of Lin Feng. The emperors of the 9 provinces' great world joined forces and defeated the allied army of the myriad races, the foreign creatures, and some cultivators of the great worlds. The person who played a key role was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the bridge between the emperors. Because of Lin Feng, the emperors were united as one. Therefore, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance who had participated in the invasion of the 9 States world hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in their dreams, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Although the cultivators of the Alliance of Immortals and Demons did not have any grudges with Lin Feng, they had heard of Lin Feng's reputation. And now, they finally saw Lin Feng. A few years ago, I heard that Lin Feng had come to the heavenly sage great world. I thought it was fake news. But it turns out it's true. I heard the news too, but I didn't think much of it. This guy came to participate in the competition so brazenly. Does he not have any respect for our Sacred War Alliance? He's too arrogant. Let's wait and see. Our Holy War Alliance will definitely send experts to kill this kid. All the cultivators were discussing Lin Feng. Some were interested in Lin Feng. Some were filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng. Some were indifferent. Brat. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Dao Wucheng roared angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent and endless hatred. Being beaten by Lin Feng to the point of vomiting blood was a great humiliation to Dao Wucheng. Dao Wucheng was close to going crazy. A piece of trash like you actually wants to tear me into 1,000 pieces? Are you still dreaming? Lin Feng said sarcastically. Lin Feng had been extremely arrogant from the beginning and was still so arrogant. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Feng was courting death by being so arrogant in front of Dao Wucheng. But now that they saw how arrogant Lin Feng was, they felt that it was only right. Only with strength could one be arrogant. So what if one was arrogant with strength? If one was arrogant without strength, one would be an idiot. Dao Wucheng said with a sinister smile. Later. You'll know how pathetic and laughable you are. As soon as Dao Wucheng finished speaking, he took out a golden skeleton. After seeing the golden skeleton, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Awaken, great undying golden body, Dao Wucheng called out sincerely. After he finished speaking, Dao Wucheng spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence towards the golden skeleton. Blood essence was precious. In order to kill Lin Feng, Dao Wucheng couldn't care less about it. After Dao Wucheng spat out his blood essence on the golden skeleton, the blood essence was quickly absorbed by the golden skeleton. After absorbing Dao Wucheng's blood essence, the golden skeleton emitted an extremely terrifying aura. That aura, it was simply hair-raising. It was as if an ancient existence had awakened from a deep slumber. Many people sensed the aura emanating from the golden skeleton. His body simply could not withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the golden skeleton. Thump, thump, thump. Many cultivators even knelt on the ground. Crack, crack. The golden skeleton began to shake its head. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eye sockets. The terrifying golden skeleton had completely awakened. This is, Su Yueshi stared at the golden skeleton in bewilderment. The golden skeleton gave her goosebumps. Dao Wucheng, who was standing at the side, said with a smile, "This is a golden skeleton that Wucheng obtained through a fortuitous encounter. This golden skeleton is extremely terrifying. Moreover, it seems to have an obsession that hasn't been extinguished. Through some special means, the golden skeleton can be awakened. Once this golden skeleton awakens, many Emperor Realm cultivators won't be its match, let alone Lin Feng. Just wait and see." Lin Feng is doomed. Chapter 40-50. Ha 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 ha. The golden skeleton has awakened. Brat. Let's see how you'll die later. Wu Daochong laughed maniacally when he saw that the golden skeleton had awakened. Lin Feng had thought that Wu Daochong had some trump cards up his sleeves, and it turned out that his trump card was this skeleton. The skeleton was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that Wu Daochong was so fearless. However, he was still far from being able to act tough in front of Lin Feng with just a skeleton. A broken skeleton should have returned to the earth a long time ago. How dare you show it off? Lin Feng sneered. Brat. You're too arrogant. You'll be crying later. Wu Daochong laughed sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the skeleton. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the area. Although the skeleton had awakened, it still needed the support of Wu Daochong's magic power. After receiving the support of Wu Daochong's magic power, the skeleton's aura grew stronger. The skeleton's aura grew more and more terrifying. Brat. Die. The skeleton let out a low and cold voice. He leaped up, and when he reappeared, he was already in a daze. When it appeared again, it had already arrived beside Lin Feng. The skeleton slammed its palm toward Lin Feng. The power of the palm was enough to destroy the world. But Lin Feng didn't look scared in the face of the skeleton's terrifying attack. 9 forms of the true dragon. Lin Feng made his move and displayed the 9th inheritance of the true dragon emperor. As soon as the 9 forms of the true dragon was displayed, a huge true dragon appeared behind Lin Feng. The true dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky as it pounced toward the golden skeleton. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng's true dragon shadow collided with the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was sent flying by Lin Feng's true dragon shadow. However, the most shocking thing was that the golden skeleton did not seem to have suffered any damage. Its defensive power was truly terrifying. Grand. Heaven. Creation. Palm. Suddenly, the golden skeleton let out a low roar. Then, it threw a palm strike at Lin Feng. That palm contained an unimaginably terrifying power. The heavenly creation palm contained the power of the path of creation, which was the 5th great path. Such a great Tao. It was ranked at the top of the 3,000 great Taos, and it was extremely powerful. The power of the great heaven creation palm was unfathomable. What a terrifying ability! After feeling the terrifying power of the heavenly creation palm, many people couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. This technique was truly too frightening. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. They didn't know if Lin Feng would be able to resist such a powerful punch. 9 styles of the true dragon. 9 dragons attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. This time, he summoned 9 true dragons. Roar. The 9 true dragons let out a series of high-pitched dragon roars. That terrifying dragon roar reverberated through the clouds and shook the 9 heavens. The 9 true dragons directly pounced on the golden skeleton. Along with a violent collision that shook the heavens and the earth, the 9 true dragons collided with the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was sent flying, and a cracking sound was heard. Numerous cracks had appeared on the golden skeleton's surface. Taking the attack of the 9 true dragons, the golden skeleton suffered great damage. However, soon, everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because everyone saw that the golden skeleton was cracking continuously. It had actually completed self-repair. The ability of immortality. Many people's eyes suddenly widened. The golden skeleton had the ability of immortality. This was truly unbelievable. Many people were guessing the origin of the golden skeleton when it was alive. This golden skeleton is quite interesting. I've taken a liking to it, Lin Feng said. He stepped forward and pressed toward the golden skeleton. He felt that this golden skeleton was extraordinary. The ability of immortality. It was the bloodline ability of the Undying clan. However, this golden skeleton did not belong to the Undying clan. If it belonged to the Undying clan, Lin Feng would be able to sense the aura of the same origin. However, Lin Feng did not sense any aura of the same origin. Therefore, He could determine that the golden skeleton did not belong to the Undying clan. Since it did not belong to the Undying clan, then, what was the origin of this golden skeleton? In this world, naturally, the Undying clan was not the only clan that possessed the ability of immortality. There might be other clans that possessed the ability of immortality as well. Of course, some people might even awaken the ability of immortality after birth. This was highly possible. For example, Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian, had awakened the bloodline of destiny after birth. This was actually the same principle. After sensing the terrifying aura in Lin Feng's body, the golden skeleton could not help but tremble violently. Human. Skeleton. Unite, O as one, Dao Wucheng shouted in a deep voice. After his voice fell, the golden skeleton turned into a golden ray of light and rushed into Dao Wucheng's body. Crack. Crack. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Dao Wucheng's body. After the sound was heard, Dao Wucheng's body underwent a huge change. His body became 10 times bigger. Dao Wucheng turned into a giant and threw a punch at Lin Feng. You can't even withstand a single blow. Facing Dao Wucheng's attack, Lin Feng's face was filled with disdain. The power of destiny circled around his palm. Lin Feng used the divine ability, Destiny's Palm. Bang! A huge sound was heard. He and Dao Wucheng collided violently. Lin Feng's divine ability instantly broke Dao Wucheng's attack. Dao Wucheng was forced back by Lin Feng's palm. Meanwhile, Lin Feng disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Dao Wucheng in the next moment. His palm was aimed at Dao Wucheng's head. Die! Dao Wucheng roared. He clenched his huge fist and smashed it at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Before Dao Wucheng's fist landed on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's palm had already landed on Dao Wucheng's forehead. That terrifying force instantly pierced through Dao Wucheng's head. With a loud bang, Dao Wucheng's body fell to the ground. He was dead. A golden ray of light flew out of Dao Wucheng's body. It was the golden skeleton that transformed into it. That golden light quickly rushed outside, wanting to escape without a trace. Chapter 4051. Monstrous mana filled the air, directly suppressing the golden light that was trying to escape. The fleeing golden light turned back into a golden skeleton. Kid, let go of me. The golden skeleton roared and struggled, trying to break free from Lin Feng's suppression. The golden skeleton still had a lingering will that could think. It was indeed extraordinary. You will become my slave, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng walked toward the golden skeleton. Boundless Buddhist energy swirled around him. Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an eminent monk. He reached out and tapped the golden skeleton's forehead. In an instant, a powerful purification energy surged into the golden skeleton's body. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the golden skeleton. Those runes were condensed from the purification energy. Each rune was mysterious and unfathomable. They contained boundless divine energy. Ah! You want to purify me? You evil monk! The golden skeleton shrieked in horror. Damn your whole family, damn your whole family. Lin Feng pursed his lips and increased the purification energy. Eventually, a large amount of purification energy surged into the golden skeleton. Lin Feng successfully purified the golden skeleton. Immediately after, Lin Feng put the golden skeleton away and flew off the battle stage. Isn't Lin Feng too powerful? Even an expert from the Epoch Lost clan was easily killed by him after using all his trump cards. I'm afraid only those peerless geniuses with higher cultivation bases can defeat him. Yeah, they don't have enough talent. Even if they're stronger than Lin Feng, they still won't be a match for him. Only those who are as talented as him and stronger than him have a chance of killing him. In that case, there are too few people who can defeat him. Peak existences from the myriad of races like Gongzongni and Xianzongtian might have a chance. Some peak existences from the Epoch Lost clan like the Dao martial ancestor should have the ability to defeat him. The few living beings from the Undying realm should have the ability to kill him. Those fairies. Even Xianzongsuan can do it. Many people began to discuss. Lin Feng completely ignored the discussions of the outside world. Lin Feng didn't care about other people's contempt. No matter how good his mouth sounded, he didn't have much real skill in his hands. Everything was in vain. When the time comes, only death awaited them, just like Dao Wuchong. Damn it. Damn it. Wu Chong actually died at the hands of this brat. This brat really deserves to die 1,000 times. The Dao martial sect's face was extremely gloomy, and there was a glint of killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill Lin Feng, but this was not allowed by the rules. As long as one participated in the large competition, they would have to fight to the death on the stage. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the competition to end. Therefore, the Dao martial sect suppressed the endless killing intent towards Lin Feng in his heart. Su Yueshi said, "Lin Feng has always had great luck. He's indeed not easy to deal with." The Dao Wuzong said coldly, "That's because he hasn't met me yet. If he had met me, he would have. If he had met me, I would have killed him." Su Yueshi smiled and said, "I'm naturally very confident in Brother Wuzong. I'm looking forward to Brother Wuzong meeting Lin Feng and killing Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha. I'm looking forward to this scene too." The Dao martial sect revealed a smile. The battle on the stage continued, and cultivators went up the stage one by one. Wu Liang Taoist and Cursed Dole went up the stage one after another. They were powerful, and the key was that their techniques were very strange. Wu Liang Taoist's various techniques were overwhelming. On the other hand, Cursed Dole used the Tao of Curses as its foundation. Its various divine powers were impossible to guard against. Lin Feng carefully observed Gongzi Yu's situation and discovered that Gongzi Yu had improved at a rapid pace over the years. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and his opponents were basically unable to pose too much of a threat to Gongzi Yu. Lin Feng also observed the strength of those fairies and immortal grandchildren. These people were indeed worthy of being the direct descendants of immortal realm experts. They were indeed incomparably terrifying, causing others to fear them. Several cultivators from the Undying Realm stood together. It seemed like they came out to train together. The power structure of the Undying Realm was extremely complicated, so Lin Feng didn't know which power those cultivators belonged to. However, Lin Feng discovered that those cultivators were ruffian. They didn't seem like disciples nurtured by a large family, but their cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng also discovered something. Every time those fellows from the Undying Realm saw some cultivators taking out powerful magic treasures, their eyes would shine. After seeing the gazes of those cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That kind of gaze was exactly the same as immeasurable Daoist's gaze when he saw the supreme treasure. This was a kind of greedy gaze, as if they couldn't wait to immediately snatch those treasures. Are these guys really from the Undying Realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Those people's divine senses were extremely terrifying. As if noticing that Lin Feng was sizing them up, several cultivators from the Undying Realm turned their heads to look at Lin Feng. Then, they even grinned at Lin Feng. The perception of these people's divine senses surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng also smiled at them. Round after round of the competition continued. Lin Feng's journey was quite smooth. He successfully killed his way into the top 1,000. In the end, there were only a few rounds left before the top 100 would be decided. First, it was the battle for the top 500. Then, it was the battle for the top 250. Then, it was the battle for the top 150 to the top 125th. At this point, the battle would be a mixed battle. The first 25 people to be eliminated would be eliminated, and the rest would advance. Mixed battle was the cruelest way of fighting. Because there were so many people, anyone could be eliminated. Their individual combat strength might be very strong, but what if the others joined forces to kill you? Although this kind of mixed battle was extremely cruel, it was also the most exciting way of fighting. When the time came, the cultivators who participated in the mixed battle would all have heaven-defying combat strength. Everyone was a person with great fortune. Moreover, each of them had many trump cards up their sleeves. Once the mixed battle started, it would definitely be exciting. Swoosh! A beam of light shone down and enveloped immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist stepped into the arena. At the same time, Immeasurable Daoist's opponent also stepped into the arena. When Immeasurable Daoist saw his opponent, his face turned green. Immeasurable Daoist's opponent was an immortal grandson. This cultivator was called Ju Tongtian. It was rumored that his grandfather was a true immortal powerhouse. This damned Daoist is probably in trouble, Cursed Dole said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod.